Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are on the globe. Welcome to the second week of Stage 2 Blast R6 Brazil. A lot of action coming your way this weekend, but we're going to be starting things off here on the desk. I'm your host, Jeannie, joined with Lax, and we're going to try and break down some of the action of play, as Lax would call it, in this continent.
Okay. You didn't have to say that. So I made a mistake yesterday. I fumbled on saying region and I just said continent for whatever reason. I wasn't wrong, but I had to justify it in the next piece and say region. So we're just to clarify.
Well, thanks. I appreciate the clarification. I'm sure everybody else who hasn't taken a geography class does the same. But let's talk about what we're going to be looking at today, because we're back in Brazil. We're back into the thick of it. One of the best regions, if not the best regions in Siege. So I'm excited to see how today is going to be playing out.
Yeah, I mean, some of these matches, unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there last week, as you guys saw. I caught up on a little bit of the games, but I mean, today specifically, there's going to be some heavy hitting ones. And also, I mean, that last one of Liquid versus E1, it's going to be a battle for who's going to be sitting at the top of the standings by the end of today.
Yeah, that's something to really keep our eyes forward to, but also I think some of these teams that might not have necessarily gotten a couple of points last week, Fluxo, I'm really looking forward to see what they can do, especially after they were able to push FaZe all the way to OT, which I nor anyone else had on their bingo card last week. So
I was very surprised when I saw that matchup. I was like, oh, okay, FaZe is like this, they're gonna sweep them, especially after what they did it with Key Stars of, you know, that Clubhouse just looked poor and they were going to Clubhouse again. And then when I saw what it was, I was like, what is happening? But obviously FaZe did win that there. But I mean, they did secure 1 point, but you got to look at Black Dragons and MIBR specifically. They have nothing yet. They need to get on the board today.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this week is going to be easier for them in terms of the matchups. I mean, you're looking at MIBR going up against W7M. Good luck with that, but we're going to dive into that first. But initially, we need to look at E1, because E1 is another team that has done not necessarily so well during Stage 1. I feel like after some of the changes here in Stage 2, they've definitely stepped up the plate, but they're going up against Liquid today. So question remains, how are they going to be facing this challenge?
Well, I mean, if you looked at just recently with Liquid going against NIP, they had a long-standing history of beating one another, and then Liquid actually ended up winning that. They beat NIP. So this is another situation here, especially they want this spot. They want to be sitting at the top of the standings. I mean, we've been seeing this resurgence from Liquid, so I have no doubt, again, that's going to be the game of the day that we're just going to have to really focus in on and really see, is Liquid going to bring it to them there, or is E1 going to shut them down and sit at the top of that standing by the end of it?
Yeah, I'm going to have to wait and see how that plays out, but we also have a bit of a teaser ready, so let's check that one out and see what E1 thinks.
What's up, guys? Ike here, your analyst for Rainbow Six Esports Brazil. So the question that starts this video is pretty simple. Were you surprised by E1's performance in the first week of the Brazilian Championship? Well, you shouldn't have been. And you know why? Some of you might not have been following, but the quality of Paris, Live, and the rest of the team has been no surprise to those who watch competitive Brazilian Siege. That's because in the first stage, the team had an amazing run when they were still coached by Kizzy, now at Oxygen, qualifying for the major in Manchester in second place. It's true that once in England, the team struggled and left the competition after 3 games and 3 losses. But what they did before is still worthy of praise. However, apparently, we have a repeat of a problem here. This team was underestimated by many people in the last stage, and now, after many changes, such as the coaching staff change and the departure of the rookies Amps and Arthur, they were underestimated again. However, despite everything, the players seem to be calm and confident in their work.
Cara, basicamente a gente montou a line-up pro começo do ano sabendo que a gente poderia não classificar pro Major. A gente tinha, obviamente, uma vontade absurda de querer classificar. Foi uma surpresa a gente classificar, não tem como, a gente ficou top 6 e acabamos ganhando 2 jogos muito bons contra BD e W7. Tem agora aquela parada de, pô, mudamos players, mas mesmo assim a gente quer classificar de novo, a gente quer essa vaga pro Invi. E a gente trouxe 2 jogadores que já tinham mais experiência do que a line anterior, inclusive. Então tem coisas que a gente nem vai sofrer, que a gente sofreu na outra line, como também tem coisas novas que a gente ainda vai ter que trabalhar. Tem que ver, obviamente, no campeonato, mas o dia a dia nosso está sendo muito bom, o nosso trabalho está sendo bem da hora.
Well, and so much so that the team is already showing what they came for. The first week of Brazil League ended for E1 with 2 wins in 2 matches. as well as the lead in the overall standings. So, isn't it time to dream of higher flights, like a spot in the next 6 Invitational? To climb this step further, as everyone knows, teams need to accumulate enough SI points. An impossible challenge? Not for the ever-confident Stroker, one of the most experienced players in this lineup.
Então, sobre os EV Points, a gente não tá fazendo cálculo, assim, a gente tá só pensando, se a gente classificar, a gente tá no EV. Beleza, a gente pode não ser assim, porque se a gente ficar em último no Major, provavelmente não vai. Então é isso, não tem muito cálculo porque a gente sabe disso. Obviamente, se a gente ficar 0-3, tem uma pequena chance, dependendo do resultado, mas a gente nem foca muito nisso, assim, a gente só sabe que a chance tá ali, a gente quer agarrar essa chance, e o que eu mais quero é jogar Invitational, que eu nunca joguei, né?
Right, but whatever E1's destiny is, the first stumbling block for the team already has a name and surname. And it's called Team Liquid. The Cavalry, after all, is the next opponent of the current first place team in the stage. But this is no ordinary opponent, but rather a renewed Liquid. Second place of the split after conquering 2 wins in the first 2 matches. Even if their fans disagree, this good performance is also on Coach Hudzord's account.
Cara, Liquid para esse segundo split veio um time, acho que um pouco mais cascudo já. Depois desses últimos campeonatos internacionais e do primeiro split que a gente teve aí, que foi a nossa sequência inicial de 4 derrotas. Acho que a gente aprendeu bastante, a gente evoluiu bastante, depois tivemos 2 experiências internacionais e agora estamos de volta para tentar conseguir mais uma vaga. Eu acho que é um time muito mais cascudo, muito mais experiente. Nada tão inovador, mas muito mais resiliente e experiente.
Well, unfortunately for Team Liquid and their muscular coach, the fight only happens inside the server and not outside, so it's necessary to remember. In the first stage, Hudzord's team were victims of a rolling E1, who won the confrontation by 7-1. It's funny how the duel between Team Liquid and E1 would be one of the most anticipated of the day. And so, what's your opinion? Will E1 crush again, or will the Cavalry get revenge and take lead in the Brazilian Championship? I guess we'll find out soon. But my participation here is done. Thank you guys, until next time.
You know what? Before we actually talk about this E1 Liquid matchup, I want to talk about the Lax and the Team Liquid coach matchup. Who do you think would lift more? Because like that was like a clip in there of him in the gym.
Yeah, I think he had 3. I think he had 3 plates on there on each side. So, I mean, I think for deadlifting the way that he was, I think I could do that as well. I would be curious to see what lifts he would be the heavier at in terms of like lifting wise, and then same thing for me. But I think we could balance each other out in certain areas and beat one another. I don't think one's gonna lead by a huge margin.
That is such a PR trained answer, man. Come on. I thought you were gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna smoke him, but never mind. Either way, let's dive a little bit further into this E1 Liquid matchup, because looking at the games already that we are going to be having today, I feel like this is the one that is the closest match and the one that has that ability to really push each other to their limits.
Yeah, I mean, even just based off standings alone, but overall performance as well. I mean, obviously, if we're going on an international level, obviously Liquid has the experience there, and you even heard what Hudzord said. This team, it's nothing innovative that they're going to be bringing. It's more of that resiliency. It's more just of a defined roster, and I think that speaks lengths into what we've seen from Liquid recently. And then obviously E1, they've been finding tons of success and creating lots of success with these roster iterations. So I think it's really just going to come down to who's really showing up today and who's really learned from the last time they played, because you heard of that 7-1 that recently happened that E1 did deliver that last stage. But I don't think it's going to be that way. I think it's going to be a lot closer, but I honestly couldn't tell you who's going to be the one coming out on top.
Yeah, I think that's something that we'll see eventually, but I also want to discuss a little
Another
bit the
PR
plans
answer.
and how. Yeah, well, it's kind of like you're almost trained to do this, almost like this is your job. But either way, when we're looking at the plans and we're looking at the E1 particularly, they are towards the top of that leader table. If anything, they are on that #1 spot. So for them, in comparison to Liquid, I mean, they're chilling.
Yeah, and that's an insane statistic already to get 34 plants off. I mean, that obviously would have to speak it into existence that clearly you're doing something right on your attacks if you're able to get the plants down. Now, does that also convert into rounds 1? That I would like to see if we could pull up a possible statistic. Not sure if we can. That would be interesting to see, because getting 34 plants is insane. So, I mean, that alone, and if you're comparing it to Liquid, Liquid's at the bottom with 11, which, I mean, that's a literal night and day difference in terms of those comparisons.
Yep. Not a great situation for Liquid to be in, but either way, today they could potentially prove themselves different in regards to being the bottom of that leaderboard for plants, but also want to look at the standings, and I want to kind of give an overall view as what we are currently at, because E1, they're at the top and Liquid has 5 points. Now, this matchup is very heavily going to sway which team is going to remain in those top spots, because Lax, at the end of the day, you need to be in top 6 to advance to playoffs, and you only get one chance to play your opponent.
Yeah, and you know, I've touched up on this pretty heavy on the NAL, and I'll do it here. I mean, the biggest thing is that you can place in the top 6. Just because you get first and second does not mean that you find yourself in Manchester by any means. Sure, it does put you up a little further in the playoff bracket, but by no means does that guarantee you. The biggest thing that every team is looking for here is just to secure playoffs, because that's where you need to be by the end of this. No one wants to play a loser qualifier. No one wants to play any qualifier. So if you can just find yourself in this top 6, and obviously for Team Liquid, E1, W7M, and being that close to one another, they just got to stay above one another and just keep solidifying their spot and making those playoffs.
Yep, and the first team that is going to have a chance to do so and further solidify or lose their position is going to be W7M and MIBR. This is going to be the first match of the day. And for W7M, I mean, currently looking at their standings, they're not doing too shabby. They're pretty comfortable, but it's MIBR that I am so worried about, because we're in week 2, play day 3.
Yeah.
And they are yet to get a point on the board.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at their bank match against Furia, and again, that was against Furia. That was, you know, against the world champions. But that was a close game. It went 5-7. So it was like, okay, you know, for the first game back, you're bringing the world champions to a 5-7. That's a close game. Cool. Let's see what the next day looks like. Just immediate fall off in terms of their performance.
Yeah.
They got smoked by NIP 2-7. On Consulate. So it's kind of worrisome here. Now that you're going against W7M that has bested the teams such as FaZe, such as Furia, it's really a lot riding on MIBR's shoulders here. But that's the thing. There is things to take away from the games that they have lost to improve upon, where this is a matchup for me that W7M needs this more than MIBR needs this with.
Let's have a look as well at the players that we're going to be thinking will be driving the success for both of these teams. We have Machina on the side of MIBR. We have Dash on the side of W7M. Both of these players in their own rights have been performing very well, but it's really the side of MIBR that is yet to get, so to say, a result for it.
Yeah, and you know, these aren't necessarily fair because Makina's brand new, clearly, and you obviously look at Dash's stats. These heavily outweigh his by a huge margin, even though they look close. It's because he just has so little time played in Siege so far. But I mean, both these players play a support role, and they do a good job so far. It's just a matter of, obviously, Makina's team as a whole isn't facilitating better results, whereas W7M and Dash's team not only see a great player, he has 4 other great players around him that can facilitate rounds 1, matches 1 for that matter. Again, so it's really going to come down to MIBR learning from their mistakes from their last 2 games and applying it in today's match, and really more so just for W7M to just focus on what they've been doing right and correcting the small errors within the game to shut out the games a lot faster.
Yeah, I think as well for W7M, when we're looking at this roster particularly, there are players that have been doing incredibly well, not just regionally, but also on that international stage. And I feel like time and time again, they have proven themselves. And when we're looking at their matchups against MIBR here in this regional league, they are coming out on top 3 times more so than MIBR. So I feel like, if anything, this is probably a game where they're like, okay, we can dial it down a little. We don't have to be fully, you know, going as hard in as we usually do.
Yeah, and I'm almost positive for them, and correct me if I'm wrong here, with these stat lineups, I'm pretty sure that's also old MIBR taken obviously into account, and just like old W7M. So this isn't necessarily a true testament of both these brand new squads, but still, nonetheless, I mean, for historical points and for the organizations, the organizations in Siege love chirping one another. So if W7M can easily just chirp MIBR and get another point on the board saying that we beat you, that's just going to look good for them nonetheless.
Yeah, well, let's also have a look at the map veto in terms of where we're going to be heading for this matchup. As a reminder for everyone at home, this is going to be a best of one. So you get the pick. Do you go somewhere where everybody's very comfortable and you go stick to basics? Or do you spice it up a little bit and give us something other than Clubhouse, what we've been seeing the most here? And it's going to be Chalet.
Well, we definitely aren't sticking to basics. You got Clubhouse out of there right away. So basics are totally gone. Chalet is an interesting one because Chalet is a little mix of both aggression and passive aggressive play. And it's a matter of can you facilitate that throughout the rounds here, which W7M has that experience. They can do that. Again, this is really going to fall on MIBRs. They have to be strong on this attack side. And that's truly what's going to win them this game. Because if you can't find your attacks on a map like Chalet, your defenses are not going to be enough to save you here.
I think for W7M, attacks aren't necessarily the issue here, but MIBR is a team that I'm going to be worried about a little bit more. When it comes to the side selection, what do you think would be the best starting point for a team like MIBR who has been struggling with this in the past?
Personally, I would want, based off their most recent results, I would want them to start on attack just for the simple fact. The nice thing about starting on attack in some situations is it forces your comms. It forces you to work together. It forces you to be more attentive to what's going on. It puts everyone in that same mindset. Whereas starting on defense, you're just playing your defaults. You're just working around the map. You kind of already know what can happen and what can't happen through the round. Whereas attack, it's endless possibilities that could happen. It's you trying to figure that out. So definitely starting on attack, I would like to see MIBR really hit the ground running. And like I said, we need to see them take advantage of that attack half, whether they start on it first or they end on it second. We just need to see a strong attack, but I say even better. They just need to have a good defense, but an even better attack overall.
Okay, I feel like attack here really is what they need to take home, but let's bring in our casters for today. We have Intero and Jesse. They're joining us this time around, but I'm going to start off with Jesse particularly because you were very famously known as the numbers guy. How important is attack here?
I think attack is always going to be super important, especially on a map like Chalet where you see a lot of good attacking round wins coming out from those strong teams. I think it should be an exciting one. Obviously, we've seen the struggles from MIBR so far. This is a team that I think a lot of people are looking for a little bit more from. So if we can see that today, then yeah, I mean, an upset's maybe possible, but it's going to be a long road.
Parker, are you feeling the same?
Yeah, I mean, MIBR only taking 7 rounds in their first 2 matches doesn't really give me a ton of hope. And I've always been very skeptical of just about every MIBR roster. Even when they finished top 4 at SI that one year, I thought to myself, is this a team that can actually stick around? Are they going to have any staying power? I mean, so far the answer has really been no. They haven't made a ton of noise outside of that. And you're going to have your hands full up against an excellent team that, honestly, W7M could really be 2-0 right now. So you've got to find another gear if you want to keep with that metaphor for this MIBR team, because if not, they're going to just end up in the same spot they're at, which is at the very bottom of the leaderboard.
Oh, it sounds like all eyes on MIBR for this game, particularly considering their history, considering their performances, and this is really the start of their redemption arc. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Jesse and Parker. I'm going to let Parker take this one away. So guys, walk us through it.
Oh, thank you very much. Jesse, you're not included. It's just going to be me because I'm the one taking it away.
Fun.
Not you. You're not. You just turn your camera off. That's we really don't need you here. But I mean, first time we're going to see Chalet in Brazil. The map pool's actually been decently diverse, but Border, Chalet, and Layer are the 3 maps that are on the outside looking in. Chalet, we're going to cross off that list. What about Border and Layer? Are we going to see them today? I don't know about that. Clubhouse has been far and away the most played map. On a map like Chalet, how do you think these 2 teams will do? Because we've seen W7M excel on this map before. MIBR is a bit of a question mark. Given that, do you think there's any chance that MIBR can potentially pull off an upset?
Parker is going to be tough, right? I mean, I think W7M on paper are a much better team than MIBR are, and W7M also on Chalet have been playing very well. They beat Liquid, Vivo, Keydstars, Black Dragons, Los, and E1, and a tier 3 team over the offseason. So they've beaten a lot of good teams, a wide variety of teams over the summer. In stage 1, they also took down this E1, Fluxo, NIP, and Furia all on this map. So Chalet is very good for W7M. I think it's going to be a tough task. I'm a little surprised MIBR wanted to go here. It's a map that they play as well. It's not going to be new for them. In fact, over the offseason, they got some big wins. They beat Black Dragons. They even beat FaZe Clan in Supercopa do Brazil. So there was some great wins for MIBR as well. I just don't know if I hold them to the same level as W7M on a map like Chalet.
Now let's bring up the lineups and go through the players on both of these teams. We'll start with MIBR's roster, which on paper is honestly not a terrible team, but their results have been far from great in this particular stage. They added Machina, which is really nice, like Deus Ex Machina for those that are interested. Great name, and obviously a lot of weight on the player's shoulders. Hasn't really materialized yet. Yekt's also another name that might be unfamiliar to certain people who've watched Brazil, and my, look at how big Yekt's is. Yekt's could beat up every other player on W7M. But yeah, I mean, when you're a team like MIBR, who's, I think it's safe to say, will be playing from behind, I think you need something more to elevate your game and equalize a team like W7M. Going to one of W7M's statistical best maps leaves me scratching my head, because if you're playing W7M's game, I don't have a lot of faith in you to win, because W7M has been consistently a very good team. They've shown that they can be one of the best in Brazil, and while they didn't make it to the Manchester Major because of the way the playoffs worked out, I honestly think if they'd made it, they would have had some pretty decent success. So going up against a team on a map that you are good on should be a cakewalk for W7M. There have only been 7 rounds won by MIBR through those first 2 games. That amounts to just a single victory if they'd played one map, but they have not. So MIBR really has their work cut out for them here, and I'm very skeptical of this map choice, because you're going to favored territory for your opponent. If you want to beat them at the way that you're playing right now, you probably need to do it on a map that they're not the strongest on, and Chalet is not that map.
Exactly. And you could argue W7M are the strongest team in Brazil right now. They had tremendous success over the offseason, and then in the first week, they had to play both FaZe and Furia, and they beat both of them. Many people, the top 2 teams inside of Brazil, W7M handled both of them with, well, I wouldn't say with ease, but with grace and with some great play. So it's going to be tough for MIBR. Throw a curveball at all. W7M looking very good, but only time can tell.
Yeah, I mean, this is all obviously speculation. The matchup is going to be played in the server, and we are just seconds away from getting into our first matchup of the day, MIBR versus W7M.
Cara, acho que o jogo com a W7M é sempre um jogo tranquilo, assim. Eles vêm tendo bons resultados, mas em questão de estilo de jogo, acho que o estilo de jogo deles é um jogo tranquilo de se enfrentar.
Ah, de boa. Assim, suave, porque tem a máquina ali, máquina não é bom, tá ligado? Máquina acho que é bom. Tá pisando ainda fofo, tá ligado? Tá entendendo o que é. Tem o balão também, que é muito gente boa, o Yektão também. Mas não dá, guys.
Eu acho que eu falaria o Volps, ele é um jogador muito bom mecanicamente, de entendimento de jogo também, e sempre que ele entra pro jogo, assim, fica difícil de parar.
Tem que ficar de olho no Harry. O Harry é chato em clutch, momentos tipo que, vamos dizer assim, 5v3, 5v2, a gente tá, acho que é onde tá ganho. O Harry sempre resolve alguma coisa ali, fazer alguma parada e pegar as 2, 3 tudo do nada.
It's like a little low quality, but I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, you also keep cutting out at the very end. Like I hear like
então, vocês foram finalista aí da Arábia.
It's like you're cutting out before and after.
Calminho que a gente também tá de boa.
Bem, vocês têm que melhorar, senão a casa vai cair. Chão de
Yeah, don't worry.
Pra todos.
And we are underway with Jesse's favorite time of the entire matchup, the operator bans. We have been seeing some changes to the meta slowly but surely as shields now dominate the bans. But for defenders, things are not as, well, let's say, as clear-cut, right? You've had a couple operators that have been banned out. Kaid, Valkyrie, Mira, Azami, even Clash banned once. But there's still time to see some goofy picks. As for the side of the attackers, Monty obviously leading the way, Ying not far behind. But don't count out a Grim or Deimos ban, and oh my goodness, we are going to see a double shield ban, Jesse.
We are, and this is surprising. You mentioned Grim and Deimos. I actually thought both of those operators were very possible. I'm thinking of Valkyrie, a Castle. Okay, we're getting a little interesting here. It should be a zombie for the last one. W7M have for months and months been banning a zombie on Chalet. It's the only operator they've banned on defense, so I would be expecting that. But a Castle honestly might throw a wrench into their plans. They'll stick true to their guns. It will be a zombie. Taking away both a zombie and Castle on Chalet is really interesting because that means that top floor bomb site, any players that are playing around the top floor are going to be super vulnerable. There's so many strong window angles that the attackers can take and make it very, very difficult for anybody to play up there. I imagine both teams are going to be avoiding that top floor bomb site, certainly from MIBR, banning that Castle. They easily would have anticipated that a zombie ban as well. That's going to honestly make this a really interesting game. And then we see both the Monty and the Blitz banned out. I was kind of wondering if we'd even see a shield ban just because neither of these teams really favor shields. But I guess they're both just so afraid of how good shields are that they both agree we'll take them out of the game anyways. And that's honestly fair enough. We've seen Monty and Blitz dominate throughout this stage and even towards the end of last stage as well. These two operators were very, very oppressive in the meta. So some fun bans for sure. You know, I'm glad that if MIBR couldn't throw a curveball in the map bans, they've at least thrown one in the operator bans.
It is our first Blitz ban in Brazil. It is our first Castle ban in Brazil. It is our 5th Azami ban and our 8th Monty ban. Yes, that's correct. 8 Monty bans. This is the 11th match, by the way. So he's been removed in all but 3 of the matchups. I'll give an extra cookie to anybody who's able to figure out what those 3 were. We don't have those stats handy. Either way, we have seen a variety of teams bringing a Valkyrie all the time and getting countered by the bevy of drones that can be brought by the attackers. Obviously, the Kludge drone from Brava is a big one, steals your cam away from you. Dokkaebi can hack cams as well, and even though she's seen some changes to how her utility is used, her main gadget now generates over time, and you have to wait before you can use it. Well, okay. Donis dies immediately to Machina, who just jumps on in and kills the Valkyrie, who had been playing not completely isolated upstairs, but the only one to help is the Legion of Loben, and he's not going to be much of a factor. Another for Machina to find Loben as Gomez gets taken down by Volps. An excellent start by MIBR, and W7M find themselves down 1 player.
Yeah, you talk about having to wait with those Dokkaebi calls, and normally you would, but Machina waits for no one, and that's a lesson that W7M are starting to learn the hard way. Machina was brought into this team on MIBR to be a pure entry player. He took 75% of the opening engagements on attack last week, way more than even the most steadfast entry players that we see on the majority of other teams. So he does his role. He does it well. You know, he's certainly very strong in this. He wins about 56% of his opening engagements, which is pretty solid, especially with the incredibly high sample size that he's been getting into. So a 2K entry will feel really good. You've decimated this roam game with both Dodes and Loben, arguably 2 of the best players on W7M, taken off the board right off the bat. There's still some good utility on the side of W7M, right? Kaid and Tubarao, really strong operators, especially to keep those walls closed, keep the hatches closed, make things a little bit difficult. You can see their ability to slow these players on the library stairs as well. But it's really going to be up to MIBR to formulate this attack. 45 seconds now. They've got 4 players alive. W7M, if they give them some swings, I don't advise it. They might be able to get a pick to start things off. And actually, no, look at this. W7M don't feel comfortable on their side hold. They're going to go for a flank.
And all that caliber destruction being done by the TCSG now in the final 30 seconds. MIBR lost Gomez early on. Bullet and Machina have been taking quite a beating, but are still trucking. And there go the Zoto canisters that are actually misplayed by Dots, who was looking to ice out the competition on the stairs. Damage being done now as he's wary of a push from Blue. Volps yet another kill. It's Dots and Volps to hold this one, and oh my. It might be a shotgun, but it acts like a DMR, and the advantage now goes in favor of W7M. Every member of MIBR wanted that fight down the main stairs. The only players away from that push were handled deftly by Volps. And round number 1 goes to W7M.
And what fantastic anchor play coming out from Dots. That should have been a lock for MIBR. Their early round went so good. Machina did his job splendidly. And then when W7M tried to get aggressive, they tried to make some plays happen. They weren't really successful. The flank up West Main didn't net any kills. Then the player that was pushing up Library Stairs got taken out as well. The problem is they just didn't have enough control when they were going for that execute. They tried to plant just on the bookshelf, but there was no counter to the C4 that was being held. I was a little surprised by the fact that they were going so aggressive on W7M because I thought that site utility was pretty good. But even though they went aggressive and even though that aggression from W7M didn't come into effect, it didn't work out successfully for them, the site util was so good that there were no problems with it. You saw that MIBR, they tried to push down those library stairs to counter Dots in his position inside the blue hallway, but just couldn't get it done. A nasty shot would close that down, and then a perfect C4. That's just the ability of teams like W7M. You know, when you're so good like W7M are, you can take even the worst situations in the early round and turn it into gold in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, MIBR's pace was actually very good, all things considered. And I think that might have been some cause for concern for W7M, but when you've got two extraordinarily good support players holding down the fort, well, you're going to be in good shape. Volps showing that while maybe he wasn't the best fit on Liquid, that the teams he plays on, he can make better. And he himself is exceptionally talented across the board. MIBR just learned that one the hard way. I like the utility being brought by these teams. 1 Nitro Cell, Bulletproof Camera, Proximity Alarm, and 2 deployable shields for the defenders. On attack, every single player bringing a different secondary piece. Claymores, flashes, smokes, a hard breach canister, and then those frag grenades as well. It gives MIBR a lot of options to attack this site, and attack it, they might do so quite early. Oh my, almost a missed opportunity for Rare, but he manages to secure onto Dash, and down goes the Fenrir. Yet again, an early pick from MIBR. That's 2 rounds in a row.
Rare making great use of that new Nook buff that came in with the most recent patch. You can now stay invisible to cams effectively forever, assuming you're not sprinting around the map. So Rare getting some great value out of that to sneak in, find an opening pick. He then rotates all the way to the top floor. This is the strength about Nook, right? You can stay elusive. You can keep your opponent guessing, deny all sorts of information. And again, we see Volps trying to get aggressive, trying to stop some plays from Rare, but Machina is there for the cross. The teamwork has been really good. It's another early round that heavily will be favoring MIBR. But we've seen this story before. We know what happens when things get rough, and this time the aggression from W7M in the 3v5 does pay off. Loban, a big swing to take down Bullet. His shield is still existing as well. They don't have great utility to deal with it. There's probably one more nade being held by Rare, and Dots isn't done with the aggression just yet. This flank could be huge if they don't have a drone set up for it.
There's one player by Piano that Dots is going to be looking for, very quietly crouching up. Proximity alarm to go. No! Dodez has the angle. Thought he did. Gomez beats him. Machina and Rare finish up, and MIBR win that round. They were in excellent position to win the first round. They came up a little bit short after running into the 2 anchor players of W7M. It could be a 2-0 for MIBR, but that is not what the scoreline will read. W7M stealing that first round puts them in much better position, but I think it's safe to say, Jesse, the start for MIBR already much better than any of us expected.
Oh yeah, I'm really impressed with these pushes, honestly, from MIBR. They seem to be very aware of the movements of W7M. They're ready for all of the things that come out when they get this early advantage. The entries are going super well for them. Machina's been playing super well. You see 4-1 to start things off. That's exactly what you want to see from this young rookie. And then again, that really excellent Nook play from Rare, getting him on the board. Often not the fragger that you see from MIBR, not a player you'd maybe expect to be grabbing the Nook. He went 6-16 last week. He was the lowest fragging player on the team. So to see him stepping up and having big impact early in the round is excellent to see. That'll be his first ever opening pick on attack this stage.
That's quite the stat line, isn't it? Not
well, again,
exactly.
when Machina's taken 75%, there's not a lot else to go around.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of Mira play. One of the more banned defenders, and oh my. 3 rounds in a row, W7M have forfeited that first pick. 3 rounds in a row that MIBR have started things off positively, and it's Yek's turn to do that on Striker. Look at this lineup for MIBR. They can hit the site directly, and there goes Dash as well. Machina doing excellently in these early rounds, carrying that play through all 3 rounds of action now. That's a nice debut from the newer player, and W7M, with 2.5 minutes to go, is in a 3v5.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be. Again, W7M put into the position where they're going to need to go aggressive to try to equalize this man count, but MIBR have been so ready for it every round thus far. It's another early couple of picks. Those 2 frags likely coming from outside the building. You got to imagine maybe some castle barricades, some Kiba barriers would have helped protect those defenders in the early round. But of course, with the operator bans, neither are available. What can you do on W7M to grab this back? It's Dodez on the office balcony. Loban is top floor as well, able to go aggressive. But look how good these drones are. Any move that W7M try to make, MIBR are aware of. They're calming to their teammates. They're smartly watching for these angles, and now Dodez on a drone. If he takes this gunfight on the office balk, he's not going to be favored.
The Twitch drone just provides them a little bit more intel as well. We did ride along and got to see what they could possibly do. Rare, that was a joint flash. The Solarium window, too little too late for W7M to capitalize off of. Yex having a huge round, all 3 kills so far. One more to be had. A quad is on the table. Dots sitting by a destructible wall, by the way. You can shoot right through that. And it's Gomez to get the final kill from an angle that Dots was not anticipating. A flawless round from MIBR. I'm going to keep hammering this point home. This could be a 3-0, but it is not. W7M did salvage that first round, but MIBR are, safe to say, in full control of this matchup.
Excellent performance from Yex. Again, it is, I like that word, control. They're controlling the game from start to finish. Despite one poor execute in the very first round, they have been absolutely dominant. You mentioned him, Yex, a big performer, big 3K come through from that round. Yex briefly teamed with Loban back in Tier 2 in 2022 on a team called, and I'm going to butcher this, Viuvas do Tier 2. They got 3rd in Copa do Brazil Stage 1 2022. So some rivalries coming up. It's been a while, but I'm sure that Yex is excited to get some rounds, not only over his former teammate, but also one of the best players in the entire world. The level that people talk about Loban is pretty exceptional. He has consistently been a huge performer on the biggest stages that Rainbow Six Siege has to offer. To see W7M struggling in this game now is, frankly, just completely shocking.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the earliest tactical timeouts I can ever remember W7M taking as an organization, as a team. So trouble in paradise, I suppose. And for W7M, who we talked about in the pre-show, they had an opportunity to go 2-0, or sorry, 2-0-0, because they are undefeated, but one of those wins came in overtime. They tackled FaZe Clan in OT. This W7M team is really not suffering through this schedule. They've got MIBR today. They've got Team Liquid tomorrow, which will be a challenging matchup. But then Black Dragons follows that. The new look of Nip will be an interesting one in the matchup that follows. And then they've got Fluxo, who, despite the surprising result the other week, Fluxo losing to FaZe Clan 7-8 in OT in our most recent play day, you have to wonder if Fluxo can keep that up, or is this still a basement-dwelling team, very similar to what we saw from Stage 1. So MIBR, or W7M rather, has not a challenging schedule for them. If they lose to MIBR here, I start to get a little bit worried, because that opens them up to potentially losing to other quote-unquote lower competition, of which they'll be facing a bunch. And that's obviously not to speak of the fact that they have to go up against some heavy hitters after that. They have gotten FaZe out of the way, which is good. Yeah. But, you know, Ninjas in Pajamas looking quite strong. Team Liquid looking like they've bounced back. E1 undefeated in regulation. But that's not until the very final week that W7M will battle them. So you have to win this matchup. And for the 4th round in a row, Jesse, MIBR will get the opening pick.
God, they're so good with these entries. It's been so impressive from MIBR. Love to see that coming out from them, and they've been converting the vast majority of them. Now we'll see with 2 more roamers dead from W7M. They took their tactical timeout, but it didn't seem to matter. You saw the drones that were being utilized by MIBR. They're all around this top floor. The intel is being displayed so perfectly. Just as I mentioned it, more drones come out. They've also got the Lion scans. They've also got the Deimos tracks. They are in no shortage of information. And finally, it looks like Dodez is going to get a kill in return. But does this get traded? There's a guy on the bathroom window. There's more players up on this top floor who are trying to punish it. And there it is. Yex immediately finds the trade on it. Even when they're not able to find these picks, the trades are so perfect from MIBR, and there's nothing W7M can do about it.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I blinked and 3 more people from W7M had died. What on earth is going on? This tactical timeout obviously not helping this W7M team, as MIBR is dominating them. A grenade is tossed onto the stairs. It'll block Volps from getting back towards the basement. All this is done to buy time as Rare has gotten the diffuser down. The clock is not going to help W7M one bit. Volps was strong on this particular bomb site before, rocking that TCSG. Ooh, he's making the numbers quite close as he does some damage to himself. Very limited HP. 20 seconds to go. It's Gomez and Bullet. And I mean, you don't even need to peek this. Just simply wait. They're both lined up in this position. Volps is completely out of ammo, and in 2 seconds, he's out of time. Might even get the pick onto the Deimos. Nope. Gomez starts off the killing in the round. He ends the killing with the very final pick. And this is a very rejuvenated MIBR who are now streaking. 3-1 is the scoreline.
When W7M saw that their first 4 games of the stage would be FaZe Clan, Furia, MIBR, and then Liquid, something tells me they weren't expecting MIBR to be the hardest of those matchups. And I mean, we'll see. The game still has plenty more rounds to be played. We'll get a side swap in about 2 rounds, but this has definitely been the biggest struggle that W7M have started with thus far. And the problem is not even the round count. It's how dominant the rounds have been. They have yet to get an opening pick. They have yet to really control the pace of any of these rounds, including the one that they won. And you've got to give all the credit in the world to MIBR. I mean, they've been playing so well around these windows on the top floor. We're going to try the top floor bomb site now from W7M. It's the last one to come out. I mentioned with the operator bans that I think this bomb site is going to be a lot weaker than it otherwise would be, but they're going to do their best to try to survive up here on the top floor, despite all the angles that it will afford MIBR. Perhaps one advantage is that you don't have to roam as heavily on this bomb site because the attackers typically go pretty direct, either just coming in through library or maybe in through solar. So it's harder to get picked off on the roam if you're not roaming. Maybe that's one advantage that W7M can have for this bomb site, but man, this is going to be a difficult one for them already. We see them trying to get aggressive across the map. We see Volps down inside of the basement. Maybe he can get something done, but I just feel with how good the drones have been and with this Deimos that is being brought every single round by Gomez, they're in a really good spot to hunt him down and get that kill early as well.
Really just not a great spot to be in for this team of W7M. And it's honestly, it's some of the lowest quality gameplay we've seen from W7M in a while. I can't just talk about their woes because there's something immediately evident to me about W7M that they're doing wrong. It's actually MIBR doing basically everything right. We keep an open line with some of our analysts, and one thing, oh my, 5 rounds in a row for MIBR to strike first. Gomez to get it done again, and it's Volps, the one who's dead. Terrible, terrible beginnings of these rounds for W7M, and down goes Dash 2. There will be a bit of a struggle to get into the building, but Gomez has a triple kill, excuse me? Dots and Dodez, the last 2 remaining. Rare dies to Dodez's hand. Gomez is taking quite a bit of damage as well, but now it's Dodez to bleed out. We are halfway through the round, and it's just 1 remaining. Bullet and Maki get it done. What is happening, Jesse?
Parker, MIBR are so good with the information for the early picks. They are consistently isolating these early players, tracking them with the demos, getting those pickoffs, and then once it's a 5v3, they're perfectly predicting what W7M are going to do. They're able to collapse around with all of these windows that are remaining open because of the lack of castle, the lack of a zombie. Because W7M banned that Monty, I'm going to be honest, I don't think MIBR had any plans of playing the Montaigne in this round. Or in this map. I think they are so happy that Deimos didn't get banned instead. Abusing it so heavily throughout this game. The Dokumi's been good too. The Lion's been good. They brought all these operators at certain moments. Their roam clear has just been absolutely phenomenal, and there's nothing that W7M can do to win these early fights. For me, I'd like to see W7M rein it in a little bit. You know, play together. If you're not winning your entries, that's okay. You need to be getting your trades. And today, you might just need to bite the bullet, accept it, say, even if we think we should be better than these guys, even if we think we should be slamming them in the opening engagements, we're not today. So let's play a little closer together. Let's try to roam in duos. Let's try to play with a buddy system. Let's try to get those trades, because if they do not do that, it's going to be another round for MIBR. It's going to be a 5-1, and I fear that W7M will just spiral out through the second half. Yeah, I find it very striking the way that this is going. Obviously, there's no data on this map in Brazil. That's a perfect half for opening picks, by the way. A perfect half. MIBR has struck first in all 6 rounds. There is nothing right now that will lead me to believe that W7M can close this round out now. This is a dreadful start. One thing we get before each of these games is there's little interviews that all the players do. And in Dodez's interview before this game started, he mentioned that he didn't think Machina was very good. Machina just thinks he's good, was the direct quote. And I think he might be eating his words a little bit now. The game plan that's been brought by MIBR is absolutely flawless. We see Loban looking to be the next one in an engagement. He will win it. Take out the player who supposedly, and I quote, just thinks that he's good. That's Machina off the board. His stat line will not be too harmed, though. He's still massively positive. And Dots finds one as well. Parker, this might be the first man advantage that W7M have ever had in this game since round 1. They will throw it away immediately to do a 3v3, but even still, this is promising. This is a bit of an improvement. I mean, you've still got the Deimos on the board. You've still got the Ying. Unfortunately, with the HUD being in the position it's in, we can't see remaining utility. But we can see that secondary utility. Down goes Dots. Yex gets another on the Volps. Hold on a second. It's all Dodez, all the way down. He watches his team's corpse vaporize in front of his very eyes as he's in library. 1 minute to go. That's the return time for Dodez to go back into the library. MIBR will now hunt him down because why? Well, you've got a Deimos. You know exactly where he is. And Deimos will call it. He's in library. Now he's dropped. Now he's in games. And look who's getting into position. Believe that silhouette is Yex, as Dodez will now go and sit on a mute jammer. The mark disappears. He's through the soft wall. Candelas will go out. Dodez looking in a different direction, expecting some caliber destruction from the floor above. A very tough spot, and it's Gomez to get the job done. Good Lord, what a half for MIBR. It's like they were able to grab the script and write it themselves. Everything that they could possibly want out of that half, they got it. Again, barring one botched execute at the very beginning, this game has been perfect from MIBR. People talk sometimes about who the best Deimos player in the world is. Names like Spoit get thrown out sometimes. People talk about Doki's Deimos play, all great players. Gomez in this game is putting himself into that conversation. I mean, some more reps are maybe needed, but my God, he played that operator perfectly. Every single late round, it was impossible for W7 to come back because they were always being tracked. He's in there with the pistols for the entries in certain rounds. He's able to track those players and give the intel to the rest of his teammates on other rounds. He's always getting value out of that operator. Deimos can be so exceptionally strong. And Gomez, 8-1 on the stat line. 8 kills for him, 8 kills for Machina, 8 kills for Yex. They are just having an absolute blast, as there is nothing that they can come out to stop them. But we at least have a half swap here. And although the tools were very good for MIBR, they had the Deimos available to them. There were no zombie, there was no castle preventing a lot of those opening picks. With the side swap, all of those tools will come alive for W7M as well. And for the W7M fans out there, you're seeing similar operator lineups. The Damos did get repicked off of, but they still have the Lion. They've got great execute utility in terms of the Capitao. They've got great vertical destruction in terms of the Ram. So the question now is, can W7M put together the same game plan? Can they get these early picks just like MIBR were able to? Or is the mental at this point just too far gone?
Well, I would say this would be a great time for you to use your timeout, but you already used it. And it was to no avail. You lost the 2 next immediate rounds. So, I mean, I'm not fit to diagnose this team in the slightest. I don't compete. I don't speak Portuguese. All I can do is sit here and assess how they're doing from the cheap seats. And, well, W7M look like they're struggling through coordination. They're being beat out in utility. They're being beat out in terms of information. And MIBR are doing an exceptionally good job of taking that info and capitalizing on it.
One thing I've noticed just through this round so far is the opening gunfight is coming out a lot slower. They will get it now. They find the back of Machina inside of the hallway. So that's nice. It's a good pick. And there goes Bullet as well. So we have 2 opening picks, just as we were seeing from MIBR. The rampage of Dodez with the Bearing 9 apparently cannot be stopped. And with 2 players in sight, they're being collapsed on.
Yeah, this one's a tough one. It's all up to Gomez. And it's a flawless round for W7M. Just like that, it's over. Heck of a performance. And maybe this is just a dominant attacker-sided Chalet. Only a single round of 7 played. Won by the attackers. Sorry, it's still very early. It's still early. I'm still drinking my coffee.
You're East Coast. It's not even that early for you.
Okay, you know what? Get over yourself.
Well, good signs on the attack, as you mentioned. And the bans would promote the idea that this will be a very attacker-sided game. Is it going to be a 5-1 attacker half for W7M? That's, of course, a lot more difficult than just getting your first attack. It's a long road to go, but it is doable. It's in the cards. One thing that I started to talk about throughout that round before it very quickly ended was that the opening gunfight came out a little bit slower from W7M than often we were seeing from MIBR. It wasn't that incredibly slow. Ultimately, they did get it pretty quickly after I started to bring that point up. But it's not a surprise for me because MIBR are the fastest team inside of Brazil, at least through the first week of play. Their average opening gunfight came at around 1 minute and 41 seconds. For most teams, that's closer to around 130, 120 in the server. So to see MIBR very quickly finding those opening engagements was not a surprise for me. For W7M, now that they're on attack, they have a better opportunity to control the pace. I would expect them to be a little bit slower, and that might hurt them a little bit. But also W7M are not a slow team, and they should be just as proficient with these drones, with these roam clearing operators. Less Damos being used, but more Dokkaebi, more Lion. We'll see if that op comes into their lineup at all throughout this game. But the tools are still there for them. They still have every advantage that MIBR had on their own attacking half. The only question is, can they utilize them to the same effect?
It's a good question. The Bravo's been a very important operator so far for both of these teams. W7M will now bring the Brazilian operator to try and gain some information away from the defenders. You've got 2 big targets. Number 1, the Banshees. Number 2, the Wamai Magnets. But you've also got 2 proximity alarms. So if you're doing flank watch with a Banshee, or if you're doing flank watch with a proximity alarm, and those get taken away by one of those clutch drones, you might think you're safe and secure on side of MIBR, but you won't be. It'll be false pride, false hope, false belief. And now it's Bullet's turn to get quite aggressive onto the window as we reach the halfway point, but neither of these teams have really been able to draw anything out. Yex will get the first kill for MIBR, so yet another first blood right as I'm speaking.
Can they follow it up with any more, though? I mean, still, you don't want to be losing that opening pick on attack. That was so vital for the success of MIBR. And I think you've kind of noticed, as soon as they lost that player, they've stalled. There's no more aggression that's coming out. Now we see the bees, now we see the lion, and now we see the jump in onto the library stairs, but can't win the fight. Lobin, a rare miss with that gun on the lion and just can't get it done. There's a trade back onto Machina. They finally find one, and Volps is in deep. He's got the site hatch open. He's starting to pick apart these anchors. With all 3 players of MIBR back on the bomb site or Yex here on the stairs, can W7M now turn this top floor advantage with a 3v3 man count into a round win? Watch out for Volps because he's still very low, but so is Bullet on the side of MIBR.
This is where patience will pay off for the defenders. You're sitting pretty. You still got utility strewn about. You got one nitro cell in pocket. Use it at your leisure. The sounds of W7M encroaching upon the space of MIBR is made by the barbed wire. A fight from back bar as now Dots will attempt to defuse. Bullet will be the first line of defense. Down goes Yex to Volps. Volps every kill so far. Dots taken out by Rare. Diffuser will need to be grabbed as the time is about to run out. But on kills, that's what W7M will stake their reputation. And Volps will get the final pick as the moments of the round fell away. W7M's turn now on attack, and boy oh boy, they are exacting their revenge against MIBR.
Volps, the youngest player on W7M, does not mean he's the least experienced. When he came onto this roster at the beginning of the year, coming in from Team Liquid, a lot of people were critical of that departure from Liquid. It was not exactly the most amicable split, but when he came onto this roster, he proved to everybody that he would be a top contender. Some great performances from him in stage 1. In the first week of play, he was fine. He went 19-19, a perfect 1.0 KD. He's been showing up more and more, I think, as the tournaments have rolled on, and he's gotten more experience to play with W7M. Although the rounds don't look the exact same, right? The way that MIBR were winning their attacks has not been identical to the way that W7M are winning their attacks. They're winning them just the same. That's 2-0 so far from W7M. They're starting to mount that comeback. And I fear for a team like MIBR, who have much less experience across the board, not only from players like Machina, who are complete brand new rookies. This is only his 3rd ever game of professional Rainbow Six Siege that he's ever played, but also players from this team like Gomez, like Yex, like Rare, who just don't have as much international experience. You're gonna start to see them slip a little bit, and it's gonna be up to the players on MIBR that have a bit more experience, particularly Bullet, who's been around for ages, to calm these players down. You're on defense now. Hold your angles. Don't get picked off early and win these late rounds. You can't let Volps do that to you every single round.
No, Volps is just an extraordinarily gifted player who's played up against some of the best competition in the world consistently, and the numbers internationally don't lie. He's able to pull his own weight. Obviously, I think it's worth mentioning this for one reason and one reason alone, and it's that we see a lot of world beaters inter-regionally, but the moment that they have to deal with the best of other regions, they can fall away. And there's no players worth mentioning right now, but the fact that Volps can not just do this against teams in Brazil, some of these teams maybe not up to snuff when it comes internationally, but the fact that he can then turn around and do it against the best teams, that's what really shows his worth. So if Volps can get hot and Volps can prove that the attackers are the favored side right now, then a 5-1.5 for W7M is very possible. They've got an excellent start now in round number 9 as they get the first pick. Gomez is gone. Gomez, exceptionally good at grabbing first picks when he was on attack. Nowhere near the same success now that he's defending.
I know I'm hitting on it a lot, but again, you're seeing that a zombie castle ban come into effect. On the solar stairs now, Dota is hunting for the smoke player. It's Rare inside the bomb site. They've got pings, they know his information, and he's kind of locked down, but he will retreat back through the hallway. Volps continues his site rampage as his teammates start to fall around him. The site is full of bees. There's a man advantage for W7M, and it will only widen as Volps in these late rounds has been such a menace for W7M. A third from him, and it's all on Bullet to make this clutch happen. The HP is low, and he's got the vertical angle. Can he make this work in the 1v4?
He's doing some serious damage. He's got his work cut out for him, though. One pick to start it off with, but the more damage done to him, the less opportunities he will have to get aggressive on these final 3 players, and now the task might be simply too much. As a diffuser goes down, they know exactly where he is, exactly the corner, and they can shoot through the floor, which is exactly what the plan is, all while still controlling the window. Dash, never giving up that spot on the map, and he uses it so effectively to not just keep Bullet in his position, but chip away at what remained of his HP while the rest of the team got the diffuser down and secured the bomb site. So now it's MIBR's turn after losing 3 rounds in a row to call their timeout.
They're going to have to decide on a bomb site. They're going to have to decide on a strategy. I truly just feel like with the operator bans the way they are, playing on that top floor is so difficult. Like, how are you supposed to hold kitchen when every angle that you could play up above can be countered by somebody on an upside down rappel outside the building or on a balcony outside the building? You know, it's very difficult to exist as a roamer in this map. And I think both teams are feeling that when they're playing on the defensive half. Yes, MIBR took massive advantage of that, but they also botched one of their executes. And if they can't make W7M have that same mistake, if they can't force W7M to drop at least one round, this could be a 7-5 for W7M if they go flawless on these attacks. I like that we're seeing the basement come on back. That's going to be the bomb site where those windows on the top and mid floor are just the least effective for the attackers. You don't need to play around them too much. And then, of course, the other player who's been so big has been Volps. Back-to-back rounds on that Lion DMR, crushing as he executes. A bit of a difference that we've seen is just where that utility is being brought from these two teams on attack. MIBR had a lot of roamer-focused utility. So they had the Nook that was being brought. They had the Deimos that was being brought. A lot of these operators that can get kills early. A lot of the util from W7M is being used late. The site is being filled with Grim. The site is being filled with Lion charges as well as that push comes on in. It means it's a little bit difficult to hold down these late rounds, especially because the opening picks aren't being hurt as much, right? They were perfect for MIBR. They've been less perfect for W7M, but they've still been good enough that you're pushing these bomb sites with a man advantage. Not only is that man advantage there, but when you top the utility on top of that, it's been difficult for MIBR to survive these late rounds. So we'll see how it goes. We're loading into this round now, and Rare has put himself up inside of Library Corner. There's a dope call that they can use to try to fish him out of this position. And again, there's great angles all around it. The question is he going to get droned out? Are they going to know that he's here, and can he take one with him?
These rounds really do boil down to whoever gets that first opening pick. And MIBR have been struggling to do what they did on their attacking rounds. Typically, you expect the attackers to get into the building quickly and try to get the opening pick. I mean, that's the whole point of this game. The objective is get into the building and either kill your opponents or get the diffuser down. If you're a defender, it's just prevent that diffuser from going down or get all the kills yourself. A lot of teams like to play that turtle-style defense. Brazil doesn't tend to be one of those regions, though. I mean, they are the region that popularized it. And hold on a second. Gomez strikes first.
And the first C4 kill I think that we've seen could be an interesting answer. If you can't go toe-to-toe with the attackers in your gunfights, well, use your own utility, bring out those C4s. I do wonder if that was part of the game plan that got discussed throughout their tactical timeout. It will get the opening pick now, and with the Doka be off the board as well, that just makes your roaming players even stronger. Not that they have any anymore. With that one pick, they have decided they're safely going to retreat back to the bomb site. It's going to be a wall game now. I expect things to slow down quite a bit. You've got the clash inside of Boiler to slow down this push if it's going to come on out. And then you're going to have these two brow canisters as well. Probably aren't going to be able to stop these walls from fully being opened, but they're going to take a lot of time. They're opening up the walls inside of Wine. They're opening up the hatch. This is going to be a very standard Wine push with full top floor control. Watch out for somebody on MIBR to go for a flank. Retaking Dining is so vital. And actually, I said they'd at least be able to open them, but with the Kaid trick, the Dining hatch stays closed. And they've got one more EMP. They've got one more can opener as well. And it looks like that one's going to be successful. So everything is open now. 50 seconds on the clock to make this execute work. The perfect utility to counter this clash. How does the execute actually play out?
And Yex takes a heaping amount of damage as he just inches his way away from the flames. Two quick picks from W7M give the numbers back, but then it's equalized by Machina and Rare as well. MIBR are just a single round away from securing 1 point. They've got the picks, but do they have the utility work? Dots gets the diffuser down successfully, but he's the last man standing, and Rare will get the final 3 kills of the round. It's a formality because, well, there's plenty of time for them to hop on that diffuser, and that will be that. MIBR grab the 1 point they so desperately need. They are no longer pointless, and they're looking to escape the basement. They've got one more round to do it in regulation.
Yeah, beautifully played by Rare. You wouldn't think that the guy who started the round in Library Corner top floor would be the one
2 more
who
rounds.
the You're right, 2 more rounds.
Thank you.
You wouldn't expect him to be the one to get all the kills in the late round as the anchor, but he comes back to site, gets that job done as well. I really like that he didn't try to play his life on the top floor. Again, it's so difficult with the utility the attackers have. He didn't decide that he wanted to play top floor and try to get kills up there. 1 C4 pick was all they needed. They all fell back, and they just played their site utility. Even though I think W7M did pretty much everything right in that push, you know, despite the fact they lost the opening pick. They had the dining hatch open. They had Capitao to perfectly counter the clash. They had a beautiful plant spot. At the end of the day, with man advantage in sight, you can rely on those strong defender angles that you're going to have inside most bomb sites and your strong guns as well that Rare was able to use there with the SMG-11 to lock things down. And as long as one player is planting, that's one less gun that W7M have. They simply outnumbered them, and they won that round off it alone. My worry for MIBR, though, is that's the only time you can play basement. Until we get to overtime, basement is going to be locked. So you now need to win some of these other bomb sites, which if you're keeping track, Parker, you'll notice not a single other site has been won on this game in this game so far.
No, I mean, well, that's just the way that it's gone based on attackers and defenders. I mean, this is an attacker-sided map. You're expecting that most of these defender-sided bomb sites, or most of these defender sites, have not been won just purely based on the way, the ebb and flow, I guess you could say, of the actual matchup. But yeah, 2 rounds to ensure that they get every single point humanly possible, and it's definitely there for MIBR, who have surprised us. We were certified haters coming into this matchup. Yeah. We did not think there was a chance in hell that MIBR would succeed, and yet not only are they succeeding, they've been dominating this match.
Now W7M on their last life. They've got to go flawless through 2. They've done it before. They've attacked on these bomb sites. They should be comfortable with it, but with the pressure up, it might be a bit difficult. Interesting reinforcements that they've got here, actually both walls between Office and Master, wanting to keep this roam extension alive for as long as possible. Last time they were attacking the site, they actually lost the opening pick, and it started to stall things out until Lobin made the jump in and started to get things going. Volp's got a couple of kills, hunting for that once again. They know these players' positions. MIBR, though, they don't have to swing. They can play their time. The Grimby's coming out, though. It's going to be very, very difficult. This player in Library Corner, it's going to be Bullet. He is completely stuck.
Machina gets 1 pick before being traded off right away, and now Yex is being hounded at the moment. Logic bombs, Bees, he is in such an awful spot. They know exactly where he is. Maybe MIBR can draw these players from W7M in. Bullet with 1 kill. Dots jumps in, slaughtered by Bullet again. It's all up to Volps, the longest tenured member. He's got to find 2 players on MIBR to keep his team in it. He's got 1 so far on to Gomez, another on to Rare, and this match plays on. But if Rare can pull it off, just as he did in the previous round, MIBR would pick up their very first victory. These will get a little bit tougher for MIBR as W7M grab those cams. Now more information for Volps, and good news for W7M. They've got the diffuser in hand. Volps doesn't need to retrieve it. Not that planting the diffuser is going to be on the top of his mind. It's going to come down to kills. Final logic bomb will go off. Rare's position given away. No mute jammers for him to silence that call. The drop comes in. Rare does some serious damage, expecting a rotate. Firing away through the soft wall. Volps will go. Toxic canister goes out. Volps has to breathe some of it in. No damage is done, though. He gets away, and Rare clutches the round to give MIBR their first victory of the stage.
Excellently done to shut it down. Of course it would come down to Rare versus Volps, the best 2 players in that second half. Rare was so good on the defense. Volps was so good on attack, and he nearly had that clutch to come on up in the 1v3, but just wasn't enough. Brilliant site play coming out from Rare towards the end there. MIBR do the unthinkable. Arguably the worst players, the worst team so far this stage, taking out the best team so far this stage. You love to see it, Parker.
I do love upsets. I'm always a fan of them. And MIBR pick up 3 huge points. And you know who it ties them with? Furia, Vivo, Keydstars, and FaZe Clan. It vaults them over Fluxo and Black Dragons. Black Dragons will now become sole possession, or come into sole possession of last in the league. And they're going to be going up against FaZe later today, which is going to be a tough one. But my, I did not have MIBR pummeling W7M that way on my bingo card one bit. And honestly, you can't even look at W7M as having deficiencies. That was MIBR playing very well and winning. We've got 4 more matches to go though, Jesse, and the desk is going to want to talk about this one. I'm certain of it. So let's throw to a break and come back with more of Brazil.
Pelas costas, hein? Hornetão preparado, vai smocar. Loira com a eliminação pra cima do Hades. Tá esperto o time da BD. Tá tentando counterar essa execução. O Esk tá esperando pra jogar, vem no alçapão, tentando marcar, posicionamento perfeito, Dafodil consegue garantir, vai vir o drop agora, olha a bala, consegue deitar, Loira na marcação, tem jogador dando cover, Loira chega, triple kill dele, Hornetão no plant, Stamp vai marcando, a bala do Loira pega, é 3v1 agora, recarregando, Stamp é o último jogador vivo, ele tenta buscar e cai! Ace do Loira! Jogo! 3-1 no placar e o Loira dá um show no banco!
welcome back to Brazil Stage 2. And I think coming into today, we said, oh, MIBR going up against W7M, MIBR, no points. Oh no, terrible. But they just proved that we should not have been worried to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the desk across the board was like, well, you know, W7M, just beat FaZe, just beat Furia. This is going to be a hard one. And then all of a sudden, I said it, I said it. They have to have a strong attacking half, and they absolutely did. I mean, they went 5 for 1, but out of those 5 for 1 rounds, they actually got 6 of those opening engagements, which obviously was setting them up for a lot of that success, but they were just keeping that man advantage the entire time.
Yeah, I think this was a very great game from their end, and I think if anything, this is a huge boost of confidence going into the rest of the stage here, because not only do they get the points finally on the board, they take those points away from W7M, and that is a huge statement to be making. But let's have a look at the highlights particularly, because this game, to be completely fair, as much as MIBR were the ones to take that win off of it, it was for a while a little bit more of a back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Dots right here. I mean, this was like my only notes that I had for them in that first half was Dots played that spot beautifully. He was the anchor there. He's the one that won him that round. But then we didn't talk about W7. I didn't talk about W7Ms at all throughout the rest of this. And that round right here, actually in the beginning, the beautiful thing about this round, the Brava actually hacked the proximity mine, so they didn't have to set up a flank, which then W7M, their own utility got used against them, which completely ruined that flank. And it was a beautiful play from the Brava, whoever was on that at the time. But I mean, Machina specifically, he was such a huge factor for MIBR's success here today. The aggressive plays, the aggressive situations he was putting himself in to take these gunfights, to win these initial opening engagements, to clear a path for his team, to push through that site, to push into the site. I mean, you got to give credit to this kid and what he was doing today. I mean, all of them across the board were looking extremely strong, but Machina coming into this team, putting up this performance that he did against a team like W7M, you have to give him his credit.
Absolutely. And that's something that we already touched upon earlier today. Coming into this game, we said Machina is the player that we want to keep our eyes out for. He's the player that we want to look forward to. He's the one that's going to be making that difference for this game particularly. And we were right. He was that individual that was able to step up to the plate. And if anything, for MIBR moving forward, I think this is a huge testament to what they are able to do. But to me, it then brings the question, like, we got to hold our horses a little bit, because as much as this was a great performance and it was a success and a great achievement, can they replicate this?
Yeah, I mean, it's important consistency on both ends and that learning from both ends. Obviously, I said going into this is going to be a game for W7M to lose. Like, they need it more than anything. This would just boost MIBR's performance, their what's working, what's not working. So to lose the way that they did, or to go down in the fashion that W7M did, it was scary, because realistically, I don't think they gave MIBR enough credit, because especially on their defensive half, they looked so discombobulated, disconjointed in how they wanted to move around the map. And in every situation, MIBR was catching them off. And Jesse talked about how well they were playing throughout this stage or throughout the offseason on this map. And it almost looked like they didn't even play this map at all in the beginning of the half. I'm glad they kept it competitive. I don't want to just completely write off W7M. They immediately switched halves, and they almost brought it back. But it was shut down by MIBR in that tactical timeout of figuring out, okay, maybe we need to slow down. Maybe we need to play our defaults. Let them peek into us. And now you look at the stats here. I mean, Volps, we were talking about a mechanically gifted player in that interview, and 16 and 8. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. He was making tons of headway. It just absolutely wasn't enough to shut down the MIBR roster as a whole. And again, I touched up on all of MIBR. They all were performing. Sure, Bullet, the one with the most experience, making those calls, feeding his team that information, setting them up. It's still good to see that the rest of his squad with the least amount of experience from him are the ones who are performing and making MIBR close out this game in a 7-4.
I think as well, something to keep in mind here is this is a best of one. So as much as for W7M, they might not have been able to close this out, they have an opportunity to do so in the future. Maybe not necessarily against MIBR, considering that this is only a round robin, so you only get to play your opponent once. But for MIBR, this is huge. This is what we needed from them this week, particularly because we are already in the second week of the stage, and they need those points, and they need a little bit of a glimmer of hope, because earlier as well, when we were talking to Parker, he's like, yeah, after what I've seen last week, like, I don't know, man. So I feel like this to an extent could prove people wrong.
Absolutely. And to be fair, you know, they didn't play any slouches either in their first 2 games. They played Furia. They lost to 5-7. That game was close. And again, they lost to NIP. Sure, that, I mean, NIP, that was a, you know, they got blown out of the water, but they didn't lose to anyone that's like, oh, you know, they should have won that. Like, it was a close game all around. The fact that they got the win here is extremely important, not only for their mental, but for their coaching staff, for their team as a whole, to be like, what we're doing is working. We did make improvements from the past 2 games. And the kids here, I mean, again, these are all new players for me. To see these players in action, see what they're able to do, see what they're bringing to the table, it is a beautiful thing to see, and I cannot wait to see what the next day looks like from this team.
Yeah, I also want to give an honorable mention for MVP to Machina particularly, because I do feel like that is also another play that has really stepped out. Absolutely. So don't let the graphic fool you. It was definitely a team effort, and they've definitely stepped up to the plate. And with that as well, they're able to get points on their side of things, which allows them to move up maybe a little bit further in those rankings. Coming into today, they had none, not a singular point. The standings were not on their sides, but this time, you know, they're moving up.
Again, the important thing is that you're getting points on the board. And then, like I said, as long as you can secure 6th place, even if you're at 6th place, you are okay. You are in the green at that point because you secured playoffs. You don't want to find yourself below that. So the fact that we can actually see them on the board here, they need to be on that upward trajectory. I don't want to see them get complacent here just because they actually found a win. I want to still see them improve. I want to see the consistency. I don't like when teams finally find success, but then immediately fall off because of it, because this isn't enough to feel safe. We're still very early into the stage, and obviously you're looking at these standings. Everyone is still relatively close, but again, we're only on the 3rd day, and this is going to shape up throughout the rest of the day, but there are still a lot of games to be played and a lot of points to gain and a lot of points not to gain.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least, you know, they're there. They're in the competition. Yes. They're getting into the grid of it. And it is play week 2. So, I mean, yeah, they're tied with FaZe and Furia. But again, these teams still have games to play as well. Maybe a little bit easier opponents, quote unquote, than what we've seen from MIBR. But they've made a statement and they've proven themselves. So I'm looking forward to see how this is going to be playing out, because we are ready to head into our 2nd game of today. And that is going to be NIP against Fluxo. Now, Fluxo, as we just saw on the standings, have 1 point, but that point is because they pushed FaZe to overtime.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the same situation here. I'm sure the desk now, and we're gonna say, you know, this is probably a game that NIP is just going to blow Fluxo out of the water. And now I thought that was going to be the case going into game 2 where they were going against FaZe. Obviously, that went neck and neck. You're looking at Pino and Mitrix's stats here. I did touch up on Mitrix during that first day. I didn't think he was performing to the best of his abilities. Pino has always been a wonderful performer throughout NIP. He's a long-standing player, long-standing alumni of this roster. I mean, these 2 players really are going to duke it out here. But again, it comes down to that team environment, that team dynamic where NIP just naturally has that over this roster. But again, I don't want to necessarily write out Fluxo. Sure, they might not have got the win against FaZe. They did get 1 point, but they did push them to the limit. And they did show that they did learn from their mistakes of versing Keystars going into that FaZe match. Whereas NIP here, obviously just recently coming off of a 7-2 win over MIBR. It's another situation where it's like, yes, NIP should probably win this matchup statistically, roster-wise, but we almost did see an upset. We just recently just saw an upset, and we almost could have seen an upset in Fluxo's match against FaZe.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is Brazil League. Literally anything can happen, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is another overtime or the underdogs are the ones to take the win. MIBR has really set the stage for the rest of the day, for the rest of the stage, if I do say so myself. So I'm looking forward towards how this one is going to be played out. But also something to keep in mind there, as you've already touched upon, when we're looking at NIP, it's a roster that has been through a lot, not just regionally, but also internationally. So when it comes to that experience, when it comes to that veterancy, they are ahead miles.
Yeah, I mean, one who really sticks out to me, especially during the start of this stage, is Fantasy. He has been the spearhead, the javelin for this roster of getting the job done. getting into those nitty-gritty spots and taking these gunfights and opening so much of the map for this roster that allows everyone else to find success, play into their role, slot everyone into a position. So going into this matchup, Fluxo is really going to have to be aware of where Fantasy is at all times throughout this game, because he is going to be the one that is going to bring the hurt. And once you get rid of him, you still got the rest of these other 4 guys on the roster to look out for. But again, I want to specifically hone in on Fantasy here because he has been making such a pivotal improvement for this roster in terms of how aggressive they can be.
Yeah, they're going up against Fluxo, and I think when we're looking at Fluxo, I feel like initially looking at this roster, we were saying, okay, this is a roster that has decided to stick together. They haven't necessarily won anything during stage 1. They were very much struggling to get points on the board back then. No changes were made. Was this the right call? Initially on day 1, it definitely did not look like the right call at all. It was a 7-2 against Vivo Key, 4 Vivo Key stars. But on day 2, I feel like that's when we saw glimpses of what a team that sticks together throughout a prolonged period of time could potentially do, and what their skill ceiling could look like.
And that's the thing, you know, and then we highlighted Mitrix here as the head-to-head player. Even in his last game, he went 7-10. He wasn't the worst. Astro actually was the worst statistically speaking, but this is going to have to come down to a team. If you guys aren't making any roster changes, that comes down to a whole team dynamic where everyone has to be performing. You can't just put it on one player's shoulders at that point, because clearly if you put it on one player's shoulders and you didn't find success last stage, then clearly now this has to come down, if you ain't making a change now, that this has to be a roster improvement as a whole from every single player individually here, that anyone needs to be stepping up, but alongside that, everyone needs to be able to back that up and support that, whoever might be taking lead. But again, it comes down to the roster environment for this team because they didn't make a change after the poor performance of last stage.
I think as well to take into consideration here is the fact that last stage they didn't win anything. So necessarily when we're looking at this head-to-head between these 2 teams, I mean, of course, NIP would be the one to come out on top because, you know, Fluxo has struggled for a very long period of time to get any win on those boards. And if anything, I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be approaching this matchup after their win, because it's a confidence boost. Well, it wasn't a win, but it's an OT. It's a confidence boost. We can match toe-to-toe with these big dogs, these teams that have been in the top standings for a very long period of time. And that's scary to look at, because when you're looking on the other side of things, the NIP, this is a team that has historically been doing well, but they have their moments where it's like, oh yeah, that's just an NIP one dragging it out a little bit longer than it's supposed to be. So I don't really know where to put this.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it just more goes into the fact, especially for Fluxo here, and it's a similar situation with the MIBR W7M match, is NIP has everything to lose here. Fluxo is just gaining more experience, gaining what they need in order to find that foundation that's going to push this roster to the top. So it's more important that NIP really goes out the gate swinging here and shuts down Fluxo and any opportunity, and not giving them any glimpse of hope of finding success in this game. But again, it goes back to Fluxo as well. They also need to be coming out the gates hot here, learning from what they just recently had against FaZe, where they went wrong, and applying it. We just saw MIBR do it. The question is, can Fluxo do it now?
I mean, potentially, possibly, maybe. Let's have a look at the top 10 EPS for Brazil League so far. I don't want to jinx this matchup particularly, because, you know, we were saying, oh, MIBR is not going to do anything against W7M. They won that one, so anything can happen. But Fantasy here is a player that's coming out on top, and Hades is on number 7. So for NIP particularly, they're in a pretty good spot.
Yes, and this is exactly why I highlighted Fantasy specifically for this reason. He has been a huge pivotal piece and a roster change for this team. And this is the player that you're going to be watching throughout this game that's going to be creating these opening engagements, that's going to be taking the spearhead of this NIP roster and then pushing them into these sites, even on the roam. So it's really going to come down to Fantasy to see if he can find that success that we've been seeing, which I don't doubt that he's not going to find that success, but how is Fluxo going to deal with that? And then after dealing with Fantasy, how are they going to deal with the rest of the 4 from NIP? That's what I'm really curious to see here, because a lot of teams can't shut down Fantasy. And like I said, if you were to show me just the 2 teams without any context behind it and just the players on the team, you're naturally, in my opinion, you're going to go with NIP in any situation.
Absolutely. They are looking like the stronger ones, but I think as well something to take into consideration here is that anything can happen.
Yes,
okay, we
it can.
jinxed it last time. We're not doing it again. Don't come for us as your predictions are wrong. Like, it's not our fault, but let's have a look at the map veto. Let's see where we're going to be taking things, because last time around when we were looking at Chalet, we said, okay, this is a map where you really need to be aggressive. You really need to get your attacks under lock and key. But for this matchup particularly, I'm looking forward to see what the teams are going to be bringing forward in terms of creativity, but also in terms of aggression, because we are going to be going to border.
So, I mean, yeah, I mean, you want to talk about aggression. This is going to be a map of aggression. These are going to be highly contested areas, and key positions that you're going to be looking for is going to be top east, break room, CCTV, and dome specifically. These are going to be highly contested areas that you can also, on the defense, you can play these areas from a long angle and get tons of coverage. So it's going to be important for the defense here, whoever's going to be starting on defense, to be able to facilitate and move around the map accordingly and putting players and slotting them into positions where they need to be and be able to rotate to. And then for attackers, taking those key positions of, like I said, top east, into break, into CC, getting those crossfires into dome. So it's going to be really pivotal here once again on attack to be able to push into these points, but more of a force here on defense to be able to shut down those power positions and not let the attack get into those key points of the map in order to take control.
Looking at the map stats as well, though, it's really important to note that neither one of these teams are on the worst nor the best performance teams when it comes to border particularly. So for both of these teams, it gives them room to, I guess, be maybe a little more creative, or also room to prove themselves in that regards, because of the fact that, yeah, I mean, they're not the best performance team, so they're not a Furia, but they're also not the worst performance team. They're not a Liquid, so they're kind of falling in the middle. And I think that further emphasizes that this could be potentially a bit more of a equally matched game between NIP and Fluxo, rather than, oh, you're going worst team against best team on this map.
Yeah, this is going to come down, like I said, this is going to come down to a lot of gunfights in these key points of contention. It's just a matter who's going to have the better shot here. And again, like, I have to put that with NIP specifically, and Fantasy is, again, he is going to be the entry force for this roster. But if Fluxo on that defensive half can just stop Fantasy from getting into the building or finding these key spots where they're weakened, it is going to be hard for NIP to get into this map if Fantasy can't even do it. Because again, you saw in that defensive win rate, this is a defensive sided map, and it goes into that of what I was saying is holding those highly contention spots on the map of, again, top east, break, CCTV, into dome. If Fluxo can play a solid defense here, attack will be a little hard, but again, if you can just find 2 rounds on attack and you can just shut it around on defense, you will look good here. But again, it's a matter of, if you're learning from the games you just lost from and applying that into this border game, that is going to be the biggest testament for Fluxo. And for NIP, I think this is just going to be another day of showing up, doing what you need to do, and just adapting on the fly and figuring out what the next solution is to get the round underneath your belt.
I thought you were going to say for NIP it's going to be another day in the office. I mean, of course it is for both of these teams, because this is kind of what they do for a living. So let's bring in our casters, Jesse and Intero. I mean, last game, guys, we were all wrong. MIBR was the one to win this. So, Intero, are you a Fluxor believer?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you got to go with the underdogs, right? We're also seeing border for the first time, so I mean, I'm fluxing it. You know, I'm in a state of flux at the moment. I mean, realistically, Ninjas in Pajamas have a new look. This is a team that is up in the air. Fluxo surprised us last week. I mean, my money's going to go on Nip, but if Fluxo ends up starting off real hot, comes crashing out of the gates, it's anybody's game.
Well, good thing you're not a betting man, especially after last game. Jesse, any words of wisdom you would like to add? Maybe like balance out the desk a little bit. Be like, yeah, Fluxo can do this.
Absolutely, Ginny. It's again time to flux, as it was last week when they played against FaZe. So they didn't quite flux hard enough last week, but this week I'm sure they've fluxed up to the max. They're going to be in full flux as well, and they can flux all the way to a victory over NIP. I'm sure of it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let the two of you flux and take this one away and do your thing. So, Intero, Jesse, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Ginny. I really appreciate that, and spare me from having to deal with Jesse, but I guess there's no way. Is it too late for Pengu to come back? I guess is the real question here, Jesse, so that he would not be a fluxer. He would not be as fluxing happy as you seem to be. But another new map, Border. How is Border going to play out between these two teams? Do you think that the unpredictable nature of Border lends itself more to Fluxo or to Ninjas in Pajamas?
Well, for me, it's really going to come down to this guy, Fantasy. He is the one player who's going to be taking the majority of the entries for NIP, and we know Border is a very frag-focused map. What do I mean by that? Well, in Chalet, the operator bans had a big impact in our last game. There's lots of strategies that you can bring in terms of your executes and your roam clear. For Border, there's just not as much map there. Like, it's a very small map, and there's a lot of gunfights that the attackers can take from outside the building, which means that it typically sees a lot of early gunfights in the round before you get much utility coming into effect, right? Maybe there'll be a demo scan here or there, but you're not really going to be breaching some walls before you get into a gunfight. Your initial engagement is very often... it's very often going to be inside of security or elsewhere along the map, top east perhaps. You don't often get a lot of time before you get into that first fight. If Fantasy is shooting today, then that could be extremely good for NIPs. When Fantasy is on, he's one of the players that cannot be shut down. I don't think anybody on Fluxo is going to be prepared for him. But if he's having an off day, if he's not able to show up to the server, as he sometimes does, he can be inconsistent at times, then it's going to be a difficult prospect for NIP up against Fluxo.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mitrix is a talented player, but overall, when you look at the capabilities of this team, you can't rate them on the same level as Ninjas in Pajamas. NIP just has so many more tools at their disposal, and their skill ceiling on some of these players is a little bit higher now. I think we're also discounting the fact that Astro has for so long been a dominant player who's fallen off a little bit, admittedly, but has still shown some signs and flashes of old Astro. It's hard to tell when you are beyond your best before date. You've also got Lukid, who has been in the past a terrific player for various teams, but it's been a couple years since we actually saw him dominate. That said, we're just moments away from getting into this matchup. Let's not hold you from it, as it's Fluxo versus Ninjas in Pajamas.
Contra a NIP vai ser um dos mais difíceis aí, porque a gente tem treinado, os caras estão trocando muito tiro, o Hates lá, o Fantasy, tá bem difícil mesmo. Só que acho que isso é uma coisa mais que vai depender do dia, assim, que de jogar.
Confronto contra Fluxo, tem lá muitos amigos meus lá, gosto de todos os caras, o time dos caras tá numa crescente top, né? Mas tem que mostrar resultado, né, guys? Tem que ganhar uma parada aí igual a gente tem que ganhar também, então vamos pra cima.
Pô, tem que ficar de olho no Hates. Ele é um cara que é inteligente, troca muito tiro. Já joguei no time dele, eu sei. Disparado o melhor de lá.
Cara, pra mim lá tem que ficar de olho no meu mano Repola, que ele é um cara muito agressivo, um cara que ele não tem medo de trocar tiro, ele é leão, gosta de jogar nas posição agressiva.
Pô, vocês vão ter que ficar esperto aí, que se vocês não estiverem dando bala no dia, nós vamos arregaçar vocês.
Vanex, você pode fazer o que você quiser de tática e tal, você não tem como resolver nada, pá.
And it's time for Ninjas in Pajamas to do battle against none other than the Fluxers themselves. Black Dragons sitting at 0 points. Fluxo is just a little bit farther ahead than them by a single point, but it's not by much. Only 9 rounds have been won by Fluxo in their first 2 matches. Not a particularly great effort. 13 rounds won by Ninjas in Pajamas. They themselves are not flawless. They had a hard matchup against Liquid in the very first play day, losing in overtime, but then they demolished MIBR 7-2, who MIBR just demolished W7M in the matchup that began our play day. So it's really anybody's game. By just basic numbers, that means that Ninjas in Pajamas are better than MIBR, and MIBR is better than W7M. W7M is better than Furia. Furia is better than MIBR. Hold on a second here. We've gone full circle. Okay, so never mind any of that. But you said it. The man of the hour is Fantasy. If he can show up big, it might just be enough on its own to carry them over your favorite team in Brazil.
This is a fun game for me because Fluxo are my favorite team in Brazil, but Fantasy, I've said multiple times, is my favorite player of all time. I love watching Fantasy play. If I could watch one player play Rainbow Six Siege for the rest of my life, I would pick Fantasy because he is the type of player who has absolutely zero fear. He's got ridiculous mechanics, and he's just so talented. Does he always make the smartest play? Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he makes plays that I would advise against, but that's what makes him such a joy to watch. You know, I've really enjoyed watching Fantasy back in the Furia days. I think since he's joined NIP, he's gotten a little bit smarter with some of his plays. I think sometimes on that Furia team, he made decisions that I strongly disagreed with. I'm seeing less of that on NIP. It's not completely gone. He has his moments. But the one thing you can never count out for Fantasy is his aim. His mechanics have carried him through his career since the very beginning. He's a 79% headshot rating, the best in Brazil at the moment. The highest headshot rating you see on Fluxo is, I believe it's Astro, yeah, at 56%. So a bit of a gap there when it comes to the raw mechanics. Going to be really exciting to see what Fantasy can do. Again, inconsistent sometimes. He's going to be the man of the hour for me. But in this game against Fluxo, you heard in an interview, he's got a lot of friends on the squad. I'm sure he's going to be looking to play his best.
Just moments away. Yeah, this Fluxo team has been very intriguing. I mean, obviously they didn't pick up a victory last week. We're talking like they almost won the entire thing, but we are unfortunately at the point where through the history of Fluxo, despite their impressive run through the stage 1 playoffs, because their actual success in stage 1 itself, not very good. They had 1 overtime loss and 8 regulation losses. Now, they did put in quite a spirited effort through the LCQs and almost actually managed to grab a spot in Manchester. This was a completely different look to the team. And I mean, it's very easy for us to overlook this because our focus is so often just on the actual matchup inside of the group stage stuff. But when you've got the LCQs being the way they are, it was Team Liquid versus Fluxo, with the winner of that matchup going to Manchester. Liquid ended up winning that best of 3 2-0, but they were very close matches. Liquid won Oregon 7-5 and then prevailed on Bank 8-7. And that's what propelled Liquid up. But Fluxo made an impressive run, dominating Vivo Keydstars 2-0, 7-4, 7-5. Beating Black Dragons 2-1, winning 7-4, 7-5 in their matches, and then ultimately losing to Liquid by about the same that they were winning. So Fluxo wasn't by any means brutalizing their opponents, but Fluxo were winning enough to make it competitive and then eke out a victory. So yeah, a 2 or 3 rounds go different in that Liquid matchup, and it's Fluxo going to Manchester instead. That's the best look this team has had, and it's obvious from their first 2 matches here in stage 2 that they are more of the team in LCQs than they are the team that was in stage 1 group stages. But I don't know if that's enough for them to start to cut into the top 6 of this region.
Certainly, and as Fluxo hunt for what will be their first win in a regular season BR6 game. Obviously, they've had success in the offseason. They had success in the LCQ, as you brought up. 0-9 last stage, 0-2 to start this stage. They're maybe going to be able to find a weakness on the defenses of NIP. I believe NIP, if you include the stats from stage 1, have the lowest defensive win rate of any team inside of Brazil. Now, they have a very good attacking win rate. I believe it is the best of any team, so they kind of equalize out when you combine them together. But NIP have certainly had their struggles on the defense. Now, again, I want to keep in mind that those stats do include stage 1, and they've made 2 really big roster moves. And it seems like those roster moves have been helping them out. Their defensive win rate is up to 62%. Here we go. Yeah, 39. If you include all of stage 1 the season so far, that jumps up to 62 for NIP on defense if you isolate to just last week. So it seems like that is a stat that's getting better. And if NIP want to be pushing for the major, if they want to be making it to Montreal, that's something they're going to need to improve on. Meanwhile, their attacks have stayed consistent, really strong, 52% across both stages. Last week, it was a solid 50%. So especially for attack, that's quite good. I've been really enjoying NIP, and I'm hoping for the sake of the Fluxers in chat that they can capitalize on some of those defenses because Border can be an attacker-sided map at times. It's not been so far this season. Maybe that's a weak point that Fluxo can try to take advantage of. But for NIP, if their additions of both Hates and Fantasy have fixed some of their defensive woes, if that has been able to come in and fix their one weak point, which was the real thing that held them back from being competitive for Manchester, they could be a really dangerous team, not just in this game, but throughout this stage and make a serious run to contend for the Stage 2 major. So I'm looking forward to finding that out. That's the big question for me. Will we see NIP's success on defense this stage continue, or will they fall back to their old ways, struggling on that defensive half? Should be very interesting to find out.
And it's a good question to ask. If you look at the way that NIP have played their first two matches here in play day, or in stage number 2, as we head into play day number 3, NIP obviously had that matchup against Liquid that was one of the best matches that we've seen in Brazil so far. The MIBR matchup was basically a formality. They destroyed MIBR on Consulate. That 7-2 scoreline, in my opinion, doesn't even underscore how dominant it was for NIP. They were fully in control of that entire match. There was no hope for MIBR. I actually kind of felt that way for W7M in their MIBR W7M matchup that just preceded this. Players are still warming up. They're not in the lobby. I'm not really sure what the delay is here on their end, but we appreciate your patience either way, as the lobby is presumably not ready. But
actually, it's me. I thought we could just chat for a bit. I have the button to start the game. I just thought we could maybe talk about some stats and talk about these teams for a little while. I think that's typically what the viewers want as well. You know, a little bit of in-depth discussion before we start the game.
Yes, of course. Viewers historically disliking the game starting prompt. They want us to delay as much as humanly possible.
Yes.
You really are a man of the people, you know that?
Lots of people say that about me, but I think it's about time to stop the rambling now. I'll hit the button. We'll start the game as we jump on into Border. Seriously, though, guys, thank you for waiting for us. We are ready to jump on in. Every team so far this stage has banned Monty against Fluxo. Mitrix is extremely good on that operator, but Border's not a great Monty map. So I'll be really interested to see if NIP want to stick to that trend, if they will also be banning out the Montaigne, and it will be the Ying instead. That's their most common ban on Border, so that is an expected result. But Fluxo have also banned a ton of Ying on Border, so now that kind of throws their ban up into the air. They're going to have to deviate, go for something a bit strange. Really not sure what they'll go for. I doubt they ban a shield here because Fluxo are so good with them, but maybe they'll ban one, wanting to play another. They've played a lot of Blitz so far, and indeed they will take out the Monty. Mitrix, a 69% Blitz pick rate. Expect to see a lot of that here on Border today. For the last two bans, I'm expecting a Mira and an Azami. 69% pick rate on Blitz, Parker.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing that. Just one more time.
A 69% pick rate on Blitz. Slightly above 50. Yeah, just below that 70. It's the Valkyrie instead, so a bit of a deviation. Fluxo have banned a lot of Mira throughout.
Sorry, hold on. I just appreciate the fact that it's 1% away from 70%, and you go just a little bit above 50 instead of just saying just a little bit below 70. No. A whole whopping 19% above 50%. You know, the Monty pick rate 69%. It's a little bit above 25%, which is, you know, what we usually see.
Parker, in the span of all numbers, it is a very small amount above 50.
Of course.
69 to 50 in the span of all numbers are very, very close.
Right.
But it's also the Castle ban, which I was expecting an Azami. What is Castle, if not a slightly worse Azami? But we'll see them taken out now. Immediately, the Zombie picked up by Hate. So the defensive bans definitely throwing me for a loop a little bit. Some deviations from what we've seen from these two teams previously. The Valkyrie, not too crazy, but I don't know if I've seen a Castle ban on Border in quite a while. I'll imagine that that's targeted. It's an operator that Fluxo have played consistently on this map. So Castle, not really an operator that you ban unless you are quite aware of the strats that your opponents are likely to be bringing out. So hopefully that doesn't derail the plans too much from Fluxo. But as we load into this very first game, it is NIP on their least favorite side. It'll be defense to start us off.
I always love border matches. I know that there's been some critiquing of border, and even Oregon too, for maybe being a bit stale, played out, etc. But there's just something about this map that I always appreciate. The matches are hectic. They're very gun heavy. I like it. It's always enjoyable to watch. You know, Jesse, I actually had a dream that we were using the old HUD. This is the situation I'm in. My brain, while I am asleep, is still dreaming of the old HUD instead of the new one that we have now.
You're real committed to your job, aren't you?
You know, I've been doing it for a while. We are only, I think, like a week and a half away from me hitting the 7-year anniversary of my first Pro League cast.
Wow.
2017.
You're old.
I am old.
That's crazy.
I'm 34 years old. So, that said, this might be some early action here. Lots of stall potential from Ninjas in Pajamas with the Echo and the smoke. First kill goes to Pino. Down goes Mitrix. Raps is in. Cons dies for that. And, well, look, they're on the bomb site.
That they are, but they can't really go for a plant just yet. They're not feeling too comfortable in it. Astro is still outside the building with that kit. He'll jump on in now. They're fighting around security, but it's Fantasy to come in for 2 big kills. Finds Hash and Raps both going down. Lucan finally for the trade, but he also will be gaining a second trade onto Psycho. 2v2 now as the time continues to tick out. This rush has quickly devolved into chaos, but they're certainly still in it.
And you were talking about whether Fantasy can muster up a good round, and 2 kills is about as good as you're going to get for him. Pino to clutch out, but Lucan's having a sensational moment himself. We'll have to deal with the head of Pino just over top of that Kiba barrier. All the while, Astro bleeds out. They have marks on him, though. Lucan now swinging around, but Pino somehow wins the first round. I mean, you've got a hard-hitting DMR against one of the best fire rates in the game of the Vector. That's quite the collision course to find yourself in. Ninjas in Pajamas survive a frenzy and end up winning their first round.
And the pace being established right off the bat from Fluxo. They're saying, we're not going to play a slow border. It's hard to play a slow border sometimes, but they said, we're going to get right into the bomb site. What is a clear of the map? We're just going to jump on in. And you know what? I think it was a good attempt. The crossfires that came out between both lockers and security was kind of the biggest weak point. As far as the archives and sandwich push went, that was pretty successful. They had a decent bit of map control down there. They had a lot of kills coming through from that direction. It was mostly that chaos that happened from that security player that really did punish them. Obviously, if they'd taken out the security player before they went for that execute, there wouldn't have been that crossfire. But the whole point of that push was to rush to catch NIP off guard. And if you had taken the time to clear out the player inside of security, well, you couldn't have really done that. So fair enough from Fluxo. They try something in the first round. I'm never going to be too critical of a round like that, even though it was kind of messy. That was the game plan. You know, that's how it goes sometimes. You're never going to have a perfect round when you're rushing like that. And NIP come out with a 1v1. It could have gone either way. So good attempt by Fluxo. And for NIP, nice to see them continuing that trend of strong defenses in this second stage. We'll go back down to the bottom bomb site, though. Now we're here on Ventilation Workshop, and we'll hopefully see Fluxo put together, I'm going to expect a bit of a slower pace round.
Well, it really was as much of a coin toss as you can get in the final moments. So Fluxo had an opportunity, and round number 1 doesn't really give us a better idea as to which team has the advantage. Fantasy going for a bit of an ego challenge, though. On to Hashi, and the Deimos will make him pay. A lot of Deimos prevalence so far spread across every single region of Rainbow Six. We see him in NA. We see him in Brazil. You watch EU, you'll find him there as well. And there's a death mark that will now find Psycho. Look at the left side of your screen, though. Fluxo can actually see every single one of the remaining players if they want.
Yeah, they've gotten all the pings out, which is going to be nice for them to hunt down these players. There's all 4 of them are on the top floor right now from NIP. Fluxo are in the bottom floor, and they're on the top floor too, finding the big pick on the Pino, but the trade comes out from Cons. Again, with them playing so close to each other up above, these trades are going to be quite simple for them to grab, and they will do that effectively. They don't have bomb site control, but effectively every single plant on these sites can be denied from above. Fluxo have 4 smokes, to try to both bait where the plant's going down and hide from it, but Cons is on that Warden. So they've got to be really careful. With all 4 smokes coming out, can they sneak a plant in? Are they even going to try, Parker?
We could just go for kills. Hold on. Hates has a line of sight on the one. Toxic Canister will go out just to delay a push, and he's going to play along this position, this half wall over in lobby. He gets droned out, so he might be a man on borrowed time. As Fluxo hunt him down, Raps taking out Cons. Hate still has their attention. Where is Psycho while all of this is happening? Raps has been reduced to 8 HP. Hate's finished off, and now it's Psycho to clutch in a 1v3. Where is the utility for Fluxo? Are they just going to go for kills? Do they have drones still available? Only one in their pocket. Do they have a Twitch drone, though? Raps is piloting it right now, so the answer to that question is yes. Psycho needs to pick his poison. Is it Customs Door? Is it tight right into Workshop? Deimos is there. A flick on over against the soft wall. No! Psycho going a little bit above, and he almost gets Hashi, who pests a peel off of his position. If it wasn't for a reload, this would be a very advantageous spot. And now again through the wall, but he doesn't do enough damage. Creates a kill hole that is used by Raps to finish the round. Another opportunity where Nip could have won, but they aren't able to get the job done, and Fluxo sticks the landing.
My God, the game sense from Psycho. He had, I'm pretty sure, 0 intel on what was going on in the bomb site. We didn't see any pings, and I'm looking back at the round. The only 2 pieces of intel that they brought were bulletproof cameras. Both of them were destroyed. So seemingly just guessing where those plants were going down, probably had some sound intel as well, could hear that diffuse kit going down at least the first time. Nearly getting away with that. That shows the experience of a guy like Psycho in games like these, to be able to predict where that plant is happening despite having a lack of information. It's going to be good enough for NIP to hang on to a 1-1, but not good enough to go up for 2-2. Fluxo able to get that done with a brilliant final shot, taking down Psycho. It felt like a weird round to me, honestly. They used all 4 of their smokes in the span of like 3 seconds, and I thought surely that's the push. Then they all stood still. To be fair, it baited some movement out of NIP, and they got some great kills, so maybe it was all part of the plan, and if so, brilliantly done. But regardless, Fluxo going up 1-1 now here, tying it up with NIP, looking pretty decent throughout both of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite impressed with both of these teams. I don't think there's a bad matchup here happening at the moment. I will reserve my judgment as we get deeper into the match, but yeah, I mean, I gotta say, this has been quite competitive. And that first round could have gone Fluxo's way, just as we saw with that MIBR W7M matchup just played about an hour ago. So good parity between these teams, and honestly, it's just showing constant improvement from Fluxo. Maybe we weren't kind enough to them when we were well, I wasn't, because you've been their biggest cheerleader, but I was a little bit suspect of their chances. They've got Nip on the run in this third round. Hates all the way over towards the stairs, cannot get a kill, retreats back over towards office, and now it's Fantasy looking in that exact same position. Kill holes being made, and for the second round in a row, they actually work out against Psycho. I can't believe he's 0-2 through punch holes.
He's got to stop punching walls at this point. It's not going quite his way. Mitrix on the blitz, trying to boost that 69% pick rate that he had on this operator.
Nice.
Actually, I guess it's going to be a little bit lower because I don't think he played the first 2 rounds.
Nice.
But even still, this is a very direct push. I mean, they're mostly east stairs. One guy's passport, and I think NIP have right into that now. Cons picking up Hashi. These last couple of players as well. Their positions are all pretty much known. There's no real lurk coming out from Fluxo. I don't see anybody on the other side of this bomb site. Like, I guess Raps looks to be over on the bottom floor. I'm not sure exactly where he is. He's still outside the building. Maybe going to go up and try to challenge in onto office. But if they can't get another angle of attack into this push, I struggle to see how they're going to make it work out for them. With a good drone onto Hates, Raps could find a pick here, but Hates seems to have intel on his own.
He's got a follow-up through the wall. Good news for this Fluxo team is you've still got Adrenal Surges that can be used later on. Down goes Astro. Mitrix still on this shield, but he's out-dueled from long range. Pino gets the better of him. A very puzzling position for the Blitz to find himself in. Raps and Lukid in the site. No diffuser to be had, though. Raps with 1 kill, trying to keep those numbers down, but Fantasy and Pino work very quickly together, and that is the round. Nip back on top.
Not uncommon for Border, but you do see a lot of these direct site hits, and we've seen Fluxo go for at least 2 of them now in rounds 1 and 3. Neither of them really working out. I loved the intel there. It felt like they had the advantages. They could have maybe made something work with that, but unable to get the kill onto the player inside of Office, and then that was really their only surprise play, right? Everybody else came East Stairs, or they came Passport. Beyond the one Finka that was trying to push the top floor, push into Office. NIP just read that so perfectly. And even the Finka, they seem to be very aware of with the angle being held and the player escaping with their life. So, as you mentioned, great late round play coming out from both Fantasy and Pino, the young and the old working together inside the site, kind of like you and I.
Oh my.
Pino's actually only 23. He's not even that old. He's been playing this game forever.
I actually have no idea how old you are.
Really, take a guess.
I'd say,
don't say 13.
25.
That's what all of my chatters say.
25.
I am 25. Wow.
I nail it?
You nailed it. And I'm going to guess that you are 34.
Wow, it's like you were listening to me earlier. That is incredible, isn't it? How did you get it? How is so good?
That's our casting synergy, Parker. That's what that's called.
Yeah. It's well, we call it Skinnergy when teams rock the skins. What do we call it for casting, though? That's the real question here. Not sure. Either way, let us get underway with this round. Ninjas and Pajamas regaining that lead that they fought so hard for back in round number 1. That was the first definitive round for Nip, I would say. Because again, round number 1 could have very easily, as if I'm, some Shakespearean actors, verily. Sorry, words are hard sometimes. Still drinking my coffee. Still getting up there. That very first round could have easily gone the way of Fluxo, but instead, Ninjas in Pajamas are the team to work it out. And they need a couple more confidence-inspiring rounds, I would argue. Though Border is very unpredictable. Mitrix is in the bomb site in the midst of his own smoke. That's the Glaz sitting in this spot. Cons on Echo, outduels Raps. Lukid with 1 hash. He drops Mitrix through that smoke, kills Fantasy. Not before Pino can swing off of the information, and now it's a sandwich repel from Astro, who finds safe shelter at half wall to get Diffuser at the halfway point. Lukid watching for a flank through CCTV, flicking over towards Sandwich. Psycho collapsing on the case, which has been successfully planted. And now it's Lukid's job to keep Nip away from the objective. 1 kill for the ace. He'll hop on to repel, now upside down, and it'll get plugged by a Kiba barrier, giving Psycho ample time to hop on it. But Lukid, you gotta hurry. Do you know that they're getting it down? No, he didn't seem to have the information. Immediately, Ninjas in Pajamas get on that case, manage the counter defuse, and Nip have yet another definitive round, 2 in a row. 3-1 is their scoreline.
The Glaz entry tech is not one that is well understood. Fluxo do their best with it in that round. And to be fair, Mitrix on the Glaz did kill Fantasy. He got a frag as he entered in through Archives. I don't think they realized how deep he went. Typically a Glaz, that's not an uncommon spot for a Glaz to play, but usually they sit outside the window. He jumped on in and went as deep as he could while existing in those smokes. Managed to get one, and the plant went down. Just a poor post plant from Lukid. Obviously, in the 1v3, it's not going to be easy. He just kind of forgot about the Azami. He did not consider that possibility when he got on the rappel. As soon as those Kiba barriers came out, I think he realized, I kind of lost this round for my team. Certainly, if they had some more players alive, that post plant would have been a lot easier. I don't want to put it all on Lukid, but I love the Azami play in any case coming out from NIP. That's one of those operators who is, despite the nerfs, still very, very powerful. A lot of teams love running Azami, and it provides so much creativity. I remember the, GK up against W7M at the Atlanta Major with that ridiculous post-plant Azami play. Not dissimilar to what we just saw being brought out by NIP.
For those that didn't listen to us before we got into the actual matchup, Border not played yet. Chalet was played earlier today. Now the only map that we have not seen is Lair. We haven't seen it, you and I, in any of the regions that we cast just yet. How funny would it be for us to see it for the first time in Brazil, because we will be led astray by the fact that a lot of the writing will be in Portuguese, which means that
True.
it will be a significant challenge for us to I wanted to use a certain phrase, but I'm not going to use it because I don't think it's broadcast appropriate. But at the very first time that we get to cast this matchup, Border obviously will wait for more data on it as to whether or not it's attacker or defender sided. Right now, I'm not really seeing a compelling case for either, because one, it's Fluxo on attack, which means that maybe their attacks just aren't as proficient as they need to be. And Nip is still a bit of a question mark team. So we'll wait, get more information, and then go off of that. But right now, again, it's been a relatively close matchup between these two squads. It could be a 2-2 score line based on that very first round. Now, though, this is a very peculiar bomb site for Nip to go to. So what ends up happening? Well, Hashi's going to walk right in, march in, get a pick. Two of his teammates, Lucan and Mitrix, nowhere near as lucky. Astro on the board for this round. Deagle out at Fantasy, hitting a shot against Hashi. And now we'll go for the reload as he swings around, cannot outduel Raps. We still have over a minute to go in this round. It's a 2v2. And amidst the smoke, Raps dropped by Psycho as top floor control has not been wrestled away from Nip. Astro all by his lonesome in the midst of the smoke, planting the diffuser, and will now scramble in the post plant. Psycho has dropped Pino from above, and it's Pino and Psycho to work together. I like the idea from Fluxo, Jesse. Break in through jail, get in quickly, try to get the diffuser down, and make them have to scramble from that top floor onto the main floor. But while the thinking was good, the execution was not, and Nip stops them in their tracks.
100%. And from what I was able to tell, I don't know if anybody from Fluxo was really pressuring that top floor. The thing about custom supply is the vertical play that the defenders can use is very, very good, as we saw being utilized towards the end from NIP there. I mean, they had that vertical pressure, made it very difficult to get a plant down. And once they finally did, even at the post plant, it made those positions really tough. But typically, it's very easy to deny that vertical pressure because it's inside of security, and security has an outdoor window. It has the break room door. There's a lot of ways the attackers can pressure those top floor players, but I didn't see much of that. Lukid died to Pino partway through that round, and Pino was one of those top floor players, but I believe that was metal stairs. I don't think he was pressuring with his actual body up on the top floor. So Fluxo, again, just trying to move quickly, catch NIP off guard. They did to an extent. You know, they got some picks. They rushed on into the site. You saw that great Demos play coming on out. But then Fantasy stood firm as a rock inside the bomb site, stalled that initial push. And although he did die eventually in the site, he kind of bought enough time for his teammates up above to reformulate inside of security, get their bearings, and then play those vert angles so expertly well. So really like that coming out from NIP. Fluxo, again, I'm sure they're aware of the top floor, the strength of it. Just trying to rush, trying to catch NIP off guard. These kind of fast strategies just not paying off for Fluxo on Border.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate what Fluxo is trying to do, but you don't strike me as a team that is able to pull it off to the success that you need. And I mean, okay, Fantasy. I mean, I guess if you're feeling good, I suppose that's what you want to do. Go for a run out through security, through break room door, look for a pick. Don't find it, run back in, I guess.
They're going fast again here, Parker, into the top floor.
And they are. Hashi with the first pick on to Psycho. Cons will drop as well. Both of the hands of Hashi. And while they might have done some serious damage on that top floor, they're looking for more. Fantasy so far the only one on the board for Nip. He's lost all but Pino. So the two of them will have to make the remainder of this round work. And boy, oh boy, is there a lot of time left. Over half the round for Fluxo. They can recalibrate and come at this one a second time.
Now we see Fantasy again leaving the building, this time from below, and he finally does get punished. It'll be Raps up on Rappel, taking him down, expecting that perhaps from his former teammate, down that they played each other on the same squad down inside of Tier 2. Lukid finds Pino to end out that round. It's not going to be too successful from the defense of NIP. And Fluxo, with one of these fast plays up on the top floor, they're able to convert it this time. And a lot of that, of course, comes down to Hashi. I like the way that they use the Kali to get their way into the building. It's certainly creative, something a little bit new. You don't see teams running that too often. They didn't need to frag with the Kali. They just opened that up. They allowed some pressure from Hashi to get on in, find a couple of picks. Then they followed up with a third up on the top floor. Good try from the last two players on the side of NIP to try to make some aggressive moves and make that happen. But with a massive man advantage like that, it's just not going to happen. So for NIP, I think they're happy with that first half. You know, the last round didn't maybe go the way that you wanted to, but that's okay. A 4-2 split, I think, on border is still going to be quite favorable. Now you get to move on to attack. And if they want to, they can do their own set of aggressive, fast plays.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very intrigued to see the way that NIP, with all the players on their side of things, pull this one off. Fluxo are running with a Caveira, by the way, and that is not a bait. A Caveira and an Oryx working in conjunction with one another. I mean, Oryx actually used to be a pretty decent pick on this map. Yeah. Because you would find they'd have the 1.5 times on their T5, a gun with a decent fire rate, decent damage, very minimal recoil, and a 1.5 scope. Why not? You're also the fastest operator in the game, so you can hop and skip and jump your way across the map faster than anybody else. Oryx still has that latter part working for him, but with the 1.5 scope being removed, his fragging potential has definitely gone down, and there are other operators that you'll see get brought for their utility, so the Oryx is an interesting choice in and of itself. But add the Caveira to the mix in the hands of Astro, and things could get real messy for NIP if they do not do their proper work to ensure they're cutting off flanks, because you've got two flank operators on the side of Fluxo.
The key thing here is going to be, can you drone the Cav? Because Deimos, an excellent Cav counter, but you've got to ping her first. You've got to actually be able to scan her so that you can use that Deimos tracker to hunt her down and find her. I don't think they've done that yet, Parker. I don't think they realize that there is a Caveira down on the bottom floor. I talk a lot about how border can be very frag focused, the util not always the most important. And now that Deimos extra not gonna be important, wraps. Two huge kills. Fantasy and Hates fall one by one. A super shorty takes down Cons as well. We're talking all about the Cav, we're talking about the Oryx, but maybe we really should have been talking about this Warden, the massive impact that he was able to have. Hashi onto Psycho as well. It's a Glass and a 1v5. You never want to be in that situation, Parker, and he falls very, very quickly.
Every single member of NIP dies around the bomb site upstairs, either by the office door or archives door or by the armory door on security balcony. And where is the Cav? Well, Astro is asleep down on that first floor, waiting to be woken up by his slumber. Hey guys, wake me up when something useful happens. But then everybody dies, and Astro gets to sit there and go, all right, guys, really great job, everybody. And that's it. The round is over. Lukid also on that door helped collect that third kill as NIP had stacked up on security. That just left Pino in an unwinnable position as he gets swung by Mitrix immediately inside of Archives. And we got ourselves a ball game here. Both tack pauses are still available. Timeouts can be used whenever they would like. And right now, neither team is blinking. They're just doing what they need to do. We're going to see another Caveira because you know what? It is entirely possible that this pick by Astro on the previous round went unseen by Ninjas in Pajamas. If he hid down below the whole time, they might not have been aware of the Cav being on the board. So why not try it yet again? With this being the ventilation workshop bomb site, you're going to need to take the top floor control before pulling off a successful execute. That means NIP will approach the bomb site in a very similar way to that previous round. It did not work for them when they were attacking Armory. It did not work for them when they tried to attack Archives. What about now? They're going to go towards these same avenues, and if they don't expect a Cav, they could be caught off guard and lose yet another round, but in a very different way.
And we were just watching Fantasy's POV. I don't know if you caught it. Fantasy has scanned every player on Fluxo except for Astro. So they know all four operators except for the Cav. They're not going to be aware of this play. I think you hit the nail on the head. Cav's biggest weakness is when she gets found out. When the enemy team is expecting a Cav, it's very easy to counter her. But if Astro didn't get spotted in the last round, why not run it back? They will get some drones inside of security. That's the Legion being spotted out of Lukid. So the drones are strong, and Astro's going to have to be very careful. It's not a big map. It's easy to run a drone through the entirety of this map of border. So he's going to need teammates shooting drones for him. They're also likely to go for a bit of a direct hit here. I don't know if their plan is to clear all of the top floor. They've got some intel up here, but a lot of their players are positioned around the bomb site on the bottom floor, and there it is. They've spotted the Cav inside of Archives. So some intel going to come out now. If they can scan that Cav and go for the hunt, it could be huge. But Psycho is finding kills left and right regardless. with both Lukin and Mitrix going down, now not only is the Cav a luxury, but they need Astro to perform on this operator.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to hide in any nooks or crannies down on that bottom floor. He'll have to be an active participant in this matchup, which for a Cav is not usually the way that you deploy her. So get a pick with the Cav. An interrogation would be nice, and that would honestly, on its own, be enough to crack this round open. Raps will swing and kill Psycho. That's the very first pick for Fluxo. Down goes Hashi, and Astro will find one. Does he dare commit to it? Yes, he does. Knife to the throat. It's an interrogation. And information aplenty for Fluxo, as it will knock Nip off of their stride. Raps has one outside by the wall. And he's lost the compass. He's lost their icons. And Astro will rotate on over now, playing by Armory Wall. What a play by Fluxo to get themselves back in this match.
He's got one interrogation. He could go for two. Wasn't that long that Forrest got a double interrogation on this very map, playing the Caveira. So it's definitely been done before, but it's not going to be easy. These players, again, they're around the bomb site. They're all playing horizontal. The vertical play on this site is so strong, but they have Capitao. Can they deny some of these vertical angles with the smokes from above? That could be a play. They run through the site. Now they're metal. There's only 10 seconds. Parker, they've got to start planting.
Yeah, they're running out of time at this point. And Nip still don't know where these players are. Raps is found above, and now he's got a line of sight, but it's too little too late. As those smart glasses can see through the smoke, and it will reveal the case, but nobody from Nip on top of it. Astro now circling over that hatch, looking for a drop. The pistol from Cav might not be the most formidable weapon to most, but it still packs such a punch at close range. Impact's going down, hoping to deal some damage, but now Raps and Astro side by side are running out of time. Pino gets the lineup in the hallway, and Nip wins on attack.
I feel like it's pretty rare that you see an interrogation that doesn't result in a round win. The information it gives you is so massive. And Frank, I think the NIP played, or sorry, I should say Fluxo played around that intel really well. The timing was just a little bit off. You know, at the end of the day, they tried to get aggressive. They tried to run out the building, find some of those picks. The swings weren't really given to them. They got a bit of damage on the Deimos, but couldn't get anything else off the interrogation. Then when the plant was going down, again, it was pretty obvious. They used one smoke, but since there were no smokes anywhere else on the map, it was pretty clear that that was where the plant was going down. They also picked a very default spot. And then they got there in time. They almost got there in time, but just with the last second they finished the plant, they escaped. So it is what it is. Ultimately, that's not going to be the play that Fluxo wanted to see, but a good execute from NIP nonetheless. I liked that the way that they were able to make that push work. So beautifully done by them, and they will take a 5-3 lead here on Border.
It's a confidence-inspiring round for Ninjas in Pajamas, and honestly for Fluxo, still a very good look. If we ignore that LCQ run that Fluxo did, what was it, 4 months ago, give or take? And just solely look at stage 1 and stage 2, they're averaging just a little bit over 4 rounds per match now in group stage games. So Fluxo is almost at that same point. And there's still a couple more rounds to go. No matter what happens, we've still got about 6 to 9 more remaining minutes in this matchup. Can Fluxo muster anything more? I would say yes. I don't see Nip going on a tear, but crazier things have happened. They've decided that the Cav was just that experiment for 2 rounds. Instead, they'll run with the Fenrir, they'll bring a Warden, and the recruit of Sentry. A Blitz will be brought by Nip in response. Plenty of destructive capabilities from Nip and a lot of good guns also in the hands of those 5 operators. Well, I guess 4 if you exclude the Blitz.
Psycho Blitz pick rate previously slightly under 69%, 0. As Hates finds the opening pick onto Hashi instead up at the top of these stairs. That's your Azami being taken off the board very, very early. And Azami East stairs can be an incredibly powerful position just because they can close up so many angles and make it very difficult to enter that part of the map. East stairs obviously as well, just above the bomb site, going to be critical for the attackers to control. So they have that now. Psycho and Fantasy are in on the bottom floor. It looks like this execute is going to come in from the custom side. They're going to take workshop control if they don't have it already, and they're going to run the blitz on in. Psycho has defuse kit. Parker, this is the play.
And he's managed to turn his back as he smashes the bulletproof cam. They don't know this. They have no idea. They are completely blind to it. Astro gets the diffuser planted right beneath his nose, and they'll scramble out of that spot. Look at this coverage right now from Nip. Psycho an exit kill as he sprints out of the building. Psycho yet another fantasy on the board, and Fluxo is reduced to just Raps, who guess what? There's the German shield to smite him. Raps wins the engagement either way. Time still running down. Who can stop Raps? Or better yet, do they just wait? Do they even go for the kills? Cons, positioned on the window, will shut down any potential comeback, and Nip will move on to match point.
Raps had 2 clutches through 3 rounds last week against FaZe Clan. He clutched a 1v4 and then a 1v1 2 rounds later. The 1v5 was maybe a bit much, a bit ambitious against NIP, especially with time as low as it was, but I do appreciate the attempts coming out. Solid execute. They watched Fluxo play Blitz all of last week. They watched Fluxo play Blitz even earlier today in the first 6 rounds, and they said, yeah, what if we just did it better? And they did perfectly execute. They found the gap. It shouldn't have been that big of a surprise because he punched the bulletproof camera. They should have realized that, oh, hey, our bulletproof got punched. That means they have to be in the site, but that intel either didn't come out or they didn't respond to it fast enough, and the plant goes down in the site, which makes things very, very awkward for Fluxo in that clutch. Positioning was great from NIP. Now they call a tactical timeout. They're going to need to get their feet underneath them. This game is looking like it's very, very far gone. 6 rounds already being won by NIP. You gotta wonder, Parker, is that tac timeout too late?
We always say this, right? Every caster worth their weight will talk about the late tactical timeout, because if you do it when you're sitting staring down match point, if you learn from that, but not enough to start making a change in the momentum of the game, you're at a runway. That's it. It's over. You lose the next round. It doesn't matter if the next round after that, should there be one, you end up excelling. You don't really have a big window of opportunity here. You have to translate a timeout to a round victory immediately. And a lot of teams are frankly very good at that. But it is a gamble. It's a big gamble. If it had been used in the previous round, maybe some deficiencies that were spotted by either the players or the coaching staff of Fluxo could have been worked on. Maybe they still lose the next round, but they are better suited now for round number 10 than they were if they just call the timeout and have to workshop it live. And that's exactly the position that Fluxo is in. Everything that they did on the timeout has to come into practice, and not just it has to be used, but it has to succeed, because if it does not, the matchup is over. Now, it might just be that maybe the coaches on Fluxo's side of things think, okay, well, it's pretty obvious. We know what we need to do. A timeout is not going to fix that. But what a timeout will also do is it gives your opponents time to strategize. Nip being in the driver's seat, they really don't need any more time to improve. So the fact that Fluxo called the timeout means Nip also gets to talk through what they want to do in this particular and very fateful round.
And I think we can tell what they want to do. Amaru, Finka, Dokkaebi, Glaz, and Nomad. Chat, make your bets right now. Will we see a Frostmat kill? Because this is very much a lineup that Frost can capitalize off of. Sometimes you're going too fast, too quick, and you just do catch yourself up. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is not an immediate rush. 60 seconds have already gone past through this round. It will be an explosive execute. It's not going to be immediately coming out, but when it does arrive from NIP, it is not going to be a simple push. It's going to be very, very fast. It's going to be chaotic. You've got to be careful for it. NIP, they don't want to lose anybody before they execute here. If they can get a pick, great, but they're happy with the 5-on-5. Their goal is to catch these players off guard. They've got to set up their air jabs before they can go. Here's the first logic bomb, and the Amaru in.
And the smart goggles will be used, and Raps wins the fight. The kill feed alternating between the orange and the blue. And the team that comes out ahead is Fluxo. Not before Nip can equalize, but Lukid keeps those numbers close. Cons and Psycho now. Last 2 players standing. More adrenal surges to be used by Cons will give some more staying power to these teams. Psycho losing a lot of damage in the midst of that smoke. Sidearm comes out. And that's Archives control right now for Ninjas in Pajamas. Cons has been downed through the soft wall. Lukid dying out as well. It's all up to Raps and Psycho in a 1v1. Raps seems to think he's over by Sandwich. Psycho doesn't really have a good idea. Raps has fallen away. Now it's Psycho's turn to look over towards Fountain. Raps is going to continue to back away over towards the reinforced panel, down by 90. Psycho marching his way back. And I want to pick up, it's been from Raps. A 2v1 now as Diffuser goes down. 30 seconds left. Air jabs will presumably halt Fluxo as they look to come through metal detectors. Nice play by Psycho. And now it's Lucid's turn to go into the same position, but Psycho's got his back turned to him, not before the pivot can go out. Keep in mind those air jabs are there. Lucid understands this, and it will be a rotate over through Fountain, coming through Archives. Psycho has the long range with this sight. He can just play it. All he needs is a single bullet to the dome, and Psycho gets it done. Ninjas in pajamas do not allow Fluxo to gain any ground whatsoever on that second half. And Ninjas in pajamas take all 3 points. A devastating result for the Fluxers.
They won't be fluxing too much tonight, unfortunately. They'll have a chance to flux tomorrow instead. But NIP with the victory. Psycho, a brilliant 1v2 to end that out in the post plant. He's an experienced guy. He's been there before, and he absolutely gets it done there in the late round. Unfortunate for the guys over on Fluxo. Rabs put himself in another potential clutch situation. He was in the 1v2 for a little bit there before he picked up his teammate. I talked about how big his clutches were up against FaZe Clan. Back-to-back failed clutches here to lose to NIP. You got to think that that might have been a bit of a factor in this game. But I do think broadly NIP playing a better match overall. Fantasy showed up. We saw everybody else performing as well. That rush, while it didn't go exactly to plan, it is the key of a top-tier team. It is their ability to adapt to bad situations and to scrape back rounds that don't go perfectly according to their playbook that really separates the good from the great.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the scoreline is going to show you that NIP dominated the matchup just based on round numbers, but I don't think it's a fully accurate look as to how Fluxo played. That very first round, I will go back to, was a 50-50, and right, you can see in some of the highlights that have shown that Fluxo could have very easily started off with the lead, which would have made the job of NIP coming back even a little bit harder than it was. NIP had to struggle in some of these rounds. They were really scrappy. They scraped by on some duels. And then honestly, as much as I want to praise Fluxo for their strategic element, that play on the last round is a bit puzzling. Why did you not have somebody watch that wall through security while having the other player rotate over through metal detector? Instead, you gave Psycho 2 isolated 1v1s with about a 15-second time frame between them. Why do that? Psycho has a fair bit of HP. He's got a long-range sight. He can very easily just camp that diffuser and punish you for it. And it's a blunder like that that you kind of scratch your head at when you say, okay, well, if you know that he's planted by that small office somewhere by Armory Wall, why not at least put somebody over by security to try to fight for a trade so that if Psycho does get the pick over towards metal detectors, you can refrag immediately and then go for the run out outside. That's just a small thing, but beyond that, I liked a lot of what we saw from Fluxo. The smoke plays, the quick burst into customs to try to get that diffuser down, which ultimately they succeeded in, but then could not contain the NIP players who were on the floor above on what ended up being quite a linear take. But some good looks from Fluxo and a team that has definitely advanced beyond what we saw last stage. This was a team that was getting, frankly, embarrassed by their opponents, but there's some confidence here. The players are clicking, there's strategic element that's working, gunplay is good, and if Fluxo continues on this trajectory, maybe not this stage, but later on, there'll be a real threat for some of these teams looking to qualify for the Montreal Major, and Fluxo could potentially play spoiler.
Maybe not this stage. You gotta hope it'll be this stage. Back-to-back stages without winning a game would be pretty disappointing for the Fluxers, I have to imagine. Tomorrow they'll be playing Furia. That won't be any easier than this one. The world champions are always going to be a tough opponent, but we'll see what the Fluxers can do when they come back, hopefully rejuvenated after a game like this to NIP. There is some hope there. I do agree. This team is getting better. They're just not quite there yet. From NIP's status, again, really liked seeing a lot of their defenses. That's that side that we saw they were struggling on before the start of this stage. Throughout all of stage one, it felt like they were really unable to win those Ds. But now that we have NIP with 2 new players, a brand new squad, the pacing of this team is completely different. They are serious major contenders, not just because they beat Fluxo, but throughout their performance of this stage. I'm really excited to see what they can do. They are looking very, very dangerous as we head closer and closer towards the Montreal Major.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these teams in Brazil are very evenly matched. The one question mark to me that we will see later today is E1. I want to know if that team is just simply beating up on the bad teams or if they actually are the real deal. But yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas, a huge victory, and that should catapult them into first overall. But again, that's just because they played this matchup and there are still 3 more matches to go. There's a lot of movement that could happen here. Obviously, Team Liquid at 5 points, they've got a match later today. E1 at 6 points, they've got a match later today. So while NIP sit in first overall, it might just be them holding somebody else's spot for a minute or two. I gotta say, this NIP team really does look quite rejuvenated. It's not the same NIP team that we saw when Musi was on this roster, when Kamikaze was on this roster. It is a more free-flowing team that is actually being really aggressive. So the sky is the limit for this squad. You add 2 incredible players on paper in Fantasy and Hates, and you've got good leadership and structure behind it. NIP can make those players just destroy you. And that's exactly what we're seeing. But we got an interview ready to hear from our winners in Ninjas in Pajamas, Jesse, and let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you, Parker and Jesse. We do have an interview ready indeed. We have Pino from the side of NIP standing by for a quick little interview post their another win here at Stage 2. Congratulations, 2 wins so far on the board, Pino.
Thank you.
I would like to talk to you a little bit about the team dynamic for yourself. How has it been like with the new players? What has, preparation looked like? How do you bond as a team? In general, what's the vibe been?
It has been easy to adapt to the new lineup. The 2 guys that joined Fantasy and Hates are very proactive and easy to deal with. So it clicked right away, and we are playing really good right now. We're very confident. So it's been good since from the start.
Well, Pino, I mean, I got to say, I haven't talked to you in a while, brother. I hope all is well with you. Obviously, congratulations on the win. But I want to ask you, you and Psycho have been on this roster literally since day 1. And going from last stage to now to this stage, what does this roster now leave you guys able to do to find the success compared to what last stage wasn't allowing you?
It's a new energy, new motivation to win it with the new lineup. With the last lineup, we knew our limitations as a team, and we knew that we couldn't evolve better than that. So that's why when you get a new lineup, you get a fresh start. So it's been good.
For sure.
You're talking about the fresh start. You're talking about the limitations that you had in the previous team. When it comes to this current lineup, what do you think, how far do you think you guys can push it? What is the limit here?
I think the main objective here is to get to the major and get at least to the semifinals and maybe win it out. So we can qualify to the 6 Invitational. Stage 1 was a really mess. We didn't make any points, I think, for the Invitational. So that's the main objective here.
Okay, well, you guys are very much on track to do so. 2 wins already in the bag. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. Congratulations on the win, and maybe we'll speak to you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, seems like the sky here is the limit, right?
I just gotta say, like, me and Pino on lands, like, he's very talkative to me. We're close, like we were good friends, and then on this interview, it's like he's never talked to me, he's never seen me. I guess once you lose player status, it's just the respect goes out the window at that point.
Hey, maybe he just didn't know who you were.
Maybe not. Maybe because he doesn't see me in the jersey and see me with a headset on and a mouse in hand. Maybe it's a different environment.
Yeah, it's a different look, right? So he's like, who is this guy? Why does he act like he know me? No. Either way, let's have a look at the statistics, particularly for this matchup. I think as well, something that already both Parker and Jesse touched upon is, yes, this was a 7-3 for the side of NIP, but Fluxo still really tried to give them a bit of a run for their money for as much as they possibly could.
Now, when you look at the stat line, it is close, but for me, as a player, as an analyst, Jesse touched up on good and great, and this was a difference between good and great. Obviously, NIP being the great, because the thing that I saw from Fluxo is like, great, they like to get aggressive, they like to go for these rushes, but it didn't seem like there was really much behind that of what was going to follow up, what a fail-safe could be, and especially on a map like this, where when you're going into customs for a specific round, there's a lot of vertical pressure that can be held throughout all these lower floor sites that if you're not taking control of that top floor, what are you doing? And again, it shows me that you don't have a fail safe. And again, what NIP was doing really well in these fast gunfights is they were constantly playing with the man advantage and single-handedly winning those rounds solely due to that. And then when you saw NIP go for their fast rush, they had fail-safes. They had an idea of what they wanted to do. Again, where Fluxo just looked like they wanted to get into sight. They wanted to cause chaos. And then from that chaos, it was just, now what? Get bombed down, fight for the, win these gunfights. Didn't work in their favor. So again, it goes into the great and the good, and NIP was absolutely the great in every single aspect of these engagements.
Yeah, Pino also was great in terms of the KD, particularly here coming out on top, and that also allows him to get into that spot of the MVP because of the performance that we've seen today. I feel like having a conversation with Pino and having a conversation with the coach as well last week, NIP seems to be not only just on that right track when it comes to being on the server, but also mentality-wise. They're very much like, well, sky's the limit. We have these new players. They clicked really well. We know what we're able to do. Our goal is to make SI, and they're very much zoned in and dialed in to achieve that.
I mean, look at this picture. I mean, it looks like a stone cold killer at this point, especially then you look at the stats to follow it up. I mean, Pino has always been a performer on this roster way back when and even to now. And that's so important. I think such an integral piece for this roster as a whole is the older guys are still putting up numbers. They're still leading the way. We did heavily touch up on Fantasy and what he could do in this game, but we didn't talk about him a whole lot. There were moments that he had success, but it fell on Pino. It fell on Psycho even in that last round. The old heads of this roster still leading the way, still leading the charge, and it just goes to show how strong this roster is, regardless of the roster change, regardless of how well Fantasy and the rest of the guys is looking, that the old heads of this team are still being top dogs of this roster.
Yeah, that's a scary situation for any team that's going to be going up against them to be in. But either way, we are now done and dusted with the first 2 games of today. We still have 3 more coming your ways. The next one, particularly, is going to be FaZe Clan against Black Dragons. Now, this is really important for Black Dragons because they need to get a point on the board. They have to. They can't be sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. So make sure that you guys stick around. We're going to be back right after the break.
Vai sendo caçado também mais um jogador. Achou, tentou trocar, demorou demais. Luquid foi mais rápido. Sozinho agora o Dafodi. Agora o Dafodil tenta engatar na segunda agora, derruba mais um. Impressionante, Retalha. É 3x1. Tem mais um jogador na frente. Vai ver se consegue fazer o avanço. Tem jogador à sua direita também do Dafodil. Perigoso. Abre novamente para o outro lado. O plant vai acontecendo. Tá todo mundo marcado. Jogador à sua direita. Tá complicado demais para ele. Ele ainda tenta trocar. Meu Deus do céu. Dafodil no 2x1 agora. Vai tentar fazer o drible. Vai ver se consegue achar o jogador na sua esquerda ainda. Ele tenta derrubar. 1x1 final. É um 4K do Dafodil. Um animal, Retalha. Respirou. Tem 30 segundos. Tá tentando ver se consegue encontrar o jogador. Raps. Acaba com o susto do Fluxo, Retalha. Mas isso não pode acontecer de maneira nenhuma, Retalha. Era um 5x1, era pra ter engolido o cara.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the third playday of Brazil's Stage 2 for Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Ginny, joined with Lax, and we are basically halfway through the day already with the third game coming up, FaZe going up against Black Dragons. And I see you nodding, and you're like, I'm not sure how to feel about this one. Well, if we're being completely honest, this is most likely going to be pretty much a one-sided affair.
This needs to be the day of the underdogs. Unfortunately, Fluxo couldn't just pull out the win against NIP, but Black Dragons can do it against... Wait, who? Furia? Furia.
Yeah, FaZe.
Furia? Yes. No, FaZe. Sorry.
FaZe.
I was looking at the next game. Yes, they can pull it out against FaZe.
Well, I mean, at this point, they're going to have to, looking at Black Dragons and their standings particularly, it's not very favorable for the rest of the competition, so this is really their chance to be able to push them to the limit, because right now they're sitting at 0 points. Something, though, that we really need to keep in mind here is that FaZe had a overtime game against Fluxo last week, and with how the game from NIP's side against Fluxo went, to me brings the question, was Fluxo very much stepping up to the plate last week, and did that allow them to push to OT, or has FaZe potentially been going down a little bit slower, and have they not really got the pace of things yet coming into this new stage, and is that why Fluxo was able to take a point off of them?
I think Fluxo got a little lucky it being Club, mainly just for the fact Club is a just very default map. Obviously, you had to learn something after the first time you played it going into then the second time. There's nothing that you're going to pull out crazy that's going to stump anybody. So that game just came down to basic fundamentals. So I mean, I still want to give them credit that they did push it to the limit here. But again, now you're finding a situation where you're going to probably not play Clubhouse. You're playing, again, another weaker team, just statistically speaking right now, that hasn't found points. But again, this could be a situation of Black Dragons does their prep. They do their homework. They figure out what they need to do to finally find success. But again, it comes down to FaZe. And I personally think FaZe is the best team in this region as a whole. Sure, maybe not internationally, but in their own region and respectively, this is the best team.
Yeah, we're coming out with some big words, some big opinions. I mean, I would probably agree as well.
No.
Okay, you're okay. Not the words, not today. Okay, let's keep it basic. Let's keep it simple. Let's look at the players here that we need to keep our eyes out for the rest of this matchup. Soulzit as well as Hornet, two players great in their individual right, but it's really on Hornet this time around to be able to step it up because the points need to be picked up.
Well, I know we want to say Hornet needs to step it up, but even in their last game against Liquid, Hornet was statistically the best with a 73% cost. So coming into this game, he needs the rest of the roster behind him to be stepping out as well, especially Nuxka. I mean, he wasn't doing as hot, and going against FaZe, there is no room for error. There is no room for slip-ups. You need to be showing up, especially in the best of one. And again, I don't like to sound like a broken record, but you have to be learning from your losses that you just recently were met and take that and learn it into this game. What was Fluxo doing against FaZe that you can pull out today? It's to take from another game, learn from it, experience it here, try it, see what works. Because at the end of the day, FaZe are sitting pretty. They know what they need to do every single game. And I've said it before, FaZe is quick to adapt to any scenario, to any team, to any region. It's really hard, and it's really going to come down to a mind game and a fundamental game at that level.
Well, you are an analyst at this point, Black, so it is literally your job to sound like a broken record, to reiterate some of the facts that we're seeing from these teams, from these players every single day on the server. FaZe, however, as you already said, this is a team that could potentially be considered the best, if not the best in this region here. This is a team that has continuously showed up to the stage, not just regionally, but also internationally. It's a team that, if anything, they are very much well-rounded and a very scary opponent to be going up against.
Absolutely. When you're talking of upper echelon of any region, and specifically Brazil, FaZe is the first team that comes to mind, or Furia, or Liquid, any of those three. These are the upper echelon guys, and this five in general, I mean, there isn't one weak link that you could pick out from this team. They all perform. They all play off of each other extremely well. They all play the game at such a high fundamental level that it is really hard to best this team. And again, it goes back into what I was saying. They all know how to play into certain situations properly, but they also know how to adapt very quickly. And that is a very scary thing when all five of your players can be on that same page.
Yeah, and we're looking on the flip side of things then against a team like Black Dragons, and that's a team that have shown glimpses of what they're able to do so, but it's that consistency that's lacking. It's having those players step up to the plate as a team rather than individuals that we haven't really seen so much of yet here in Stage 2, and not even in Stage 1 if we're being completely honest as well.
And, you know, we talked about Hornet. He's the new guy on this roster as well, and he's the one that's putting up the numbers, performing for this team. But again, especially in a game like this, especially when you need these points, everyone needs to step up. It's not about stats. It's not about who's going to be doing this, not who's doing that. They need to be working together as a unit and being as synchronized as possible going into this matchup.
Let's have a look at the map veto as well, because we already touched upon the fact that last time around when FaZe went up against an underdog, they were able to push it all the way to that overtime. Is there any scenario, is there any map here, Lax, that you think realistically it gives Black Dragons the best opportunity to be able to get some points on the board?
I mean, it's definitely like the best case scenario is possibly Clubhouse, because again, that just comes down to basic fundamentals and not doing anything crazy. But a map that really will allow this team to work together to play tighter, not a big map like Bank, not a big map like, well, I say big map like Skyscraper, not a super close quarter map that is very tight like Constant. You need a little bit of space, but not too much space. So I think a Skyscraper could work. I think a Border could work. It's just a matter of, again, no matter what map this falls on, and again, for Black Dragons, they need to be playing together, because when you look at their stats as a team, they are not playing together.
Yeah, so map veto ready as well.
So they got Club out. They don't even want it. They got Skyscraper out. They don't want it. So that's like, interesting. Oh. That's interesting that FaZe, so I said I don't want to see a Consulate here. That obviously then comes down to a Black Dragons pick. That's tough because, again, you're not looking so hot on your entry points, and this is a map where it is heavily defender favored, and if you can't find success on your attack rounds, you are going to struggle very hard going into this. And again, FaZe knows what they want to do whenever they play against any other team, and if they need to quickly adapt on that situation, they are going to. It's really going to come down to the IGL of Black Dragons to figure out where things might be going wrong, what's going awry, and how they can counter FaZe. It is a big mental game whenever you're playing against FaZe.
Yes, as well, what I found interesting here is that Club was immediately banned out from the side of Black Dragons. I would expect FaZe to be doing that, right? And I'm like, okay, then that's not what you want to play. I guess in that regards, they haven't really seen something from the side of Fluxo that they're looking to replicate on this map here. So let's bring in our analysts, specialists, number 2, casters, Jesse and Taro. Hi, guys. I would like to do a little bit more digging in regards of the map that we've just seen and whether or not, when it comes to Black Dragons, this is the day where they could get points on the board, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely possible. I have failed to predict this region correctly. I mean, I was not a Fluxer, but I mean, I still had hope that they would be able to do well against NIP. Jesse has invaded my brain with that Flux call. But I mean, FaZe has shown that they're a team that can definitely bleed. They've had a rough start to this stage. They are definitely beatable, but I mean, is it going to be Black Dragons who beat them today? I don't know. I mean, I look at the matchup tomorrow and it's BD versus MIBR. I genuinely think that's the matchup where Black Dragons will likely get some points.
All right, Jesse, you're nodding in agreement, and I think that means just that everyone here on the desk is saying, yeah, FaZe is probably going to win this one, but Black Dragons could push them to their limits there.
Yeah, I mean, we all said that MIBR had no shot against W7M, and look how that turned out. So it's certainly doable. Anything can happen in Rainbow Six Siege, but FaZe are going to be the heavy favorites. We come to Consulate. It's a map that FaZe Clan have played 6 times this season. They've won it 5 times. They're very comfortable on Consulate. Black Dragons, not a bad record for themselves. 3 wins, 3 losses. It's a fine map for BD. They'll be comfortable here, but this is going to be a map that FaZe Clan know like the back of their hands. And so to be going up against one of the best teams in the world on one of their best maps, I think it's going to be a tall task for Fluxo. Again, this is the same thing we said for MIBR, but I don't know. I don't know if Lightning will strike twice here on the Brazilian playdate number 3.
Well, I'm going to leave you two to it because we're ready to head into the game very shortly. So Jesse and Taro, take it away.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, I mean, Black Dragons will definitely have their hands full in this FaZe Clan matchup, but the big thing for me out of the 2 teams is FaZe have looked like they've maybe taken a bit of a step back, Jesse. This is not the same world-beating roster that we've witnessed, you know, pummel NA, EU, APAC, internationally over the last few months. And not even that, it's that FaZe Clan's one most consistent thing is that they always beat teams in this region. International success is great, but FaZe have destroyed Brazil. Not this time. They've had some struggles through their first 2 days. What do you think is going wrong with them?
I really don't know, Parker. I'm not sure if it's just their SI results at the start of the year that broke them or what it is, but I think this stage has been the worst phase that we've seen in years. And I think that even when they've attended international tournaments this season, they've gotten far, they've gotten top 8, but the way that they've exited of their last 2 LAN events have been pretty disappointing. The way they've lost some of these games, they've gone out with a whimper, certainly not a roar. So for me, I'm hoping to see a bounce back game from FaZe. You know, this is a team that we have seen a lot throughout history. They've been one of the best teams that Brazil has ever put forward. But I really do hope that we see something better coming out from them today.
A hype video awaits us for FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons as we are mere moments away from our third matchup of the day.
A Black Dragons também é uma equipe que está numa crescente muito boa. Eles tiveram a adição do Hornet, que também está conseguindo desempenhar muito bem. Vai ser um jogão, sempre um jogão contra eles, mas vai dar nós.
Dessa vez eu espero um confronto mais tranquilo com a FaZe do que foi no primeiro split. A gente era uma line muito nova na época e eles estavam também num período surreal. Acho que a gente está num momento melhor como time também. Eles estão meio conturbados lá, as paradas.
Cara, tem que ficar de olho no Guto, que ele é um entry muito bom. Consegue sobressair ali em alguns momentos da partida.
Fico sempre em dúvida, né? Muito player bom lá, mas acho que o Souls e o Cyber, eu vou dar o destaque aí pro Souls. Acho que é o nosso player mais constante, assim, mano, durante anos, assim, no nosso cenário. Tentar parar o ano.
Ah, Esquizão, você fala que você é pai da FaZe, mas dessa nova FaZe aqui você não é pai não, paizão. Aqui é outra FaZe, não é aquela antiga não.
Mandar um recadinho aí especificamente pro meu mano Vitac. E aí, Vitac, abriu o olho, hein, mano? Eu vou banir teu montanha, tu vai fidar, pai.
Well, FaZe Clan is looking to make up for lost time as they end up right now in the basement of the region, on the outside looking in, technically tied for that 5th spot, but still in terms of round differential trailing, and would at the current moment have to fight through the LCQs for a shot to make it to the Montreal Major. Operator bans are rolling in, and Jesse, your favorite part of the day is upon us.
It is, and Black Dragons allowing Vidaking his Monty. I don't know if they're going to regret that one. I kind of expected a Montaigne ban, but the Ying's expected from FaZe. This next one's hard to call. I thought maybe Mira, Fenrir, or Zombie, both possible as well. They'll go Valkyrie. That's Black Dragon's permaban on Consulate, so a little surprising to see FaZe Clan take it out. Maybe just didn't want to leave that curveball in the hands of BD. If they were planning on banning the Valk themselves, they'll quickly have to pivot. It's going to be a zombie from them. Makes a lot of sense. FaZe Clan have yet to play a defense this stage without a zombie, and they have one of the best defensive win rates in the entire league. So it makes sense you want to get that operator out of the hands of FaZe. They're very comfortable with a zombie themselves. So fair enough on the bans. Again, the Montaigne's one that I'm going to be looking for. It's an operator that can be quite good on Consulate. So really interesting to see what the operators will be brought, and indeed, Vidaking will immediately lock that in. We talk time and time again, Parker, about how good that Montaigne is, not being banned out by Black Dragons. Unless they go for a repick, Vidaking will be starting off on that operator. It can be really good on the basement, especially if you want to clear from servers.
Yeah, and I mean, FaZe Clan is a team that has used that shield throughout its entire time as an organization. I will go back to a time where I don't even know if you were in the Rainbow Six ecosystem at this point in time. I think it was 2018 when Yuna was on the FaZe Clan team, and the originators of the Finca Shield Rush were FaZe Clan. I mean, APAC will probably try to take that crown, but APAC, lacking international success, won't have the same impact as a team like FaZe, who was repeatedly at every live event. But Yuna on that shield, whether it be a Blitz or a Monty, and then a Finca being brought at a time well before she was the terror that she was and dominated the meta that we saw just a couple years ago. What was FaZe Clan who favored these operators? So having a shield up for FaZe Clan always feels nice. As you can see, they've 6-picked off of it and instead We'll go for more of maybe of a conventional top floor take, and Amaru will be able to slingshot her way in, and then you'll hope that both the Jackal and the Lion assist you at tracking down these offsite players. And immediately, Hornet wants an early engagement. As he spawn peeking with a boss G, hasn't been able to find anything for it yet.
Oh, and he will immediately get punished by Handy. Handy, that's his 28th kill in Stage 2. He leads the league in terms of frags. He has more than any other Brazilian players, at least he did at the start of this playday before the games were being played. So he's obviously a player that will dominate for FaZe Clan. He has been called the best player on FaZe, and I don't know if there is much argument in terms of that opinion. Going up against Black Dragons, this operator lineup the FaZe Clan brought is clearly brought to clear the roam. They want to get picks early. They want to be able to find these aggressive players. The Hornet go down. That is exactly part of the plan. Florio will be the next objective, but they don't deal enough damage. It's Cyber with the shotgun on the Amaru. Can he find this one, though, with the rotates? No, he can't. A good headshot, but it's Handy once again hunting down these roamers, and there's still 2 more to find.
Handy, every kill at the moment. And it's all up to Ask. Cyber the only casualty, and Handy is close enough, and he pulls off the ace. An impressive start to their matchup, FaZe Clan. The question asked was always, can they bounce back? Well, Handy gets the job done by himself. Every kill, and FaZe Clan win round number 1.
Handy might be the best player in the world. I don't say that lightly, and I'm not going to say that he is, but I think he's in the conversation, undoubtedly. The way he has dominated the start of the stage for FaZe Clan, that ace gets him up to 32 kills across 2.1 play days, we'll call it. Just an absurd amount, dominating on that roam clear. The Dokkaebi ban from Black Dragons was supposed to prevent that from happening. That was supposed to make it more difficult to clear the roam. They didn't even take the demos, instead just doing with the good old Jackal, the good old Lion. They went old school with it, and they found so much success. Well played by Handy, absolutely dominating that round. Takes down all 5 players on Black Dragons, including Nushka, who has the fewest kills out of any player in the Brazilian Rainbow Six League. He's sitting at a very strong 4-17 now after he went 0-1 that round.
Waiting on these 6 picks to get locked in, and it appears that we will finally have a shield. You'd speculated that the shield would arise in round number 1. That does not come to pass. This time, Vidaking will make up for it by bringing the Mountain alongside a Grim, who will hold down these defender operators. Grim's pick rate has continued to increase over the various stages. So in this particular sense, I like where Grim is at, though I think you can make a very credible argument that Grim is maybe still just a touch bit too strong. Flores is not an operator you see every day, but if you have to deal with a lot of utility clear and you fear castle barricades, Kiba barriers, deployable shields, etc., the Portuguese operator is one of the best at mass clearing utility and also destroying both floors and walls, which is an often overlooked part of these Rotero drones. So often we see them for utility clear rather than to open up bomb sites or create lines of sight for executes or kills later on down the road. Rotero drones are being used by KDS, and he's already down to the final 2. And I don't know if they found the success that FaZe Clan was hoping.
Usually you bring Floros on this bomb site to clear out the reception desk at the top of Spiral and the vending shield. That doesn't seem to be what KDS is focusing on. I think they're going to try to drop yellow with this Monty, which can be a push that can sometimes struggle just because there's so much distance you have to cross to get a plant down, and there's really good crossfires, which usually being held right now. Hornetau with this shotgun is going to be a really important operator to shut down this push, and with a run out from Ask, they are setting themselves up excellently to defend this round.
Yeah, and they traded out. KDS getting right onto the board next. Hornetau answers back by shutting down KDS. He goes by Hornet now, not Hornetau, so I'm going to have to drop the later portion of his name. After a great start to round number 1, FaZe Clan are struggling this time, but the man of the hour, Handy, who got an ace in round number 1, is putting in some work on full HP. Just got a pick for his team. And another to be had onto Hornet, now over by Long Desk. And through that reception component, he will now be in a fight against Gudo, who looks over towards Yellow Stairs. FaZe Clan coming from the same direction, and marks aplenty for Black Dragons to play off of. So FaZe's advance has not gone unnoticed Now it's Ask on the flank. Cyber takes him down, and Cyber gets both, though Handy was also in competition for that kill. Just when you think things are going bad for FaZe, they flip the script, and they're up 2-0.
That is a round that really makes me worry for Black Dragons. They had every advantage. They had the perfect crossfire set up. I thought Hornet played beautifully at the top of those yellow stairs, denying the bathroom entry as well. They read FaZe's push like a book. But who else? It's Handy to again come in 7-0 at the start of this stage, or at the start of this game, I should say. Working perfectly with Cyber to claw back that man advantage and really do some damage to the players of Black Dragons. What can you do when they're just playing so phenomenally as they are? Strategically, I don't think Black Dragons made any mistakes, but sometimes a player just dominates a lobby, and Handy seems to be doing that more often than he doesn't. Let's Cyber get 2 kills and let's KDS get 1, but ultimately he has been perfect throughout this game. I'm very, very concerned for FaZe Clan to have done a push such as that, where they got countered very simply. The Monty didn't do any real work from King. Black Dragons had good answers to the Monty. They knew exactly what was going on with that push and still struggled to hold it down. Keep in mind, we're on Consulate as well. I would argue the most defender-sided map in the game. For them to go down 0-2 now on their primary 2 bomb sites, they'll try Piano here for a 3rd attempt. If they can't win this one, Parker, I am really.
You actually cut out when you were speaking at the end there, so you said you're
I said I was really optimistic. I said I really think Black Dragons will win this game. No, I said I was concerned.
I was gonna say you're not always an optimistic guy, but in this instance, being optimistic towards a team that maybe doesn't earn such levels of optimism is a suspect decision from you. Seems almost insincere, you know?
Yeah, well,
integrity
I like to have fun
on the cast matters, Jesse.
My fault. You're right.
Look,
My fault.
You might play your little hot take numbers boy on the desk, okay, in your Volcom sponsored pants and your very well fitted blazers, jumping in and saying, "Hey guys," in the middle of a round. But you need to have integrity when you're casting, okay? You're not allowed to be biased. Right, and nobody cares what pants you're wearing because you don't ever see us from the waist down. AKA get rid of those pants. Cyber with the first kill. Florio dead, and FaZe Clan has an advantage, and not just an advantage in numbers, but an advantage in terms of control of the site. Souls with Diffuser successfully down. 9 players, now 8, as Ask gets 1 pick, are still alive in the server. This is very bad for Black Dragons.
It's not ideal. A plant so quickly into the round caught them off guard. They've got some good frags from Ask. The IGL and team captain of Black Dragons putting in all the work that he can, but the cover is very good from King. They don't screw that one up. Ask finally traded out by Souls, leaving Nushka and Hornetau, the last 2 players up alive. They're in the site. They're trying to find these kills. It'll be Handy, of course, who continues his perfect game. 8-0 from him. Good round from King as well on the rappel up above, closing that one out simply for FaZe Clan. They just make it look so easy. There's a reason why some people call them the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of consistency, other than that W7M now Furia roster, you have to always include FaZe Clan in that discussion. I think BDS is definitely up there now as well with how they've played over the last year and a half. These are the 3 teams right now that are orbiting that best team in the world status. And I mean, you don't want to fall out of orbit because it can take a while for you to get back in there. FaZe Clan obviously had those pronounced struggles in the very first week of stage 2, but they have bounced back, and boy, oh boy, Black Dragons are in rough shape. You can see on your screen right now, 6 kills by Black Dragons over 3 rounds. Averaging 2 kills a round is simply not going to get the job done. And that is where Black Dragons find themselves. They have lost a full rotation on Consulate defense. That is almost unheard of. Now, admittedly, there has only been 1 play of this map prior to today, but it was a defender-sided map based on those numbers. 6 rounds won by the defense, 3 by the attack. Obviously, those numbers will shift, as it's now going to be 6-6 based on FaZe Clan winning 3 attacks. But my. Black Dragons strategically are not looking very good. A lot of these rounds, it seems like they're just being run over by FaZe Clan without much they can do to fix it.
Handy currently putting up more kills than every player on Black Dragons combined. That's never a stat that you like to see when you're on the 5-man team there. Effectively could be 1v5ing this lobby and would still be winning for FaZe Clan. So they've definitely got to change something. The tactical timeout will come on out from Black Dragons, and they'll go back to the first bomb site that they ran down here in the basement. But it's a very different strategy. One nice thing about the basement bomb site on this map is it can have very different results based on how you play it. If you want to roam, it's a very different site from if you want to anchor. This time they're going to be fully anchoring all 5 players in the basement, with the exception of Ask, who is putting on his best Troy Canadian impression on the Solus in break.
And the Solus is being watched as Cyber on that Amaru has managed to fly into the building, and Ask on the escape will not get far. Cyber will be credited with that kill, but I don't believe he was the one who got the down. There were a couple players on FaZe Clan all competing for that. Black Dragons have lost that Solus early. It also will crack open that top floor. Good news, though, for Black Dragons is that while Solus provides information, so too do Pulse and Echo. And they are both on the board still for Black Dragons.
Losing the Solus is not the end of the world. Again, your site utility is still very, very strong, and the execute utility from FaZe isn't that great. FaZe brought a Lion, a Jackal, operators that aren't great with the execute. They're typically utilized more for the roam clear, so that's a bit of an advantage. Nuska wants to make a play up the Visa stairs. I don't know if I believe in this play, Parker. Hold an angle, sure, but I'm very concerned if he tries to stick around. If he tries to go for a flank, he's not had the most success through the stage so far. They do have some good pings. So with the intel from the Yokai drones, it may be doable, but a drone will force Nuska back, and he will go back to playing with his anchors in the site. 1:20 to go on this clock. Diffuse kit firmly in the hands of FaZe. Nobody holding it, but they can pick it up whenever they want. They're really focused around Nuska down here inside of servers. I wonder if their goal is going to be to take a few of these picks before they hit the main breach. If they want to go direct through the breach, as most ranked players would, there's a lot of utility. They could avoid that by getting picks ahead of time just like that.
Handy's perfect game will now be tested, as you said. Cyber another kill as he had started things off a minute ago. Florio and Hornet just now, again, inside the site. And this goes back to the point I made before we even played this round. There is no bite behind the bark of Black Dragons. No bite at all. They just play to die. A flawless round from FaZe Clan. And round after round, it just looks like Black Dragons players are sitting there waiting for FaZe to come collect their kill. That's it. It is quite stunning to me how dominant FaZe Clan look at the moment.
They look amazing. Better than my Vulcan pants, I would argue. They're looking fantastic through this game. 4-0, attacking onto Consulate. An extremely difficult thing to pull off, but here they are. Black Dragons, I agree. They're just not able to fight back through this game every single round. They're posting themselves up in strong positions. You know, they're playing default great looking Consulate strategies. I don't think they fundamentally like misunderstand this map or anything like that. It's simply when FaZe Clan choose to take a gunfight, they're exponentially more likely to win it. It feels like FaZe Clan cannot find themselves in a bad position, and even when Black Dragons do get a kill, the trade is fast from FaZe Clan. FaZe are getting the kills that are more impactful, whereas Black Dragons are sometimes struggling in that aspect. I don't know if there's a way to pull this one back. All of them are going to be playing on the top floor as we start to go for a piano defense. But this is a game that just seemingly is out of reach. I mean, they need a massive momentum shift if they want to get back, and they've already wasted their tack timeout.
This is what goes back to the matchup that just concluded, right? Where we saw the timeout taken on that 6th round. And my comment was, well, even if there are some small improvements to be made, if they're not immediate, it's too little too late. Here, while Black Dragons got absolutely skunked on that round, flawlessly lost to FaZe Clan, they've actually taken a step back after their timeout from what we saw through those first 3 rounds. But Black Dragons still might improve for the next 2 defenses they have. And because they called their timeout when they did, they've got time to learn and grow from whatever guidance they received during said timeout. They need an opening pick, though. They need something desperately to get back into this matchup, as the first encounter goes in favor of Black Dragons. Some damage is done. It provokes an adrenal surge from FaZe Clan, and Ask starts off the killing by eliminating Handy as first death.
He's been good so far, admittedly. Ask every round is finding 1 or 2 picks. It's the rest of his teammates that have been struggling. He's working with Nuxka up here on the top floor, but he overswings into admin, and Souls will punish that, leaving Nuxka alone now. Excuse me, he's got Hornets out with him. The two of them playing at the top of Spiral Stairs, about to find a rude surprise as KDS sneaks his way up here as well. Hornet holding onto the meeting door. It's going to be Nuxka who is likely to engage with KDS. If he can find this frag, he'll get Jackal tracked immediately. But Hornet, actually, this could be a good bait with the Jackal. If Hornet can hold this angle and they push in, but they're being very cautious on FaZe. Even when they have a massive advantage, even when they're rolling Black Dragons 4-0, they're willing to take their time. They're not going to rush this.
Two players from FaZe Clan side by side now as things slow down. It's not looking great for Black Dragon's numbers, though they have at least mustered a kill. Ask got the first kill in the round. Now smokes will come out. And Florio will circle around and look in the direction of the smokes. FaZe Clan have been favoring the objective play and have been doing a mighty good job of it. King succeeds yet again in getting that diffuser down. Souls an exit kill from the bomb site as Florio dies. He was the lone member from Black Dragons attempting to prevent FaZe Clan. Cyber from above catches Nuxka walking, and another onto Hornet. A single kill this time. I suppose that's better than losing flawlessly, but not by much. FaZe Clan are just having a ball. They're up 5-0.
I really like the decision-making from FaZe Clan there. They noticed immediately they killed Warden. They got the kill into Guto, their very first frag. King got that about 60 seconds into that round. And once Guto was dead, that's the Warden off the board. They knew there was no Solus. That meant they could go for a smoke plant, and there was nothing that Black Dragons could really do about it. The weakness of that bomb site trying to plant on Piano is that the entire site can get denied from above. However, if you flood the site with smokes and just pick an awkward, unlikely plant spot, even if Black Dragons have the vertical angles, which I'm not sure if they were directly on. I mean, they were in control of the top floor. It felt like they had no chance of denying that plant because they had no way to see through the smokes. So as soon as Guto died on that Warden, they were at an excellent spot to go for that plant. They didn't need to commit to the full clear of up above. So I love that decision-making from FaZe. We see Guto currently on 0 kills. Nuxka as well, unable to drop one. But I've got good news, because in week 1, Nuxka averaged 1 kill every 6 rounds, and we're in round 6. So I would say he's due.
Yeah, I mean, this is grim stuff from Black Dragons. And I guess it answers the question right now. Will they be able to bounce back? This looks like the Black Dragons team that we've seen so far through much of this stage. The 0 points. Sorry, I have the hiccups. That have been accumulated by Black Dragons have been well earned. I mean, their very first matchup was actually against E1. It was a 7-5. E1 sits atop. Well, maybe not right now because Ninjas in Pajamas, but they sat atop the standings to start today. So the fact that Black Dragons were able to take them right to the final round, pretty good. And then it was a 4-7 to Team Liquid. So while they are 0-2, they've at least been competitive in their matches. There is nothing competitive whatsoever about this matchup for Black Dragons. They are getting crushed by FaZe Clan.
Yep. We're going to need to see them try to change something. A 5-0, I mean, a 5-1 half on console defense is probably not in the realm of possible to pull back, but a 6-0 is certainly worse. So looking to find this first round here. They've got a good crossfire again. I've liked their hold here in the top yellow. We saw some good play coming out earlier from them on this position from Hornet, and he's still the one here, but this time he is not so lucky. Cyber, they just line up for him. Guto not going to be able to find his first kill this round, but Nuxka will. He takes down KDS. I told you he was due. Now it's a 3-on-3, and with this full top floor fight underway, FaZe Clan, they're going to stall out a little bit as they actually lose the man advantage.
They might not regain it back, but at least do some serious damage. Nuxka on the Ella kills Cyber after his position was revealed by punishing Ask. King gets the diffuser off and will now mag dump! How does he get it done? Are you kidding me? King just holds Mouse 1 down, punishing those last 2 players as they swing at the same time looking for the trade. A flawless round was had a couple rounds ago. Well, how about a flawless half for FaZe Clan?
Man, I really thought they'd get that one. And they had the advantage. They were getting those kills. Nuxco was performing. But unfortunately, that'll be 6-0 with a brilliant clutch from Vidaking. Vidaking actually used to team with both Florio and Hornet back in 2022. They won the equivalent of Challenger League. They won BR6 Series B together in the 2022 season. Vidaking's come a long way since then. Was kind of criticized when he was picked up on FaZe Clan. Such a young player to come in and be the IGL. Their first performance with Vidaking, I believe, was SI 2023 in Montreal. And he didn't have the greatest performance. FaZe had a bit of an early exit that tournament. People didn't really know if he was the right player for the job of FaZe. But I think through the years, as FaZe have played on, he's proven pretty much all of those doubts wrong. He has been an excellent leader for FaZe Clan. Despite being only 22 years old, his IGLing ability is renowned as one of the best in the world. And now he is leading his team to an excellent performance here over Black Dragons. You can see the players on Black Dragons maybe aren't currently in the same mood to glaze the players of FaZe as we are. But they're going to need to find something. They're going to need to dig deep in this tech pause. They'll move on to attack on Consulate, which is not an easy task, and certainly not when you've got to go flawless for 6 rounds in a row.
I mean, Ask's head on his desk really does tell that whole story, doesn't it? I mean, this is a bit of a very fortuitously timed tech pause for Black Dragons as they get to just kind of calm down. They can't use the time to strategize, but they can at least hopefully shake off some of those rounds, put the time behind them, and move forward. Or they can sit and dwell in agony, as this is certainly far from the result that they want. We have not had a 7-0 in Brazil just yet. In fact, obviously, I don't have the scorelines handy for all of the regions, so I'm sure we've had a 7-0 at a Tier 1 competitive level, but none that you and I have actually casted. The most damning scoreline so far has been a 7-2, so no 7-1s and no 7-0s. Right now, Black Dragons, well, they need to win at least 2 rounds to avoid being a fun fact that will be used for the remainder of this stage, which will be the only matchup to go 7-0 would be FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons. So BD, as we talked about, took 5 rounds off of E1, still fell short, took 4 rounds off of Liquid, fell short. 7-0. That's bad. That is bad, not good, which is a great band. If you don't listen to them, you should really give them a listen. But for this particular purpose, it's not about a band. It's about Black Dragon's poor performance. The good thing for Black Dragons is that if you look at what happened for FaZe Clan through the first 6 rounds, you hope that there is an attacker-sided tilt to this map, which means Black Dragons will be on the favorable side for the next 1 to 6 rounds, because we could be 3 minutes away from things ending, or we could be even longer. But FaZe Clan will go onto the side that is often considered the best for Consulate, which is the defender side. So with FaZe Clan on this better side, I imagine it won't be long before we see this matchup end.
Parker.
Are you talking?
Yes, Parker. I have a cherry-picked and misleading statistic to give hope to the fans of Black Dragons watching this game.
Okay.
FaZe Clan, throughout all of Stage 2, have yet to lose yet to win even a single round on defense without Azami. And Azami being banned out currently in this game may provide some trouble.
That is very intriguing. Do you think that Azami being banned will cause FaZe Clan to lose 6 consecutive rounds?
Well, I will say FaZe Clan have played Azami every single round, so they've not won a game. They've not won a round without Azami. They've not played a round without Azami. So I do fear that that may not be enough to give a 6-0 comeback to Black Dragons, if it'll even give 1 round. The opening pick certainly won't do them any favors, but it won't be finish offable. It looks like Florio only getting downed, and enough damage coming out from Guto scares off Cyber. So Black Dragons, they avoid getting the first death here in round number 7. And they've actually got a bit of a nook play coming out from Hornet, up spiral stairs. This is potential for an early frag. I don't think anybody is around All 5 players on FaZe are currently on the top floor. But later on in this game, that Nook play could come in clutch.
Very good timing for Florio to get retrieved, but still quite a scare. And Cyber doesn't lose anywhere near the same amount of HP as you witnessed from the side of Black Dragon. So already starting off on the wrong footing. I mean, a great chance from FaZe Clan to basically seal up this match. You get an early pick, you catch Black Dragons looking, and usually good things will happen. Now it's Ask's turn to deal some damage through the hatch. It looked like he was aiming for KDS. Cyber gets picked off, as that was an unsuccessful finish by Black Dragons earlier on. They will not make that mistake again on the second interaction. So Black Dragons starting off with the opening pick, even though Florio was downed, he was picked up. So it does not count for FaZe Clan.
They're over towards this admin side. That's a swing that's punishable, but not quite aiming at the head. A bit of damage, and Vitakings knows better than to swing that one twice. I like this drone. We'll give them really good intel if there's any swings coming out onto that meeting door. And that's a really important position when you're attacking in from admins. So we'll see if that can lead to any free picks onto a player that might want to swing that. These shields that face towards the vending hallway are going to be a big problem, but they've actually just destroyed them. So the one shield brought by FaZe Clan will be eliminated. That's a great start to this execute. Usually this hallway is the big stall point for teams trying to get in control of the admin push. Ask gets one in a handy, but through the dread mine, they try to sprint, and that is not an advisable decision. KDS on the vending shield gets 1, but not 2.
Oh my, there could have been so much more done there from that position. Vidaking will need to clutch out yet again. He's been successful in this position before, and now we'll try to play keep away, but he looks in the wrong direction. It was actually a 1v1 to win the matchup for FaZe Clan, but Hornet doesn't look to his left, or rather Vidaking doesn't look to his left, and he is pounced upon by Hornet. 1-round victory for Black Dragons. There will be no 7-0 in Brazil, at least not yet. FaZe Clan still in a very favorable spot, and a 1v1 with a 7-0 on the line. Well, that's pretty good for FaZe, even if they still end up pulling it off.
And you never know, Parker. That's how a comeback starts. It starts with 1. It's a tall task still. The mountain remains very, very high. I'll say for that push. I didn't think that FaZe had a particularly strong hold on the vending hallway. Usually that hallway is incredibly difficult for the attackers to take. There was one player who was behind the vending machine itself, and they went 1 for 1, quickly traded out. So didn't feel like FaZe put up too much of a fight on that angle, although the dread mine that was placed there did get them 1 free kill. Black Dragons took a great advantage of that. The Nook came on up and was able to do some work as well. So some nice play up there on the top floor. They could do that same push again because the bomb site is piano, and sometimes people like to attack on piano by full clearing the top floor. And admin can be a great place to full clear the top floor from. So we'll see if that is their choice. They're going to put Nuxka up on the Monty. We've also got a Deimos and a Maru, some fun operators coming out here for sure. But the question always is, are we going direct for the site hit? Are we going to try to ignore these top floor players by just planting with the Monty and hoping that we don't get denied from up above? Or are we committing to the full clear? At the moment, they still have both options wide open.
Drones will be situated now, of which there are no greater number than the 10 that Black Dragons will spawn in, foregoing a Flores, no Ram to be had. Actually quite surprising how little Ram we have seen on this map. She has good application on most bomb sites, so if you want to prioritize lots of destruction, she's a great operator to do that. And she's got the R4C, for goodness sakes. Like, a terrific gun that tends to do well if you're a fragger. Shield will get brought in by Nuxka now. Black Dragons encroach upon this bomb site. 30 seconds have flown by. FaZe Clan will undoubtedly hear this. How does Ask die at that angle to KDS?
Okay, nice little start here from FaZe Clan. They're confirmedly not going to be full clearing the top floor. We can see that now by Nuxka's positioning. He wants to get on and go for a plant with some pressure up above. It'll be Hornet who's walking up the yellow stairs, and KDS, a second kill from the site. The Monty goes down as well. Now there's only 2 players to keep Black Dragons in this game and continue the comeback. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, Parker. They've got some great utility still. scans and beehives, but there are so many kills to find.
I wonder if this will be done flawlessly. A single kill is the answer to that question. Furia will need to go massive. The only damage been done to FaZe is about 40 HP. Florio finishing off KDS. He was the injured player, but everybody else is at full HP and all hunting for that same kill. The previous round was decided by one kill between Vidaking and Hornet. This time around, FaZe Clan, make no mistake about it, they have much wider berth in that victory, and they get the round and get the win too. FaZe Clan 7-1 in what is our most dominant and lopsided scoreline in Brazil up to this point.
Plenty to work on for Black Dragons. I don't know if the map bans were particularly smart for them. I don't know if the operator bans were exactly what I would have gone with. Lots to look back on, lots to try to fix for the next time that they come up onto Consulate, but it is what it is. FaZe Clan, the dominant team, the team that we kind of have been hoping to see, right? I mean, we talked at the start of this game how poor FaZe Clan's stage has gone so far for them. They almost went down 0-2 the way that they've been playing in some of these games. They clutched up and took down Fluxo last week, so they avoided that fate. But they were looking a little bit rocky. This was back to basics FaZe. This was the FaZe Clan that got all the way to the grand finals of the Six Invitational. This is the team that we really expect to be seeing at the highest level and to be competing for the title of best in the world. If this is the FaZe that continues to show up for the rest of Stage 2, if this is the FaZe that continues to be adaptive, to continue to have incredible fraggers in terms of Handy, KDS, Cyber, and the rest of them, then they absolutely could make it back to a major and make it back to the grand finals of a tier 1 event. Maybe, who knows? They could even win one day. But as far as it goes for Black Dragons, gonna be kind of disappointed by this result, I'm sure. Better luck next time.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got a lot of matches to play if you're Black Dragons. FaZe Clan as well finds themselves in the same situation. FaZe will be in action tomorrow against Vivo Keydstars. Black Dragons will go up against MIBR, who admittedly, MIBR had that very surprising result against W7M, but that might have just been an outlier, a flash in the pan, if you want to refer to it as such. So BD versus MIBR, to me, will be the real litmus test here. If Black Dragons get smoked by MIBR, I think it is safe to say that the remainder of the season for Black Dragons will not get any better. BD will then have to deal with W7M in the very next matchup, and then Fluxo, which might be a bit of a gimme, but then it's the defending world champions of Furia, the new look of ninjas in pajamas, and then Vivo Keydstars in what might not be the most important match in the very final play day. So honestly, Black Dragons, this team on paper should not be doing the way that they are. There should be a lot more success here. But getting so close against E1 in week 1 and then getting quite close to Liquid in the second day, well, these are good and promising signs. This matchup against FaZe has completely reset the clock on Black Dragons, though. I would imagine that they will be quite deflated after this, and there's a lot of work to be done from this team. We'll focus on them just because of, honestly, how dismally poor they performed. But FaZe Clan looked, as you said, like the team that made it to the grand finals, that were for many rounds on the precipice of a world championship, and it's back to business for FaZe.
It is, and I mean, we talk about Black Dragons, the difference between last week and this week. Last week looked pretty solid for them, even if they didn't struggle to actually get wins. I think a big difference for me between last week and this week was Guto. Guto last week was not the best player on Black Dragons, but was far from the worst. He went 16 and 18 across their 2 maps that they played. He was a very reliable, solid player with a cost of over 50%. Today, I don't believe he got a single kill. So with Guto not performing, not showing up, I felt like that was the biggest gap that Black Dragons previously had that they couldn't capitalize on this time. He was certainly missing from the server, and if we see Black Dragons make a comeback, they're really going to need to rely on Guto logging in and having a more impactful game.
And boy, oh boy, FaZe Clan basically got it all, right? Tons of objective play, a handy ace to start off the series, a flawless round, a flawless 6-0. The only thing that could have further exemplified that dominance was a 7-0, but they ended up surrendering around to Black Dragons. We have an interview with the winners. FaZe Clan will share their thoughts on that matchup.
We do have an interview indeed, and this is probably the most, if not the most dominant match we have had so far in Brazil, so I'm sure FaZe is absolutely buzzing. Let's bring in KDS because he's ready for the interview. Let's have a little bit of a conversation. KDS, congratulations. A 7-1 win against Black Dragons. And after last week, it was a little bit shaky, a loss against W7M, and overtime against Fluxo. What was the difference between the games from last week and this insanely dominant game that we've seen today?
I think the difference is not us, because we are playing like the same way, but I think Black Dragons play very often this series. It's very easy. It's like we're playing against the EI, you know, the terrorist hunt are very easy, so it's...
Oh my God.
I don't know what to say. It's very easy, the match. So I think we even not... I don't know how to say that, but we don't think it will be that easy. So we expect a more difficult match, and it was very easy. So even they don't know what to say.
Well, again, congratulations. My question for you is, what allows you guys to be so consistent across the board?
I think what makes us consistent, the work we do along the week. So we are every day we change or be improving something more, and this is the difference I think of us. And we are very together every day, discussing the problems, the individual or in the team. So I think this is the difference of FaZe Clan.
You talk about being together every day and working towards the goal of, you know, being at Montreal every single day. What does that look like? Because of course, is it like you wake up, you go have breakfast together, you practice, and you go to sleep? What exactly is the schedule like for FaZe Clan?
Yeah, every day around 1 p.m. we are together to play the scrims against other teams, and we are together discuss and playing every day. You know, like the weekend, like Saturday or Sunday, we are playing together, ranked or FPL. So I think this is the difference. We are very together, and this makes the difference on the match every day.
Well, hard work pays off, and so far you guys are pretty much shooting up in those rankings. So congratulations once again on another successful play day. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Bye.
See you. Bye.
All right, sticking together every single day, even on the weekends, is the makings of champions, I guess. I see you like nodding in agreement. It's like almost as if you've been there.
I was doing it all wrong throughout my career. I loved my teammates, but outside of the game, I was like, I got to get away from you guys. So I guess that's where I went wrong through my career. But I mean, the performance that they put on today, I said it from the get-go, is they're going to control the game. They're going to control that pace. And if you really want to beat FaZe, you have to set the tempo. You have to keep them on their toes at all times. And they just absolutely could not, in any case scenario, outside of one round, they caught them off guard. Other than that, they just, I mean, the thing is, as a player, sometimes that happens. Like, FaZe played a really good game of Siege. I don't necessarily want to take anything away from BD, but the fact of the matter is, you just did not come prepared today. Like I said, FaZe is going to know exactly what they want to do in almost every case scenario, and we saw it being displayed throughout this entire match.
FaZe was definitely coming out on top here. I think 7-1. Again, that's just to highlight how dominant this game was in case you have just tuned in. 7-1. But then you're looking at the players on the side of Black Dragons, and it feels like it was us against the world here.
And before, it was Hornet against the world. None of these players can all step up at the same time, and that's an issue because this is a team problem. When you're losing 7-1, you're losing 7-2, losing 7-3 for the most part, that comes down to team issues. That comes down to the fundamentals. That comes down to your communication, you working together. But when you look at FaZe, for example, and we talked about Cyber in the beginning and we looked at the stats, Cyber was at the bottom of the leaderboard. But it just goes to show that every single player that I highlighted can pop up at any single moment. So sure, you might see Souls at the bottom of that leaderboard, but you look at his cost. He has an 88%. He was helping significantly in those rounds. Obviously, Vidiking sitting at 100%. But no matter where you find any of the FaZe players anywhere on the statistic line, they are performing at the highest level. It doesn't matter if they're getting less kills or more kills than one another. They all contribute to the success that this team has.
Yeah, take into consideration as well that, of course, this is going to be the MVP from the side of FaZe. It's going to be Cyber. In this 12-4. I don't know really what else you could ask for. We just heard from KDS as well. This was such an easy game for them, and potentially Black Dragons maybe underestimating how FaZe was going to show up after last week, but FaZe definitely had their number.
I mean, Black Dragons was definitely living up to the BD, you know, the abbreviated BD. Bad defenses. They just, I mean, FaZe just absolutely collapsed on the attack. I mean, attacking on that map is difficult already, but the fact you do that in a 6-0 fashion, I mean, a 5-1 fashion, that is just insane. But again, it just speaks into this team's dynamic and how they play the game and what they understand versus what they want to do. And that's just what Black Dragons just absolutely could not muster up.
Yeah, absolutely not. And unfortunately for Black Dragons as well, because of the fact that this one was 7-1, they don't even get a singular point for pushing it to OT. FaZe Clan takes all the points here for this one. They're just rolling it at this point. They're pushing themselves towards the top of that leaderboard. Black Dragons still sitting at the bottom, and that's tomorrow is really when they need to start stepping up and when we want to see them get at least 1 point there, because again, going 2 play weeks without having a singular point would be devastating. But that is us done for the third game of today. We still have 2 more coming your way. The next one particularly is going to be Vivo Kitsar against Furia. So make sure you stick around because you don't want to miss it. We'll be back after the break.
VKS. Passou um drone. Dá fodil no air jab para evitar a rotação. 45 segundinhos, Getalha.
Será a zica do OT, meu amigo?
Não sei. Será que a VKS acordou agora? Vem pra cima. A gente vai vendo granadinha de impacto. Tava desconfiado provavelmente ali de um drone. O Lenda sofre dano, trocou de novo, caiu. O Raps consegue uma bela eliminação. Do outro lado pelo air jab, acaba caindo surpreendido, foi na armadilha. Ainda assim, olha o Fluxo acordando pro jogo mais uma vez, Getalha. No 2x1 agora. Vamos ver quem leva. Fluxo conseguiu manter a vantagem numérica. Tá difícil, esse ponto cego pode ser ruim. Vem pela sua esquerda também mais um jogador para tentar enganar. Direita, agora trocou. Luke vem para uma triple kill. O Fluxo consegue levar finalmente um mapa, um jogo.
welcome back to the third play day of Brazil Stage 2 R6. All right, we're halfway through today officially. We have 2 more games left. Viva Keystar against Furia is the one up next. Now, both of these teams have had a pretty good week one, if I do say so myself. Viva Keystar starting off the stage very much phenomenally with a 7-2 win against Fluxo. But this is the real test here, Lax.
I mean, last time they played against her, it was really close. Furia had a 7-5 against them on bank. So it's a little, I mean, it's a matchup again that they're familiar with, but it's a matter, are we going to see a bank again, or are we going to see a different result? We have seen already an upset today. We thought maybe there was going to be an upset from the last 2 previous matches. Didn't happen, but I would like to still believe Furia are going to be the ones coming out on top here, but I'm always down for an upset.
Hey, we can believe in whatever we would like to believe in. We're going to see how this one's played out. But first of all, let's look at the standings and where things are left off. NIP at this point sitting on top, 7 points. They have played their game today. But if anyone is going to be able to catch up to them, it's either going to be Liquid or Furia. Probably not, mainly Liquid, in their game later today. Or E1, because they're sitting on 6th and they're yet to play.
Yeah, or honestly, all the standings could just shake out extremely close. If the E1 and Team Liquid game goes to a tiebreaker or goes overtime, E1 either goes to 7 or they go to 8. And then, I mean, it's all going to be relatively close by the end of the day for that top running spot. But again, this is only day 3. These numbers are kind of irrelevant because they're going to shift pretty heavily as we get more into these matches.
Yeah, Viva Keystar, though, collectively sitting on 3 points, so this match is really important for both of them. This is the only chance that they get to actually face up against each other because it's a round robin format, and it is going to be a best of 1, which again, this is where you need to hit the ground running and you need players very much to be stepping up to the plate, as we saw last game with Black Dragons. What happens if that's not the case?
Yeah, I mean, again, both these teams need this win here. Both teams are coming off of a loss, so it's going to be important here that they can come out here and get another win underneath their belt, secure a couple more points, get that boost of confidence. Again, I mean, if we want to talk about Keystar specifically here, they did beat Fluxo as their first opponent in a 7-2, pretty dominant fashion, but then immediately losing 2-7 to E1, which is currently sitting at the top of the standing. They have yet to play today. Where Furia did play MIBR, 1-7-5 on bank, and then immediately played W7M after on Night Haven, which that was a close game that could have easily went to OT. But again, both teams are coming off of a loss here. Both teams are coming in today to prove that they learned from what happened previously and are going to apply it in today's game.
Yeah, let's have a look at the head-to-head as well in regards to the players that we want to see step up today, that the players that we are always going to be keeping our eyes on. I think when we're talking about Philippe, that's a player that we've talked about time and time again. This guy can literally do anything, but then you're looking at Furia in general as a roster. They are basically incredibly well-rounded.
Yeah, very similar players here in terms of their roles. They play a flex, but I mean, it's hard not to talk about Philly Pox. He is the world champion. It's hard not to talk about him. The things that he can do as a player, he is a Swiss Army knife. We've used that reference over in the NAL. He can literally do anything at any given moment. You give him a task, he will get it done. And you could say that about their entire roster. You don't have a world championship roster if only one person is limited to one thing. No, every single 5 of these players are all world champions, are all one of the best players in their own rights, in their own roles. Again, this team has everything in their manpower.
And they're going up against Viva Keystars, and that's a team that we've seen what they're capable of doing and against quote-unquote weaker opponents. But it's really when they are being matched on that level in terms of the competitiveness of these teams where they start to slip up a little bit. We've seen it last stage, and I feel like we saw it last week as well.
Yeah, and even if you compare the standings of last stage, they were relatively close. Furia was finished 4th, Keystar finished 5th. I think this team just needs more time. Obviously, I say that. They also made a roster change, which that's an important factor to bring into this point, is this team still has a lot to prove. But with everything that they are doing, they are making a name for themselves. They are making a presence. But again, it comes down to the sheer consistency and that improvement that we need to see. You can't really say much for Furia, like we need to see improvement, we need to see this. They're already world champions. We just got to see them continue to perform the way that they have performed that have led them to that success.
Exactly. I was going to say, technically, yeah, we don't really need to see anything new from Furia, but we do want to see them get a couple of titles under this Furia banner because it was W7M last year where they found a lot of success in. So that is something to be continued. And it is something, as we heard as well last week from Philippox particularly, that they are looking forward to getting. They are putting in the effort. They are putting in the time. So it's just a matter of when will the right moment strike. But you're looking at Vivo Keystars, and if anything, if I was them coming into this matchup, I would be doing my homework like crazy because this is not just a roster like Fluxo where you can show up and you can 7-2 them unless crazy things happen. But importantly here is going to be the map veto and where we're going to be going for this best of one of the day.
Well, it's just possibly Bank. Bank was a really close map. So there is a chance that we do see that they do want to duke it out back on it and prove that they were the better team. Nope, they don't want to. They absolutely do not want to play that map. We are going to Clubhouse. This is the Octagon, the Coliseum, now that has taken place over Oregon. This, again, I've said this a million times. I'm going to say it here a million times. You are bringing an opponent to this map because you just simply outright believe you are the better team in every single aspect, from a fundamental level, from a gameplay level, from a gun skill level. You just are going to absolutely disrespect this team in every single regard.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at the top performance as well on this map, it is going to be Furia. So that brings the question as to why did Vivo Keystars feel comfortable enough to let this go through the veto, or if they've seen something coming out from Furia where they think, oh, we can easily counter that and we can give them a run for their money.
I mean, for either of these teams, you're winning off your attacks here. Like that is the most important factor when you are going to Clubhouse, is you really got to win off of your attacks. Your defenses should be solid. They should be solidified, but the attacks, that's where the struggle can happen. We have seen Furia in the past on Clubhouse struggle a little bit on their attacks. So for both teams, we really got to see whoever's starting on that attacking side to really come out the gate hot and then close it out on their defensive rounds.
Seems to be the theme today, Lax, so far, is every single time you got to start hot on the attack.
It's honestly the theme of just kind of where the meta has been. If you can find success on your attacks, your defenses really should push you all the way through till the very end. Obviously, some teams we haven't seen be able to do that. I mean, I say that, you know, just recently in this last match where a defensive-sided map should have went that way, but FaZe completely dominated on their attack side and then made their defense, they only had to do something small. So here on Clubhouse, again, if they can just, any of these teams find success on their attacks, their defense is what really should push them through to the finish line.
Yeah, let's bring in our casters because they're going to be pushing this one through to the finish line as well. But Jesse and Parker, I'm sure you guys are both ready to give us a couple of information, maybe some statistics, Jesse, here when it comes to this matchup. Vivo Keystars and their chances of being able to best Furia on this map that they are so comfortable on.
Indeed, Ginny, I'm so glad you asked for my statistics. It's nice to be valued. The last 3 times that Vivo Keystars have played Clubhouse combined, they've lost 2 rounds. They had a 7-0 over W7M, a 7-0 over Fluxo, and then just last week, they lost 7-2 to Fluxo, or sorry, they won 7-2 over Fluxo again. So Vivo Keystars very good on Clubhouse. Great map for Furia as well. They hold a 6-1 record this season on Club, so they're also quite proficient, including beating Vivo Keystars on this map in stage 1. That was a 7-4. So lots of experience to go around. Both teams should be very comfortable. I'm expecting a good game.
Well, Antero seems like a little bit of a rematch in terms of both teams going back to that specific map.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to settle in here with a nice cup of coffee. Going to take on a great matchup today as 2 very evenly matched teams. Furia sitting at 12-12 on the round differential. Vivo Keystars 9-9 on the round differential. Honestly, could go either way. Cheers to that.
Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and figure that one out. I'm going to let you guys take it away, Jesse and Antero. Enjoy the game because Furia and Vivo Keystars start soon.
I did that specifically just to see Gabriel laugh and smile because, God, I love seeing those pearly whites, Jesse.
Me too.
We got some great teeth. We got some great teeth on this broadcast. I gotta say, some real nice pearly whites. But yeah, I mean, Furia obviously, they've had struggles in Brazil in the past. They've never dominated this region at a consistent level while they were dominating internationally. And this is a tale as old as time with Brazil, where back in the day you had a team like Team Liquid, back when they were known all the way back as BRK, and you had a team called FaZe Clan who were known as Font Energy or Team Font all the way back in the day, and it was the same thing. FaZe Clan was widely known, Font, as being the team that would dominate internationally, and Liquid was the team that would dominate domestically. And they couldn't always be consistent either way. This Furia roster, whether it's competing under Furia or under W7M, has the same issues, right? This is a team that has struggled domestically to put distance between itself and its contemporaries, but internationally, they always do very well. Against a team like Vivo Keystars, Furia shouldn't really have much of an issue here, Jesse. But again, today's matches have been anything but predictable.
Yeah, and I think with just the way that the map is being picked here for Clubhouse, I think we really will see a good game. The last couple of upsets, I've not personally been a big believer in, even in the one that we saw with MIBR being W7M. This, for me, feels like the first one where an upset is like really possible, and we've already gotten one big upset today. Furia are a team who have not had the same success this year that they had last year. They won everything last year, and so of the one official event that we've had this year, they didn't win it. So high bar, but they've not yet matched it. So they are looking maybe a little bit weaker than before. Certainly they still will be favorites over Vivo Keystars, but they can bleed. We've seen that now throughout stage 1 and even stage 2 as well. Furia have dropped the game to W7M. So this is by no means a done deal.
No, Bleed plays in Southeast Asia.
Do they now, Parker?
They're in Singapore, yeah. So when you say Vivo Keystars or Bleed, that is... can bleed. Unfortunately, you know, not exactly the same. No, all joking aside, Vivo Keystars will have their hands full with a team that is not used to losing consecutively. One of the most impressive things about Furia, oh my God, look how scary Herds is, man. He could totally beat me in a fight. One of the things about a team like Furia is that they don't often lose back-to-back. Let's talk about that fabled SI run, right, Jesse? What do? Yeah. They lose immediately and go down to the lower bracket. What do they not do for the remainder of the tournament? Lose again. When they lost to, I believe it was VP in the group stages, it took a while for another loss to come out for this Furia squad. They are very good at bouncing back, and that does not bode well for Vivo Keystars.
It certainly does not, Parker, but of course anything can happen in Rainbow Six Siege. We've got a quick video and then we're jumping into it. Vivo Keystars up against Furia coming up right now.
Cara, então, o confronto contra a Fúria acho que vai ser um confronto bem legal de se jogar. Em campeonato a gente não ganhou deles ainda. Se depender dos treinos, a gente vai ir para dar um pau neles.
Confronto contra a Vivo Cage vai ser mais do mesmo, paulado. Todos os jogos que a gente joga contra eles vai ser paulado. Mas no treino os caras são bons mesmo. Na hora do vamos ver, ninguém aparece, ninguém faz nada.
Cara, na Fúria tem que ficar de olho no JV e no Nade, porque chegando no campeonato contra a gente, os caras dão muita bala, velho, bizarro.
Cara, pra ficar de olho na Vivo Cage e a Vivo Fibra, né? Internet boa, tem que ficar de olho nessa internet aí.
Queria mandar um recadinho pro JV aí. E JV, você joga muito bem contra a gente toda vez aí, mas vai ser igual o treino, pai, vai tomar pau.
Cara, um recadinho pra Vivo Cage, então, não sei nem o que falar, né, pai? Vocês estão aí tentando, mas nunca chega, parece. Não sei mais o que falar pra vocês, pai. É todo dia no chat do treino, mas...
And it's Jesse's favorite time of the matchup, the operator bans. We put Jesse to sleep, actually. For the remainder, the robot half shuts down, and then analyst Jesse actually comes alive, kind of like a certain new operator who actually isn't being played. But operator bans, Hibana removed immediately by Furia.
Yeah, not what I was expecting at all. It can make sense for Clubhouse, but I'd never seen it banned before from Furia. And Grim, another odd ban. I thought we'd see the Monty ban come out from Vivo Keystars. Furia aren't the best Monty team in the world, but still we've seen that operator ban so much from Vivo Keystars on this map. I'm expecting a Mira to follow that Grim ban again if Vivo Keystars stick to their trends, and indeed they will. And then I'm kind of expecting a Kaid to come out here. They've chosen very quickly from Furia. No surprises. The reason I thought a Kaid is because every team has banned Kaid against Vivo Keystars so far this stage, and it's a map that Furia have banned a few times on Clubhouse themselves. They'll go for the Valk instead, though. Not a huge shocker. For me, it's really that Hibana ban. That's going to be an interesting one will make taking the bottom floor really, really difficult, and the Grim will as well. Expect to see a lot of anchor-focused basement defenses this game, because Grim is really good for taking blue control, and Hibana is really good for taking all control when you're attacking onto the basement. Those two operators are critically important for this first bomb site, and of course, Furia will go here to start off the game, and no surprises, just based on the operator bans.
Clubhouse was the most played map in Brazil heading into today, and given the maps that have been played for Consulate, Border, and Chalet in reverse order from the matches we have watched, Clubhouse's time at the top is not really under any threat, so to speak, as that was Border only 10 rounds, Chalet 11 rounds, Consulate 17 rounds, Clubhouse 38 rounds. So you can actually add all of Border, Chalet, and Consulate together, and it equals the same exact amount of rounds that has been played on Clubhouse alone. And obviously this is very favored soil. Oregon, much to the chagrin of certain viewers, was in that position before, where it was a very commonly played map up there with Clubhouse. What a start to this series for Vivo Keydstars, as Herds goes for a cheeky spawn peek and immediately gets removed from action.
I'm kind of glad he got spawn peek, to be honest. I think there's a danger, especially starting the defense with the way the operator bans went, that Furia would get an early lead and kind of run away with this game, similar to what we just saw from FaZe Clan in our last matchup. But shutting down that spawn peek will make it very difficult. This last player, Red Stairs, Fleepox, looks like he's going to be able to get out. I said that we'd see very anchor-focused defensive lineups. We're actually not seeing that. It's a pretty heavy roam game from Furia in this first round. Fleepox should get away nice and safe. There's nobody on the upside down rappel to punish him as he gets back into blue. So he's back in the site, but two players still aren't. KZ on the top floor, Nade inside of bar. These two players are going to get roam cleared at some point. The question is, do they get A kills, and how much time can they waste before they have to fall back?
Just a lot of bullets being exchanged here, but very limited action beyond that. As I say that, Stemp gets softened up by KZ, who now tosses out the Nitro Cell in a desperate bid to finish off the kill early on. Early on, of course, because we were at the halfway mark. And it looks like a lot of Furia has managed to hold map control for 90 seconds and then fall back to the site. Obviously, Herds is the odd man out. KZ, who was under fire from Stemp early on, will die too. He did not find safe harbor in the bomb site below. And that should wrestle top floor control away from Furia. Vivo Keydstars starting off with 2 picks. They're in great shape.
Not sure, but that kill from Stemp could have come from Jim onto the main stairs. Tight angle if that is indeed what he hit. 5v3 though with 60 seconds to go. This should look pretty good from Vivo Keydstars. Again, blue is kind of tough to take without a Grim, but they have some flashbangs. They have one flashbang actually, and the hatch is closed. So this is gonna be a tough task, taking blue if nothing else. They'll get the hatch open now. I don't believe there's any electric block tricking going on for this one, so they'll get it open here. 3 Toxic Babes inside of blue as well. If this is a big focus of the push, they can stall out quite heavily here, but it looks like the majority of this execute is going to come in through Moto, in through Church, instead of down through blue.
Nice pitch on that gas canister to go over towards Oil Pit. This is going to continue to go in favor of Vivo Keydstars. Felipox walks right into Neskin. It's JV92 and Nade is the last 2 remaining. A slow peek from the Finka. JV92 getting that kill, and he's the only one that's left. Nade dies. Daffodil seals the deal. There was just simply too many players on the side of Vivo Keydstars to deal with. That's all she wrote on round number 1. A tough start to the map for the defending champs. World.
It is, but
champs.
Yeah, the world champs. It's okay, I think, if you're Furia. They're immediately going to go back to that bomb site. I really like this. You know, they really only lost that site because they had a couple of kind of silly opening deaths. You know, a spawn peek that didn't go their way. KZ then caught on the retreat back to the bomb site. Probably the 2 best players on Furia deleted immediately. That was a really hard site hold after you lost those 2 picks. So I'm glad they're going right back to this bomb site. I was about to say, if they didn't go here, I wanted to see it in round 3 at the very least, because this is going to be such a strong site with the operator bans, and so to come back to it, I think is a very good decision. Obviously, if you play and win this bomb site in the first 3 rounds, that gives you the opportunity to play it a second time in the next 3 rounds. That's how the bomb site locking works. So we'll see Furia come right back to the exact same bomb site. It'll be interesting to note as well if they choose to anchor this time or if they do go for a little bit of a roam similar to what they did last time. But great clear from Vivo Keystars as well. Super aware of what those roamers wanted to do. And then when they came in for their execute, they were in position to trades. It wasn't flawless getting into blue. It wasn't flawless getting in through Moto and Church. But the gunfights that they did lose were immediately returned. And we saw more kills go the way of Furia. Or the way of Vivo Keystars. So 1-0 now on the scoreboard. And as we see this setup, I like this a lot. It's a fake roam. They put some mute jammers on the top floor. That is simply to trick Vivo Keystars into thinking there are roamers, let them waste their own time, get a bit of that time denial without actually committing any of their bodies. Really, all 5 players are going to play the basement, and they're hoping to survive until late into this round.
Curious to see what... Curious to see here what Herds is able to do as an active combatant in this matchup. He died first as a zombie in the previous round, which means you lose those Kiba barriers through the mid to late round. That is particularly challenging, especially with how you can fortify parts of the basement or even extend your life and extend a roam by using those Kiba barriers on the main and top floor of this map. Now it's the mute jammers that will be strewn about the various floors. There's already one that was dealt with by Neskin. It was positioned on the door frame leading into the bedroom, preventing drones from gaining access to weight room and beyond. And then you see another mute jammer. So these are being used just to delay the entry from Vivo Keystars, allowing Furia to hunker down and hopefully use their own utility against the now reduced utility of Vivo Keystars. Additionally, the biggest help, a lack of time, as that's what you're looking at. But Davidil's trying to make up for that. Herds the first kill, but Davidil trades it right back. At least Herds has far more impact on this round.
The problem is, Parker, these hatches are going to be very difficult to get. They only brought impact EMPs. Those EMPs do not have a large enough radius to always get the Electroclaw. There's no IQ to spot it out. There's no Thatcher. See, look at this. They miss one. They will land it with the second, but the two-brow canister comes out, and they might have the opportunity to trick this hatch as well. Nade with the Electroclaw. He'll have heard that both EMPs went off. I think Nade is still inside of Moto. So as soon as he places this, unless he is far too slow, he should be able to trick this hatch. Actually, Lenda cannot place down that exothermic charge, so he blows up the last one. There we go. He's just waiting for the exothermic charge. He can't place down another until the last one blows up. Well, that's kind of silly. And that's a tough loss.
Yeah.
Nade going down, he was Moto. Only 25 seconds, but the angles favor Furia.
Yeah, not an ideal position to find in. Furia taking these gambles, taking these fights, and Daffodil has really been the kryptonite so far through a round and a half. Time for things to turn around. But as long as Daffodil is still around with good gun in hand and utility, he can do some damage. JV92 will remove him from action. 5 seconds left, still 6 players up in the server. Not everybody will die as the clock hits 0. Miracle almost wins it. A 1v1, but the timer runs out and Furia hangs on for dear life.
The one thing Furia do better than almost any other team, right? Yeah, I'm just not even gonna say almost. The one thing Furia do better than any other team in the world is that they can flip on a dime and play completely different strategies in back-to-back rounds. You saw round 1, they went aggressive. They were spawn peeking. They were trying to ego Vivo Keystars. It didn't work out. They get hard punished. What do they do the next round? They play entirely for time denial. They throw mute jammers on the top floor to stall out the early rounds. They don't actually risk any of their own lives, but they play some of these mute jammers. They play util on the top floor to slow down the roam clear of Vivo Keystars. Then what do? They use Kaid and Two-Brow to make sure that those hatches don't open up for the vast majority of the round. I'm pretty sure that Kaid was able to keep Moto hatch closed the entire round. So Moto never got opened. Blue was opened extremely late into the round. I don't think Kitchen was opened if they even were pressuring over towards that part of the map. The utility that they had on the side of Furia kept these angles closed basically the entire time. It meant that even with a small man advantage, Vivo Keystars had a horrendous push set up in front of them, and Furia absolutely decimated that round. I love seeing that come out of Furia. And now they go to a bomb site that is almost never seen in competitive play. Parker, bar and stage will be our bomb site for round number 3.
We saw a custom supply earlier today, and now this. My, what is it with unconventional bomb sites showing up? I'm all for it, by the way, because at the end of the day, I think it makes for quite compelling viewership, or quite compelling show, which is always good for viewership. That said, you could ask some questions about whether or not it will lend itself to the most competitive matchup. Furia clearly knows something we don't. They're world champions. Neither of us have won it, neither you nor I, so
true.
I expect them to have a little bit more experience. I will be very fascinated to see the way Vivo Keydstars goes about clearing out this bomb site, because right now it looked like the initial focus was on gym and bedroom. Okay, that's what you should do. That's where you typically go. But if you look at the silhouettes of Furia, it doesn't look like they're holding that part of the map. So while you're going to be able to open that up, you might not get that much for it. You flushed Herds out of a weird spot in logistics, though, and he manages to get away doing a little bit of damage to Miracle, and that's it.
How does Herds get fully droned out in a terrible spot? And the outcome of that is 25 damage against the player holding him. Herds took 0. I don't know. He's just kind of incredible like that. He will make it back inside of Kitchen now, ripping down that castle barricade to get in here. Got that C4 to play around with. That 25 damage will be the most impactful, but it certainly will help. And he's going to get into engagement here. It's Stemp on the main stairs, who could come down for a swing. Often you'll see players in this bomb site just try to push in front door and sneak a plant. It's not the plan for Vivo Keydstars. They want to get strip control. They want to get top floor control. They want to convert this into a plant inside of bar rather than directly on the stage. And will that prompt a push from Herds? He certainly could, but choosing to hold his spot at the moment, go back inside of Kitchen. They're once again letting Vivo Keydstars just slow down, stall out, and waste their own time as they start to translate themselves over more towards the stage side of the map.
Look at this calmness. Eerily reminiscent of the previous round where things were so slow and so quiet. Everybody with their heads still firmly screwed on, 30 seconds left. You've got the main door. It's so inviting. You just want to walk in and go for the plant. Daffodil does the first bit of damage. He eliminates Felipox. Lenda getting the diffuser down, and it will be a scramble in the post plant as out toss the nades. Herds the first on the board for Furia. Down goes Neskin, and it is a retake from Furia. How good can it be? Lenda, after dropping that diffuser himself, will get a kill on in, and we're at 30 seconds left on this case. Not a lot of time for Furia as they trade kills. Lenda yet again on the board. He and Daffodil will need to carry the rest of this round. As for Furia, they need to retake. JV92, can he be a miracle worker? He's got just Daffodil to contend with, and only 5 seconds before that diffuser hits the point of no return. JV92 bails off of it, and that will be the round for Vivo Keydstars. Daffodil gets the kill either way, but it was a formality. Nice bounce back by the purple shirts.
And if you're new to watching the purple shirts, Lenda is a name you've really got to get used to because this guy is incredible. He plays hard support very often for the team. It's not shocking to find him on these roles, but he also is an incredible fragger. He went 19-10 through the first week of competition, a 1.9 KD ratio, by far the best on the team, as well as the most kills in raw numbers on the team. The biggest thing for me about Lenda is his consistency. He has been so relevant in every single round that Vivo Keydstars seem to play. He is an 83% cost, the highest out of any player in Brazil. He is so good at making sure he impacts every little round, whether he's getting that diffuse kit onto the ground, grabbing a kill on the post plant, or doing all of it in one. He was the real star of that push for me, and I really like the IGLing ability too. Not 100% sure if he is their dedicated IGL, but whoever made the call on Vivo Keydstars to rotate from the top floor over towards a plant inside of stage was a really, really good decision, because I think Furia got kind of caught off guard by that. I think they were expecting the push to come down main stairs. They were expecting it to funnel in through strip perhaps, and that would be maybe a more traditional execute when you start by attacking on Jacuzzi side of the map. But they didn't do that. They rotated all the way over towards the front door. They snuck that plant. I'm a little surprised Nade did not have a yokai drone or something over there to stop it. But nonetheless, I don't think FaZe were aware that that plant was going down right under their noses, and Vivo Keydstars sneak away around.
So trying to figure out where their intel was coming from. And I mean, yeah, the position of the yokai drone was a little surprising. There's a lot of things that Furia probably could have done on that defense. But the big one for me was just, where were you when that, at the 25-second mark, Vivo Keedstars marched through the main door to that part of stage where everybody gets the default plant down, right? Like, usually you've got somebody there watching it, somebody playing long enough away. Maybe it's because Vivo Keedstars cleared out above as quickly as they did. Not sure. Lend actually didn't take any damage from that C4. That's very impressive. There's a swing and a miss from Herds, and Furia, as you can see, the look on the faces of Furia, they are not having a particularly good time to start off this clubhouse. But yeah, obviously we miss stuff with the spectating because we cannot see all 10 perspectives at the same time. But I do have some questions after that most recent round.
Well, you probably won't get answers because we probably won't go back to that bomb site through the rest of this game, Parker. It's going to be gym bedroom for round number 4 to try to regain the even round count on the side of Furia. The wall gets opened. It took some time, but the Maverick did it, and they did it with the majority of their life points, so that's better than a lot of Mavericks can do on that wall. It's a very dangerous prospect playing Maverick in 2024 with the way that C4s are right now. It can be very, very deadly, but he gets away with it. My issue is, again, every round it feels the time for Vivo Keedstars. That clock keeps on ticking. They start Jacuzzi Wall, and now they're going to cache clear. This is going to be a very low time execute. They're not even at the bomb site yet, Parker.
Yeah, and they've already dropped Neskin, dead, Lenda bleeding out. Furia rebuffing this entry. And again, very, very quickly do we see the tides begin to turn. Additionally, these rounds are deceptively fast. We're at 30 seconds. It feels like very little has actually happened. But if you're Vivo Keedstars, you've been quite active. You have to deal with these remaining players from Furia. Tough spot to be in if you're Felipox. You look the wrong way. You get siege timing. Daffodil and Miracle with 2 kills, and suddenly the advantage is now gone for Furia, especially since Lenda's been picked back up. Frustration on the face of Herds as he takes 1 player down. But the timer is the big issue here, and KZ saves the round in the final moments, and Furia equalize.
Honestly, a frustrating round for Vivo Keedstars. They tried to have their cake and eat it too. They spent so much time on the Jacuzzi Wall, and rightfully so. I mean, the Jacuzzi Wall is not easy to open, and they had to dodge Toxic Babes and C4, sure. But you spend so much time, and then you make the decision, guys, we're also going to clear the cache extension. You kind of have to pick one. It's really difficult to have the time to get all of that map control. There's a reason why usually you see teams either focusing the cache clear and then pushing through construction, or getting like Jacuzzi Wall and the bottom floor and then making a push go from that direction. They tried to do both, and they just didn't have the time for it. Yes, they got a bit of a man count advantage, but frankly, I mean, that was a really, really winnable clutch from KZ. And when you're putting arguably one of the best players in the world in that situation, they're going to come up positive more often than they're not. So, well clutched out by KZ and the rest of the players on Furia. I like the way that they played that late round, but I really just think Vivo Keedstars bit off more than they could chew. That is so much map control that you're trying to take in just 3 minutes. The best teams in the world don't often attempt taking that much control when you're attacking that bomb site, and you know, there's a good reason for that.
Credit to Furia for how they played that and the patience as well. We've seen signs, not of frustration, as obviously they've shown, but we've seen also some signs of Furia trying to get a little cute with a team that they probably think is either ill-prepared for said cuteness or is not expecting it outright. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I just said, yeah, I agreed.
Okay. I mean, when you play up against teams that you don't necessarily take seriously, you will see teams go for spawn peaks, you'll see teams go for runouts, where when they're playing against competition they respect, that tends to fall by the wayside, because those types of things, spawn peaks, runouts, cheeky plays, overextended roams, gutsy retakes, those are very high danger situations, high risk situations. And if you think your opponents can't match your aggression, then sure, go for it, because you can punish them based on your gun skill, based on your strategy, etc. I think that's what Furia thought Vivo Keedstars were, but as the scoreline suggests, it's not come to pass. And Furia's frustration with the fact that they've been punished for these plays has been all over their face on the player cams for all 4 rounds. So Furia sitting on the favorable side of Clubhouse. They've got 2 rounds to win out this first half. If Vivo Keedstars can take the next round or the round after, And Furia will not be in the best shape moving to attack.
I don't know if you caught that, but that's a great Electro Claw. Just got thrown out late round by JV92. He recognized that this is likely not going to be a Rafters clear, and instead, if he's not facing any pressures inside of Garage, most of the attackers are probably Master, and he's absolutely correct. They also don't really have the utilities to deal with it. Yes, they could Maverick that, but that's a scary wall to be Mavericking. Your exothermic charge now of Miracle and your can openers really are going to struggle to deal with that Electro Claw. So with it being on the other side of that wall, they're not going to be able to get it with the Maverick. They'll make an angle instead. They're going to use that for pressure, but they're unlikely to be able to walk through that angle, meaning everybody inside of construction will have to funnel through one singular doorway. There's Daffodil on the rappel, and Neskin's going to be on the CC window. So they have other angles of attack, but the bulk of this push is coming in towards construction, and they are going to be funneled hard, and it's going to be even more deadly with Herds up on a flank.
It's a very odd spot for Stemp to be holding for a long period of time. He wants the cutoff in lounge and possibly can get one of these defenders if they're looking in the wrong direction. There it is. Nade dies. Stemp actually gets two. He drops KZ. Felipox and Herds are on the board now. JV92. These teams will come to blows very quickly. In the snap of your fingers, suddenly everybody is dead. The server cleared out, and the only ones standing are JV92 and Herds. As Furia does what Furia needs to do. One more round for this Furia team on the defender side, and they have to win here to be in a comfortable spot after the side swap.
A beautiful flank from Herds. That push actually looked like it was getting some good work done. They managed to open the con wall with a can opener. They were starting to get on in. I really liked the idea from Vivo Keedstars to push some players up red, add another dimension to that attack, have a little bit more pressure that maybe Furia wouldn't be expecting. But Furia had their own pressure that Vivo Keedstars then were not expecting. I was a little worried that he'd be late, but he got that kill onto Miracle, down to the defuse kit inside of construction, and from that point forward, Vivo Keedstars were scrambling to try to get anything done in that push. They couldn't get it. Furia now win 3 rounds. That means Vivo Keedstars have lost more rounds in this game than their 3 previous Clubhouse games combined. It helps that 2 of those Clubhouse games were against Fluxo, a 7-0 and a 7-2. But even still, Vivo Keedstars clearly struggling a little bit more against the world champions than the other few teams that they've played on Clubhouse. Not too surprising, but it's good to confirm that this will indeed be a difficult match for Vivo Keedstars, and a good match, at least for us viewers here at home.
Yeah, this has been a very enjoyable match to watch, and not that we haven't had enjoyable matches today. I mean, I think your enjoyment comes from whether you like seeing one team dominate another, whether you want to see close matches, whether you want to see unpredictability, because I've watched some really sloppy and scrappy games that there's quite a lot of fanfare for on social media because of the chaos that comes with it. For people who are fans of structured games, you're not going to enjoy that. For people who want unpredictability, you're going to like some of the matches that you've seen today. As for this, though, it's been quite back and forth, and every single round I've approached with that same skepticism and hesitation that I think this match warrants. And with that, it makes every round so unpredictable and so enjoyable, because you get moments like that where Stemp thinks he has an entry in towards logistics, and suddenly KZ is just playing this spot. I don't know if he got droned out, but it will obviously hurt Vivo Keedstars, who are looking to close this gap on their final attack.
Now Daffodil doesn't know what he wants to do. Do you want to hit site? Do you want to roam clear? They've got to make up their minds. It looks like Daffodil will run up the top floor, try to hunt down KZ. If they can get the cutoff, he's going to be trying to make it back to site, likely down those main stairs. He's currently in bathroom, though. He's in no rush to get back to the bomb site. He had nade, I believe, in bar for a moment. Now he spots the blitz, and he's locked himself in with that barricade. Not the situation you ever want to find yourself in, but he's dealt so much damage in the C4. It's good enough. It takes down Daffodil. Yes, he does get traded, but a 2-for-1 roam game, and you've wasted 90 seconds off of the clock. That's a masterful performance from KZ, getting everything that he wanted and more. And we're back in the same situation we were in previously. Kaid claws on the hatches, no EMPs to deal with them. There's the Maverick, and they'll use the Maverick just fine. But this is more time that's going to tick off that clock. Now, you don't have a man advantage. You don't have a time advantage. You don't have a great site utility either. This is a very, very difficult execute to convert if you're Vivo Keedstars.
Again, they will battle the time, though. No shield, no buck. All that soft destruction will now be in the hands of Sledge. It looks like they've got full utility in their pocket, by the way. Only one flashbang used. Frag grenades, can openers, smokes, all still very much there. That'll be a very quick drop from Miracle as he now looks for a small opening onto that church wall. Assessed by Neskin. On the other side is Herds, playing by the long table. But he's got some barriers for himself. This was the bomb site where he died early previously. Now we're getting a good look of how he would have operated were he to survive, and he's going to lay the hurt down on these attackers. 10 seconds left, and they have to effectively trickle into the bomb site. JV92 and his TCSG hits him like a truck. They're all gone. All of the 3 players from Vivo Keedstars dead within 1 second or less. And the round goes to Furia. They do what needs to be done. It was 2-2. Things looked a little scary for the world champs, but they win the final 2 rounds, and a 4-2 half favoring the defenders does end up coming to pass.
When a team has one of the best roamers in the world in KZ and one of the best anchors in the world in JV92, it can be very frustrating to make any attacks at all work against them. Credit to Vivo Keedstars for even getting 2 with how well Furia are playing today. But yeah, that last round certainly thrown off its heels as soon as we saw that big 2K from KZ, and then JV92. He was the week 1 MVP. He went 25 and 13 across the first week of play here in Brazil. Played extremely well, and certainly had a huge impact to help his team go 1-1. It was a close loss as well that they had last week up against W7M. And now it looks like he and KZ are continuing to drag their team forward through this game. The 2 top fraggers of Furia, 8 kills from JV92, 6 from KZ. They've both been playing phenomenally. They do move on to the attack, and I do think attacking is going to be very difficult on this map, not only because attacking is generally a little bit more difficult than defending in Rainbow Six Siege, but also because of the bans. We talked about how strong that basement bomb site is likely to be with Habana and Grim off the board. So again, it's no surprise Vivo Keedstars will choose to start here for their very first round of defense to try to pull this game back from their 4-2 deficit.
This is an excellent map for Flores as well, an operator that we got to see a little bit of on Consulate in the previous matchup of FaZe Clan versus It Doesn't Matter. Just kidding, that was a little hurtful. It was Black Dragons, but I mean, they basically didn't even spawn in. It was KDS who said that it was like playing Terrorist Hunt, I believe he said, or playing against AI. This Terrorist Hunt technically doesn't exist. Great start on defense for Vivo Keedstars. Stemp picks off Herds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was Daffodil, I believe, who killed Herds in the very first round. So Herds dying immediately in the first round of a half is pretty normal stuff. But I don't know. What is it with Herds in the way that he's playing in this match? It just seems very reckless and not at all like it's helping the team to its fullest.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Furia is when they think they are better than you, they will swing, they will play aggressive, and Herds is certainly guilty of that at times, and it can bite them in the butt. Usually they're pretty good at reining that in if things start to get out of hand, so if Vivo Keedstars make this a more competitive game, I expect we'll see less and less of that, but for the first round of the half, Herds maybe caught off guard a little bit by an aggressive play too. In any case, that's your Capitao gone. That was your main operator you were going to use to likely either help with a kitchen drop or maybe to clear blue. There's a lot of good ways to use Capitao on this bomb site. You can't use any of them at this point. It'll be a 5v4 final execute as Vivo Keedstars have every single person alive, and it looks like Nade wants to bring the defuse kit down through Dirt Tunnel. This can work. I mean, Monty's one of the best operators for taking dirt, and if you have good blue pressure, that can be very, very useful as well. I'm just a little bit concerned about what some of these players, either inside of Arsenal, and we're seeing Step down there now, or in Church can do to stop this push, because Monty coming down is, it's tough to deal with, but the one thing is that it's very, very obvious when you hear it.
Nice shot by KZ, makes it look so easy. Daffodil is no more. KZ still on quite limited HP. He needs to do his job in blue as now a Nitro Cell goes out. Shield drops from Nade. More damage can be done with that shield down, and just waiting on the mute to pull, and there we go. Nade losing most of his HP, followed up on Miracle winning that engagement. No real help for Nade at this current point in time. In blue, that's where the ruckus is beginning. Lenda and Miracle on the board now, very quickly on, and it's JV92 as the last one standing. Bullets whizzing out, Diffuser surrendered over in Dirt Tunnel, and with the timer being what it is, whether he can or can't get past Miracle is not really the point. The clock would give the win to Vivo Keedstars either way. Miracle does get the kill in the end. And now the gap between these teams sits at 1 round.
In the first week, the two pickups of Vivo Keedstars certainly got a lot of talk among analysts and fans. Neskin was probably the best performer between the two pickups of Vivo Keedstars, but Miracle has always been the one that I was most excited for, and it's for plays like that. He's such a smart player, and he's not flashy. He's not an entry like Neskin can be, but he's really, really good at just playing these anchor roles, playing these positions that the impact is going to be so massive for his team. You notice that Nade was totally alone pushing dirt tunnel, and that meant that he didn't have a great answer to the C4. Miracle was really smart not to pop that C4 early. He knew that as long as that C4 was up, Nade either had to make a difficult decision of pushing past it, in which case it would blow up behind him and kill him, or drawing his shield down and trying to shoot it, in which case he could also detonate that C4 and deal the most amount of damage where the shield would block as little as possible. And then as soon as he got that damage down, I believe Nade fell to about 25 HP. Miracle hit that shot, and then he hit Diffuse Kit inside of dirt, and he was sitting pretty. Helps that he got 2 kills right after that as well, but the moment he won the 1v1 against the Monty inside of dirt tunnel, that push was in dire straits for Furia. Excellently played by Miracle. Really been enjoying his play on Vivo Keedstars since he's joined this roster at the start of the stage, and looking to see more of that as these defensive rounds continue on through for Vivo Keedstars.
Well, if you thought that Furia would be running away with this, you unfortunately have bet your money on the wrong horse at the moment. Just to catch people up on what's been going on with Furia here in Stage 2. Well, Furia got quite the surprise in Manchester, getting eliminated by Team Liquid in the quarters. It was not the result that they, I think, expected at all, and it really propelled Liquid into a position where I and many others thought that they would make quite a deep run, maybe even make it all the way to the finals. Nice opening pick by JV92 onto Lenda in the first minute. That will give an advantage to Furia. And it's an advantage that Furia will need. They beat MIBR 7-5 in the very first play day, and while MIBR has had struggles, MIBR also did just destroy W7M, so maybe MIBR is not the slouch that we've always assumed. Still, it was a tough fight for Furia. The very next day, Furia lost to W7M, an Org rematch, as this team used to compete under that Bull banner, and they showed some obvious signs of weakness. W7M beat Furia, but then W7M lose to MIBR, but then MIBR lost to Furia. Oh my god, it's a big circle. Anyway, point is that Furia has shown that they have issues against teams domestically, and they have struggled so far in this stage. All 12 rounds in the first day, all 12 rounds in the second day, and with the way things are going, I would not be surprised to see all 12 rounds yet again against Vivo Keedstars. If you want to be the world champions and you want a chance at beating all the international teams, you cannot get pushed to 12 rounds against every team in your region. You have to beat them and do better.
And this is going to be an execute pretty quick here. Up the main stairs, it'll be Herds, who's quickly taken down by Daffodil. They've got the main breach, and they've got Logi hatch open as well. Stemp in the site's been a huge problem, though. Nade and JV will both fall to him, leaving KZ and Bleedpox, the last two alive. One with a gun, one with a shield. The shield to get a kill, though, onto Miracle. Big knife kill coming out, but he is in a terrible spot inside of Logistics. Players all around him. They just didn't quite have the man count in that final push. A fair attempt. I liked that they had as many angles as they did open, but maybe just not the intel there. Fully expected by Vivo Keedstars, catching them on the main stairs, catching them as they drop inside of Logi, and then a really good defense holding them down to tie this game 4-4.
Actually kind of surprised that Furia hasn't called a timeout. I thought that this might have been the time for them to figure out the next steps, because the job for Furia is not going to get any easier. They are on the unfavorable side of this map historically. The numbers heading into the actual match today were 17 rounds won by the attackers, 21 rounds won by the defenders. Good for a 55-45 split. Now, 55-45 doesn't seem like a lot, but over 12 rounds, it typically works out to a 4-2 scoreline more often than not. Vivo Keedstars won 2 rounds on attack very quickly, but Furia ended up fixing their issues and ended up the first half up 4-2. That's right where they need to be. But as for Vivo Keedstars, they've already won 2 rounds on defense. They only need 2 more. They are in excellent position to continue that trend, if not even go up 5-1. which would be the match. That would be a 7-5 victory for Vivo Keydstars, which would also be the same scoreline that Furia has been on before, both in victory and in defeat. It would guarantee all 12 rounds. So I'm a bit surprised that Furia is going to wait, but obviously, again, they're major champions, they're world champions, they know better than me. You have to trust that process if you're a fan of Furia.
Undoubtedly, and as we see this round unfolding, it looks like we're going to have another construction take. This is what Vivo Keydstars wanted to do when they came up against this bomb site. Furia will emulate that. Starting to get the main wall open as well. Rafters will probably be the one area of the map that Furia do not concern themselves with too much. They'll likely get inside of construction, they'll likely get down below, and their goal is going to be walking through construction, plant inside of cache. Plenty to get done before you can play there, though. And Daffodil kind of taking advantage of this in the bottom of Garage. Going for a run out here. Yes, he is an impact from his teammate, but it's all a bait. JV92 so ready for that. Wonderfully done to shut down the aggressive play from Daffodil. I honestly really like that attempt, but they might have had a drone in there to catch it. Otherwise, just good timing and game sense to shut down that play. Still, Vivo Keydstars not in a bad position with good site control, good rafters control. It's going to be all about keeping this con wall closed for as long as you possibly can, and then maybe getting some cheeky picks. You've got a C4 in here. I don't know if I love Lenda aggressing into construction, but if you can get one of these frags, if they can stall out this push from coming in through the construction doorway, that would be the key to winning this round number 9.
A very forward hold by Lenda at the moment, as he looks to greet them from construction into cache, and Furia seemed to be aware of his positioning. I haven't seen any drones go by, so maybe this is just a premonition by Nade, or he's just expecting somebody to be in that spot. Bullet tracers go off as they desperately look to deal with those bandit batteries. This should be a way in. KZ with a kill, but Miracle shuts that one down immediately. And now Miracle needs to pivot out of that position as he takes some damage from the window. Stemp will cover over towards rafters and plug that opening with a Kiba barrier. Advantage for Furia, but the time, only 30 seconds. There's Miracle with a kill onto Herds. Nitro Cell goes out, but it was the damage done from the MP7. Now it's Neskin trying to dodge this, but the opening of that breach will be his undoing. JV92 walking in. He and Nade, last two left. Miracle with one, looking for the win, and it's the Capcan trap to kill Nade. Elation on the side of Vivo Keydstars as they win 3 in a row on defense and go up 5-4.
And 2 of those 3 rounds now, Miracle by far the MVP of 4K. Looked like it was going to be the ace. Didn't quite need to do it though. The utility got it instead. And there's that tactical timeout that you were looking for, Parker. A calamity of errors at the start of that push. You noticed that they were trying to get in through the construction side. First things first, Herds down below in the Ash missed the Ash charge to destroy the bandit battery. So they weren't able to get that wall open for at least a little bit of a while. Then Lenda had a bit of a slip up as well inside of the bomb site, overswinging, getting taken down on that construction door. And then KZ tosses a nade outside of a building and has a bad swing to get traded himself. It was mistake after mistake after mistake. It was chaos. Not criticizing these teams. It's going to happen, of course, when you're in a high stress situation like a bomb site execute. But my God, it got a little bit scrappy there. And that's exactly what Miracle took advantage of in the late round. He perfectly capitalized off of all the chaos that was going on, playing that operator perfectly inside of the doorway. Love the way that even his dread mines were able to give impact in those final rounds, allow him to kill, I believe it was JV92 on that second last frag to end it on out. Loved the way that they were able to play it out. It was a good attempt from JV92 as well. I mean, he had some good kills for sure. And then the Capcan trap. It wasn't even on the other side of the door, Parker. Beautifully done by Vivo Keydstars.
A very critical round now for Furia, as Vivo Keydstars going up 4-0 would be one hell of a hill for Furia to climb up. Things are not great for the defending major champions, as obviously they didn't have the results in Manchester that they wanted. I assume that the results at some events that transpired this summer did not go their way either. Furia currently sit on that very final spot in the playoffs. They are 6th, though they are tied with the team that they are currently in the server with. They share the same spot, But because 12 rounds have been won by Furia versus Keedstars and 9, it's Furia above them. These teams cannot tie, so one of the teams will end up a single point or more ahead of one another. The round differential obviously will matter, but the head-to-head too will matter. So for subsequent ties, if Vivo Keedstars can run up the score and defeat Furia, that will put them in a great spot to break any ties. It would also knock Furia down into 7th place, which is unideal. Technically, they might even end up below MIBR depending on round differential, as I believe that's the main tiebreak at the moment. So Furia, 3 days in, potentially in 8th spot. That would be very poor on their side and well below what we expect from a team of this caliber.
Certainly below what they expect of themselves. They've got to attack a 5-man anchor strat. KZ tried to get a little cute. Thought he was sneaky getting down inside of Secret, but he picks the wrong angle, so he does get scared off earlier on into that round. He retreated back up into Garage, where he currently sits. It'll likely be a 5v5 very late round execute. Lenda takes a bit of damage. I'm not 100% sure where that was from, likely through the soft floor. There's a lot of destruction on the side of Furia. They've got Maverick for these hatches. They've got Buck to try to open up the floorboards as well. And then it looks like can openers, flashes, and nades galore in terms of that secondary utility. They've got the Monty again from Nade. I really hope they don't put him again solo dirt tunnel. If you want to put him dirt, send a player with him, because that was just not very successful the last time he tried it. I thought Miracle played it great, and Miracle will likely be playing it great again if he tries the same thing. Subaru was very successful for Furia on this bomb site the last time that they played it, and it will also be a successful and helpful operator for Vivo Keedstars. I don't believe there will be any tricking being done here. The Impact actually was able to trick the first can opener. The second can opener sounds like it's going to go off. That'll be the explosion there. So they have Kitchen Hatch open, but once again, it's going to be a push focused around dirt and blue as Monty makes his way there.
30 seconds again. These rounds just flying by. And dire straits for Furia. Daffodil almost loses it on a JV92, but he's slick over an oil pit. The Monty walking in, escorted. This is a troubling spot. Felipox dropped. The Monty is still up. Herds will be the only coverage. It's all up to Nade, and the time is working against him. Lenda shuts that down, and a guaranteed point for Vivo Keedstars. What is going on with Furia?
Honestly, these basement pushes, Parker, I talked about how difficult they'd be, and I think you saw the Grim ban really coming into effect for that round. Daffodil able to get 2 huge kills inside of blue. First, finding out KZ, who was trying to make some kind of play work with that Nook, but couldn't get it done. And then using the footsteps, hearing the other person rotate towards Oil Pit, he's able to aggress in, get that kill. That's an early 2-man advantage that Daffodil secures for his team. And then what happens? It's another dirt tunnel push. Now, this time, he had some pressure with him. I believe it was Felipox inside the dirt tunnel alongside Nade. So I'm okay with that. I'm fine with them making the decision to go back to dirt tunnel because they did give some help towards Nade, but it just didn't seem to matter. The man count was too tight. There were too few angles that Furia had available to them. I believe it was 2 through dirt tunnel and then 1 main stairs after the blue push completely crumbled at the hands of Daffodil. So Vivo Keedstars very ready for it, and it just feels like every single round they're setting up these puzzles that Furia think they have answers for, but these answers are being read. Vivo Keedstars know exactly how they want to push. Wrenches are getting thrown into the plans that Furia just cannot seem to work around. This has been an excellent defensive showing from Vivo Keedstars, a team that we don't always talk about as maybe capable of taking down Titans, but yet today, on what is one of their best maps, they seem to be capable of just that. It is now 6-4.
Yeah, this is really quite a stunning result that we are witnessing, Jesse. I never in a million years expected it to be like this. We said that all 12 rounds were needed for Furia, and that was what it was looking like. Well, it could actually be 1 round worse for them, as only 11 rounds and a loss for Furia would be bad. It would be quite bad. And especially against a team like Vivo Keedstars, where historically Furia should be at a different level, a higher level, if I'm being completely honest. The fact that they are unable to put some distance between themselves and these purple shirts is not great. They've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to stave off defeat. And the hard part is that Furia has to bring the fight to VKS.
Neskin trying to abuse a very common ranked angle, won't get anything from it in the dirt tunnel. He'll have to rotate back to site the long way. They still have full cash control, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem unless JV92 has caught the scent. Neskin is maybe aware that there is somebody up there at the top of the secret stairs and that he should not push that direction. He can go up main stairs instead. I don't believe there's anybody stopping him from doing that. Lenda, I believe, being hidden by some mute jammers right now, is in a great spot to make a little swing with a shotgun and potentially ruin the plans of Felipox, maybe even ending this game if he can get enough here.
He'll plug that hole as he tries to get out of his position, but Lenda is unsuccessful. Herds is just simply in it, and this is a very quick round for Furia, just a little over a minute, and we're starting to see action occur in and around the bomb site. The blitz of Felipox toying with the door. Stemp doesn't really want an engagement here and has to be wary of where he goes as he takes some shots onto the shield, but of course they deflect right away. Bandit being tracked by the Deimos of JV92. KZ in, JV92 won as well. Nitro Cell tossed by Neskin, but it's a desperate attempt. No flawless round as Neskin, who's still alive, allows his traps to do the work, and JV92 vaults on over and Goomba stomps him on the stairs. 12 rounds, Jesse. 12 rounds. Final round of regulation. VKS have already guaranteed themselves 1 point. This is their last opportunity to get 3 and separate themselves, not just from Furia, but from the teams at the bottom of the standings.
When JV92 was interviewed and asked about Vivo Keydstars before this matchup, he said that, yeah, they're good in scrims. They often beat us when we're scrimming, but every time we play them on game day, it's a beating. This has certainly not been a beating so far. It's been very back and forth. Vivo Keydstars will have their opportunity to call a tactical timeout. I didn't even realize they still had it. We're very late into this game, but of course they haven't been forced to just yet. So even though they're up 6-5, they'll call it here and do their best to set up the absolute perfect defense that will trick Furia and will stop them from doing anything to pull this game back. I love what we've been seeing from them so far. Yes, that last round was a little bit shaky. I mean, they almost got flawless round. It couldn't have gone much worse. But even still, that's one bomb site that they don't have to go back to. Gym and Bedroom is not a site that they will likely be wanting to play again. And indeed, it's going to be CCTV cash for their last round in regulation. Vivo Keydstars love the way they've been playing thus far, but Furia 1 round away from really putting a halt on this upset. Not dissimilar to actually the FaZe Fluxo game, Parker, that we watched just last week here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see the similarities, but my oh my, the story that everybody's going to be looking at is Furia. JV92 is 16 kills, Felipox 4-9, Nade 4-8, Herds 7-8, KZ 9-9. These are not great numbers for Furia, but I mean, the 3 guys that you expect to be getting the kills, KZ, JV92, and Herds, are actually doing a pretty proficient job of that. 9-9, 16-8, and 7-8. Obviously, you want Herds' numbers to be a little bit more positive, but just looking at that alone should tell you that it's a competitive match, and it is competitive. Furia has been a small step behind Vivo Keydstars, but this is still a matchup where Furia can prevail in this final round. We see mirrored 4-2 halves, and then it comes down to overtime, and whichever team has the better role and whichever team is feeling more confident can manage to take those 2 full points. For Furia, at this obvious point in time, winning the whole thing might not be on the top of your mind. It's getting to OT in the first place. And Furia, well, they brought a pretty standard roster to try and get this wall open. They'll be enabled by a Thatcher and an IQ, but they've also got Striker with a load of utility to help.
Yeah, for the first time this game, we're going to see a Rafters clear attempted. That'll be Nade's job on the Monty to walk up there and put some pressure onto Stemp, who's currently playing at the top of Rafters wall. Goal 1, of course, is to open this CC wall, which shouldn't be too difficult. They have EMPs. They've got nades from the Striker to stop those bandit tricks. That was the one threat that you had, but the nades will do their job expertly, and he will have to back off. I don't think Blenda was actually even close to the wall, but insurance nonetheless. And now it will be the focus over towards Rafters. Monty will be applying pressure to Stemp. Other players on Furia will then be holding him from both the breach, from down below, and then, of course, outside those garage panels as well. If he can get 1 or 2 for his troubles, he'll be feeling really, really good. But you've got to imagine that Stemp's time is limited for the rest of this round. He's playing his position to die.
Listen to the calm. You can see the players' lips moving, so I can imagine how hectic their communications would be as Daffodil gets read by the drone in lounge and has to worry about what's behind him, but he's also turning his back to the shield of Nade, who's now lost a bit of HP. Flashes will go out. Daffodil has set up this beachhead downstairs in garage. Herds dies at the hands of Miracle. They're trying to finish off the Fenrir, but Daffodil wins the engagement against Fellapox. KZ, the only kill so far. The shield of Nade getting up close and personal, but it's all down to KZ. Vivo Keedstars going for the upset. All they need is a single kill to find it. A shotgun at the top of the stairs will reduce KZ effectively to rubble. He walks through the toxic gas, not inhaling any of it. But he's a man right now, living on borrowed time. Furia looked indomitable for so long. They've already bled once so far this stage, and VKS will do it to Furia again. A stunning result in a match that Furia will want to put behind them. But what a performance by Vivo Keedstars. Yet another victory, and they'll do it in regulation. They started off the season defeating the Fluxers 7-2, and now a 7-5 victory over Furia is one hell of a feather in your cap.
That last round is one that Furia are going to want back. It wasn't close, but the mistakes they made not being able to secure an easy kill onto Daffodil when you had him flashed on a drone and being watched by a Monty, he still got a pick up onto you. And then Nade on the Monty in the rafters. I don't even know what just happened in that engagement with Stemp up at the top of there with the Azami. You should never be dying in that situation. Just rocky the way that Monty play ended up coming down. Huge congratulations to Vivo Keedstars. Miracle in that last round. More tremendous play getting the opening pick, I believe, from top red. Super well done holding down rafters on that Azami position as well. My God, just played absolutely fantastic all throughout those defenses. Vivo Keedstars are going to be celebrating tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, they set the tempo by getting that pick onto Herds so early in this match. They won't be celebrating for very long, by the way, because they have to go up against FaZe Clan tomorrow, which will be one major hurdle. That might be a bit too much to get over, but a lot of people could have said the same about Furia today. I know we obviously had our doubts about VKS's capabilities, and yet they proved us wrong. They toppled the Giants. They slayed the Giants. They were world beaters themselves. Now, FaZe Clan next. As for Furia, they might have a bit of a lighter day tomorrow as they go up against Fluxo, and we'll see if Fluxo have been improving as a team, or if there are still some serious struggles. As Fluxo obviously lost their matchup today, they only mustered 3 rounds, which is below their average. So a bad day for Fluxo. They'll look for a bounce back tomorrow, as will Furia. And it also tests our hypothesis here. We said Furia doesn't usually lose matches in a row. Well, they just did. They lost 5-7 to W7M. They lose 5-7 today to Vivo Keedstars. But the one thing you can say about the defending world champs is that at least they are consistent in the fact that they are going down to the final moments of the 12th round, win or lose.
I suppose that's one thing, and I do think, especially on their defenses, I mean, Furia did a lot of things right. I really love their ability to roam up on that top floor. We see some of those highlights coming out from Herds and KZ, the way that they could play aggressively. The site play was excellent from JV92. Not sure his final stat total, but he racked up a ton of kills. Statistically, after this play day, I would not be surprised if he continues to be the best player when it comes down to just a pure KD ratio in the league, as he had a fantastic day today. But not enough, not fantastic enough to take down Vivo Keedstars, who for their own defenses made that 4-2 comeback happen. They win 5 of their 6 total holds. Furia just could not put an attack together to save their lives. It just felt like they were so far gone every single time. The Capcan getting more than 1 kill throughout this game is never something that you want to be seeing either. Lovely to see from Vivo Keedstars. This is a team that really needs to be studied, Parker. I mean, watch out, because they're not going to be a favorites to make Montreal by any means. But I really think with these new pickups of Neskin and Miracle, this team is scary. And if they come up against a fault team when they get to the playoffs, they absolutely could cause an upset and make a major run.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you where I don't necessarily believe Vivo Keedstars are a team that we will see deep into the playoffs or even deep into the LCQs, but they can definitely play spoiler as they did today. And maybe with more time and more preparation, this can be a top 6 team in the region. I mean, right now, statistically, they are a top 6 team. But there have been some changes in Brazil. I mean, Furia looks like they are sliding down the standings. E1 seems to be the real deal. You've also got this MIBR team that maybe is improving. Ninjas in Pajamas look like they've bounced back. Well, the problem is that if you've got E1 as a great team, you've got NIP as a great team, you've got FaZe Clan still showing their brilliance, Liquid seemingly just as strong as they are, W7M have made leaps and bounds. That's 5 of the 10 teams right there, leaving only a potential spot for Furia, for MIBR, for VKS, for all of these teams that are towards the bottom of the standings. And yeah, there's a little bit of a jump at the moment between Black Dragons and Fluxo, who I would put at the very bottom of the standings, and then the next 3 teams. So you've got room to breathe. You're not going to fall all the way down, but it stops being about you winning and starts being about your opponents above you losing, because you can go 6-0 to end this stage, and it doesn't matter if your opponents go 5-1 and there's just too much of a difference because you've given up too much ground too early on.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what makes the season so exciting. If everybody could make playoffs, we wouldn't have to play the group stage at all. So still plenty to play for. I mean, it's not a done deal, but this is going to be a huge win in the column for Vivo Keedstars. I'm sure they're going to be very excited about that one. And nice to see some scrim results actually coming to fruition, because as we heard in the interviews, oftentimes Furia were unsuccessful in those scrims, but successful on game day. Not today. I think we have another interview, though, coming up right away with our victors. So we'll throw it back over to Ginny and Laxing to have our last interview of, well, our second last interview of the day.
Thank you, Jesse, for throwing it back. Yes, we do have indeed one more interview before the final game, and that is going to be with Neskin. So let's bring him on. Let's have a little bit of a chat, a little bit of a conversation. Congratulations on your win against Furia. You guys had a very good day 1 last week. Day 2, maybe not so much, but I want to talk about the preparation for this game particularly, because again, Furia, it's a team that a lot of people have a lot of expectations for. What was your prep? What was your mentality going into this game today?
Yeah, it was a tough game. Like we had like a hard preparation. We have like 2 weeks of scrims of like the team since I joined the team, so it's never easy to play against them. They are like 3 times world champions, so yeah, it's never easy. But we could close the game like without OT, so yeah, we did good.
Question for you, Neskin. Obviously, you're now coming back into the Brazil region and specifically from GK. Are you bringing anything over from that MENA region and introducing it here into the play? And also, same for Miracle coming from EUL now back into Brazil. Are you guys kind of taking those fundamentals from those regions and implementing it into your guys' system now?
Yeah, of course, we can bring something. Like in MENA, we have a different play style. Like they play very aggro, you know, aggressive. Like the players are very good individually, and they are like crazy playing. But it's a good point sometimes. And from Miracle, I think in EU some teams play like slow and like step by step, and like sometimes this works. So yeah, we can like mix everything in one thing, and we do it better, no?
For sure.
It sounds like you guys have found that perfect recipe of aggression, but also being a little bit more calculated and a little bit more slow. And so far, I would say you guys are looking really solid in terms of making those top 6 spots, going to those playoffs. What is your goal, Neskin, for joining Vivo Keedstars? What has your goal been individually for the rest of the stage?
I think like as a team, at least playoffs to start the new project on the team. If we can do playoffs, like we can try to next year maybe go major, or even this year we can go major. We can improve more things. Like we win against Furia today, so tomorrow we face FaZe, and it's a hard game as well, but we can win. So yeah, I think first playoffs and after major. And individually, I think like I could play it better today, but I need to find my way in the team, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you need some time usually to be able to find that. So time hopefully you guys will have. Thank you so much for
thank
the
you.
interview. Appreciate it. Congratulations on your win. Bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
All right, a little bit of reflection there coming through from Neskin in regards of what he could do better individually.
Definitely. I think that is important, you know, that he can even acknowledge, hey, you know, I'm not performing where I need to be. I need to find my rhythm on my team, on this team, find that tempo. But I mean, to beat Furia, it's great. But I also do want to touch up on what Parker was saying, that Furia struggles within the region. And I said this back before EWC, is Furia aren't the best in their region. They are the best from their region internationally. They do struggle with their own region. I think it goes back to what I talked about a while ago, that you touched up on the word of the idiosyncrasies. It is really easy to figure out your opponent, know what they're doing. You're scrim them. I mean, you heard JV say, oh, we play these guys in scrims. They beat us all the time. But come match day, they don't do that. That obviously changed today. They beat them. It was a close game that could have went either way, but still, they got the points. They did it in a fashion that allowed them a 3-point over them and just nullifying any points out of Furia. So, I mean, you got to feel good for Keystars to know that the roster changes you made is creating success, beating Furia, getting that revenge match underneath your belt. I mean, you got to feel good.
Absolutely, they should, and hopefully they do, because again, this is more fuel for their matchup tomorrow going up against FaZe. But also to highlight, it was a 7-5, so Furia was very much doing their absolute best to hold on, to be able to push us to OT, to be able to get a couple more rounds in, because that's at the end of the day all they needed. And they'll be, you know, they'll be upset about a couple of rounds that were slipped away from their side of things. But Viva Keystars should be absolutely ecstatic with this win, because as you touched upon yourself, they get the points.
Yeah, absolutely. And I even said in the beginning of this, you know, them starting their attack side here, if they can just get a couple of attacks, get a few attacks, their defense is what will push them through the finish line. And that's exactly what we saw. They got those few rounds on attacks, immediately transitioned over to their defensive half and played it, I would say, as close to perfect as you possibly can, especially with the way that Brazil plays Clubhouse. It's very in 10 seconds. Everyone's dead. The round is over. So the fact that they could pull it out here in a 7-5, I mean, kudos to these guys and kudos to their pickups, stepping in, playing the roles. And it's specifically Stimp. I want to talk about Stimp. Him in the rafters, him inside sight. He was an absolute thorn in Furia's side for every single time they would try to converge and collapse into sight. He almost shut them down in every instant, grabbing 2 kills, maybe grabbing 3 kills. And that last round specifically inside rafters, he immediately swung out, grabs that kill out onto the breach, and then almost does a 180, catches the Monty, which again, Jesse touched up on that. You should never be losing that fight as the Monty there. And the fact that he was able to claw that, bring that back, because who knows what could have happened if they lost rafters there. Most of the time you lose rafters and there's a Monty up there, we would have possibly seen overtime.
But we didn't, and Miracle as well coming out this time around as the MVP from the side of Viva Keystars had a phenomenal performance individually. And as you already touched upon, you know, it's not just Miracle that had a great performance. It's like a lot of these individual players had this moment today where they have genuinely stepped up and made that difference. And that's what you need from a team, but that's also what you need against a team like Furia. You have to have those, you know, individual moments of brilliance that allow you to shine through, and that's what they've been able to do. But that is us done with the 4th game of today. We have one more game, and that is the game of the day. I would say so myself. That's before MIBR took the upset over W7M. So we said this is going to be the game of the day. It is going to be Liquid against E1. It should be a close match competition. So make sure you stick around, because we'll be back after the break.
Não sabia a posição, ainda assim teve eliminação. O Totes do Shaiko consegue e se devolve rapidamente. A briga continua em cima do EX, gás tóxico. Teve que pressionar e foi pra trás, Getalha. Sobrou apenas o Dots. Junto com o Rari de montanha. Dots corre. Não tem muito o que fazer. Ele vai atrás da eliminação. Dots fecha mais um round pra W7M. Vamos que vamos.
vai chegando, sorrateiro, na moralzinha, tá preso no rotate, ele vai passar com o seu Oryx, vem a bala, não, ele espera, não viu o pé. Marcou, espera, na calma. O Rally tem que jogar na boa agora. Vamos ver se ele consegue mais um clutch. O jogador vai tentando estreifar para buscar a informação dele. Rally consegue dar bala. Derruba o Lukid. Agora falta o Raps. Vamos ver o Rally. Subiu. Pra caçada. Meu Deus. O Raps tá de costas. Não é possível. O Rally espera. Ele estreifa. O Raps ouviu.
Que isso?
Olha o nome dele!
Que isso, Rally?
Memorável do Rally, joga demais, um monstro, uma lenda, ele é demais, ele é o Rally, é o capitão.
The final game of the day is upon us. Welcome everyone to Rainbow Six Brazil Stage 2. We have already done and dusted with 4 games, and this one should be the closest match of today. We got Liquid going up against E1. Both of these teams neck on neck in the standings, fighting for that top spot. I'm Ginny, joined with Lax, and I'm gonna try to break this one down ahead of the competition starting because both of these teams have had a pretty good round so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a revenge tour specifically for Liquid after losing last stage in a devastating 7-1 loss on Skyscraper. But the thing to take from this is this Liquid roster has now found their footing, in my opinion, compared to their most recent stage. They got knocked all the way down to the LCQs, fought all the way to Manchester, and then placed main stage where E1 got eliminated, I believe, after their first 3 games. And then we didn't see E1 at EWC. We saw Liquid at EWC, and they were on main stage yet again. So I'm very confident that Liquid really wants to prove to E1 that last stage was just a fluke. You got lucky. We're here today, and we're going to bring it to you.
Absolutely. I think as well, really, when we're looking at this matchup particularly, it's going to be the players that stand out as usual. Having a look at the head-to-head, particularly this time around, it is going to be Nesk, and we're going to be comparing Nesk to Flastry in terms of what we can expect from both of these players. Now, I would say, I mean, Liquid potentially more as that team, like the teamwork kind of thing, probably more in their favor, but Flastry individually is pretty good too.
Yeah, and when comparing these two, I mean, Nesk has always kind of been the forefront of this Liquid roster, as of, I would say, just until recently with picking up the new guys. Well, I say recently, they've been on the roster now for a bit. He's taken a little bit of a step back compared to what we usually see him. It doesn't take anything away from him, but when you look at Flastry has actually been playing that more of a support role, and the fact that your support player is putting up numbers, and I talked about this in the NAL, if your backline can be just as strong as your front line, that is why you find success in a lot of these teams, is because you have a well-rounded roster, that your front line can get the job done, your mid line can get the job done, and your back line. And what that looks like is your early game, your mid game to late game will always be strong. And both these teams have been looking very dominant on each end of that.
Yeah, Liquid though, dominant, as you said it. Maybe not necessarily regionally last time around on stage 1, but internationally, this is a household name.
Yeah, I mean, back during, if you were to look at this team back at last SI, me and Jesse had a bit of whether or not Liquid was going to make something happen. I was a believer. Jesse absolutely did not believe in them, and Jesse was right. They didn't show up. But like I said, after the last stage 1 and going through that LCQ and just going through that giant hurdle of trying to find their way to Manchester and successfully doing so and finding themselves on the main stage and then the main stage at EWC, this is a far new and improved roster. And like I said, they have found their chemistry and they have found their footing for what they want to do to lead them to victory.
Yeah, they're going up against E1, and this is a team, as we touched upon, regionally last stage, I would say to an extent, pretty successful. Internationally, however, not so much. Falling flat at that final hurdle, so this is really their chance to not only prove themselves in this domestic league in Brazil, but also try and push themselves internationally further.
Yeah, I mean, the fact domestically they're looking good, that's already important because that at least almost ensures that you are going to be going to the major. The thing is they don't have that international experience. So naturally, you aren't going to expect a team for their first time getting to an international event to have success. And we don't see that very often. So the fact that they can get there, that we've seen them there, just goes to show this team is doing exactly what they need to do at a regional level to get there. And then it just comes down to getting that LAN experience and getting that international experience. Whereas I believe the next time we see this team, if they can make Manchester, they will have a far better performance than what we currently saw at Manchester.
About proving themselves to be able to play up against some of the best teams in the world, really, because when we're looking at Brazil, when we're looking at how far these teams place on that international stage, it's always pretty dang far. And if we're looking last year particularly, I mean, they won every single one. So for E1 to be able to hang with the top dogs, to be able to push themselves at international, that is no small feat. And they are, as you're saying, doing the right things to be able to set themselves up for success later on.
Absolutely. And that's, again, that's the best case scenario, is that you are doing everything right, whether it's roster changes, whether it's plays that you're making in the game. The fact that it is leading you to a playoff spot, that it's leading you in the right direction of everything that you need to be doing. Because the thing is, if you're only good regionally, who cares? Because you need to be at an international level. And these players, I definitely believe, can be at that international level. It's just a matter of, can they keep the consistency in their region and qualify for that major?
Liquid as well. I mean, that's a team that we don't really have questions about how they're going to perform internationally, but it's more of a question, are they going to bring it home? Is there going to be a title that Liquid is going to be able to take?
I mean, I would like to see that. I mean, I think Palu and Esk are more than deserving of finally winning something together after this long history together. It sucks that we haven't seen it. They've gotten so close and so many times, and then they just completely fell off. But again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but after this LCQ run that put them in Manchester, like I said, this is by far the best that we've seen Liquid in a long time. So I have no doubt that they're going to give it their all throughout this stage to solidify their name and push themselves into a Manchester major.
Fully agree. Montreal is waiting for some of these teams, but that's still
Did I say Manchester or I say Montreal?
Yeah, you have been saying Manchester for a while, but it's okay. We're going to be
well, I was talking about their LCQ, but Montreal.
But Montreal it is. Top 6 is where you're aiming for, but first you need to be able to get some points on the board with this play day number 3. We're going to be heading into Bang for this final game of today. I'm not going to lie, I am pretty happy to see Bang.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this just recently, they just beat Liquid just beat Black Dragons on Bank. So historically, right as of now, they're looking good on it. But that also looks good for E1 because they have a VOD on them. They can try to figure out a counter strat or a quick one-off that can maybe secure them around that could easily just be collapsed upon. So I definitely like this map, but I think it's going to be more on Liquid's shoulders here to either reinforce what they've been doing and make it stronger, or stick to what they know, or possibly change it up. Because again, E1 does have this VOD on them.
Yeah, I think as well, looking at here the map statistics, they're not necessarily the worst performing, nor the top performing. So I think, again, that's both these teams have a chance to really blow things out of the water. And you know what? We've been talking a lot about what we think is going to be happening, or what we're expecting from both of these teams. Let's bring in our casters for the final game of today. Jesse and Intero are still on duty here. And I want to start off with you, Intero, in regards to how you are expecting this to play out, because at the start of the day, we said this was going to be close. We didn't really expect any other games to be close, but it's been the day of the underdog, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way of putting it. And in this case, standings wise, it's Liquid who are actually the underdogs, which is an insane thing to think. But I'm wondering, and I'm starting to kind of get vibes from E1 that while they are an improved team from last stage, and they were a top 4 team in Brazil last stage, that I don't know if they are still a bona fide top 4 team. NiP has seen some serious improvements. W7M is clicking. Fury has taken a step back. We don't know what's going on with FaZe. Honestly, this is prime time for E1 to surprise us. And if they can topple Liquid here, I honestly think the rest of the stage for them is going to be pretty easy, and E1 will be well situated to make the top 4.
I say that Jesse is nodding in agreement. I was nodding in agreement. So was Lax. So I feel like I'm going to take the general consensus is that we all think that whatever Intero is saying right now is gospel. So I'm going to let Intero and Jesse run away with this one. This is the final game of today. So gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Jesse. You don't get to speak. Honestly, my day is made better when Jesse speaks less. So everything tends to work better when we have less Jesse, not more Jesse.
Wonderful. I think that E1 are a team who have certainly been successful, but they haven't had any real tests thus far. I mean, they played Black Dragons in the first play day. They followed that up with a game against Vivo Keystars, and Vivo Keystars just proved that they are a formidable opponent, no doubt about it. But for me, this is the first real test. This is where we get to figure out, are E1 fraudulent? Are they really a top 4 team once again? Are they going to make it back to the major? Can they beat some of the best teams in Brazil? Or have they just gotten a pretty easy week 1 schedule? I'm excited to find out. I've always liked this E1 team. I was a big champion of them back in stage 1. Did I think they'd make the major? Maybe not. But I did think they were a lot better than people gave them credit for. And now for them to be performing once again here in stage 2, it's been great to see. This should be a really fun matchup up against Team Liquid. We've got 2 of the best multiplayers in the world up on this matchup for Veto and Lagonis. We've got a team that is red hot in terms of E1 versus a team that has consistently been at the top of the world stage in terms of Liquid. So I'm thinking we're in for a great game. I think as the desk said it, this should be on paper game of the day. We've had a great game today.
Yeah, I mean, I think game of the day is the correct way of looking at it. But I mean, I don't know. This could easily be a Liquid stomp. It could easily be E1 dominating. If you look at the previous results through this stage, it was a 7-5 victory that E1 took over Black Dragons on the first play day. Well, with the way that Black Dragons has been recently, I mean, that's not really actually that impressive. The fact that it's come so close, not ideal. Then a 7-2 over VKS. Wow. Let's get to a video and then we'll talk more about these teams because we're ready for our final matchup of the day.
Bom, a E1 também teve mudanças na lineup, né? Mudanças drásticas na lineup, comissão técnica. Tô ansioso para esse jogo. A gente treinou algumas vezes e tal. Foram sempre treinos muito bons, então agora é dia de campeonato, então vamos ver como é que vai ser, né?
O jogo contra o Team Liquid vai ser um jogo pegado, eles são um time muito bom, muito bem estruturado também. O jogo contra eles é sempre difícil, mas acho que a gente vai levar essa vitória aí. Estamos chegando bem forte também e preparados.
Na E1, tem que ficar de olho no Live. Eu acredito que ele é um ótimo jogador individualmente ali, né? Quando, enfim, ele puxa para resolver a partida, ele consegue resolver a partida solo às vezes.
Acho que ficar de olho no Maia, porque quando ele entra no jogo, ele é muito impactante e acaba trazendo muitos rounds para ele.
Eles mudaram de lineup, eu sei que vocês estão aí no hype e tal, mas quando chegar na hora da partida, ele vai quebrar esse hype de vocês.
Aí, Hugão, pode ficar sem dormir quantos dias você quiser aí, que a gente vai passar o carro em vocês.
All right, as you saw, the rosters for these teams and some notable names on the side of Team Liquid. You might never heard of them before, but you know, Nescas, he's a real youngster. I think he's got a promising career ahead of him. But as I was talking about before we cut to the video, E1 struggled against the worst statistical team in Brazil, in Black Dragons, on their first matchup. Yes, they still secured a victory, but a 7-5 scoreline for the team that currently sits at number 1 is, well, maybe a bit of a shocking result. It should have been more lopsided in favor of E1. Their second matchup was a lot easier, and it was against VKS, a team that just actually had a very surprising result against Furia, but prior to that was a basement-dwelling team too. E1 made it to the Manchester Major. They were one of the top 4 teams in Brazil, but they did so by, during the group stages, only beating teams that were worse than them. They were the best of the worst, so to speak. This time around, the same thing is happening with E1, so their strength of schedule is quite weak at the moment. How will that play up against this opponent? Team Liquid will be the largest challenge that E1 has to deal with. And do you think, Jesse, that E1 will maintain their form that they showed against both Black Dragons and VKS? Or do you think the clock will strike midnight on this Cinderella start for E1 and they'll turn into pumpkins and Liquid will prevail?
They're going to have to maintain this form and avoid pumpkinification in this matchup, because not only are they playing the toughest opponent that they've played thus far this stage, but they're also playing a really tough map. Team Liquid are 6-0 on bank in Brazil in domestic competition. Now, internationally, they're 0-2, so their overall record is not as flawless as that 6-0 makes it sound, but this is certainly not going to be an easy task. I think part of the reason why E1 were so successful in Playdays 1 and 2 was because they got really good map picks for themselves. They did really well in the map veto phase to end up on battlefields of Skyscraper and Nighthaven where they could really thrive. This is going to be a spot where Team Liquid certainly have the edge, at least in terms of comfort. Laxing on the desk talked about how Team Liquid have already won this map once this stage, and indeed they have. That is a VOD for E1 to look back on, and it wouldn't be the first time today that a team brings a tougher opponent to a comfortable map and then absolutely blindsides them in the operator bans and takes the win away. So there are plenty of opportunities for E1 to turn bank into a successful story for them, but it's not going to be easy against Team Liquid, against the young gunners Palu and Nest. Just because this team is so storied, they expect to make every event, and E1, they've only ever made one event, and that was the last one.
And it was a terrible result. They finished in the bottom 16. They were really
they lost every game.
Yes, they were not a particularly great combatant in that event. And well, I mean, there was some commentary that I saw after the fact about how almost any other Brazilian team would have had a better result. And obviously you don't want to punch a team while it's down, but I do kind of agree with that perspective. I think that if a team like W7M had gone, Black Dragons in their current iteration had gone, I think they definitely could have done better. Now, the Ninjas in Pajamas roster that we see at the present moment is definitely in the conversation of a top 4 team in Brazil. So things are going to get tougher from E1, not even if they just stay the same, but other teams surpassing them. Because as we talked about in the previous matchup, Jesse, sometimes it's not about you choosing your own fate, but it's other teams making your fate or your destiny for you. In this case, if E1 improves marginally with the roster moves that they undertook, well, if a couple other teams leapfrog over their former position, which I think it's fair to say has happened with Ninjas in Pajamas, then it doesn't really matter how much you improved because you're still behind your opponents. And for a team like E1, who are still in the middle of aim training, the lobby does not appear to be ready yet. They need to get some aim training in against a team like Team Liquid, who have very high highs, but very low lows.
No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I think stage 1 was overall a bit of a disappointment for Brazil. I mean, we had a North America team versus a European team in the grand finals, which is uncharted territory for the last couple of years, as Brazil seems to always be in those grand finals. And also just for the teams that attended Manchester. I mean, you brought it up. W7M lost to E1 in the playoffs and didn't make it. We had to see a crazy comeback LCQ run from Team Liquid, who had a horrendous start to their season. A lot of teams that often do thrive in Brazil weren't able to do so in stage 1. But stage 2, they're looking better. The competition is tougher, and E1 are going to need to perform even better than they did last time if they want to make the major again. We're starting the game. I'm expecting operator bans to be some form of Hibana, Ying, Kaid, and Valkyrie. It's a tough map to predict operator bans just because E1 and Liquid both change up their bans so often This first ban is probably the hardest to call from E1 just because they banned so many different operators on Bank throughout their history, and Team Liquid certainly don't have one operator that they're that dominant on. The Monty gets banned out. I guess that was the question, right? Because both E1 and Team Liquid are extremely good Monty teams. I wasn't sure if E1 were willing to leave that one up, but it doesn't seem like they will. It'll be Ying banned out by Liquid as we expected. That will leave Hibana up, which is not that crazy. Obviously, Hibana, a good ban on Bank, but not a necessary ban by any means. There's the Kaid. So Team Liquid banning the exact same operators I believe that they banned the last time that they played Bank. Pretty expected results. All should be going according to plan. If there's going to be a curveball, it has to be right here from E1. They're taking their time with it again. I'd expect a Valkyrie, but only time will tell. They'll use their whole timer just to ban out the expected results.
Valkyrie! I didn't see that one coming.
Great joke, Parker. Hey, that was you've got the whole squad laughing.
I don't hear anybody laughing. There you go. I heard it. We're still in the channel, by the way, while we're casting with Janiro and Laxing. So, I mean, they haven't said a word, but they can at least appreciate it. As you see at the bottom of your screen, those are the score lines for today's matchups. MIBR defeating W7M was quite a surprise. Nip dominating Fluxo, maybe not so. FaZe demolishing Black Dragons was a bit of a surprise in the sense that Black Dragons probably should have been competitive, but were not. Vivo Keydstars toppling Furia was definitely the surprising result of the day, at least for me. Will we see another upset in Team Liquid versus E1? Tomorrow we've got some more exciting games to come. It'll be Furia and Fluxo squaring off to start, and that will be the real test for Furia, because if Fluxo wins that matchup, which, by the way, the only overtime that Fluxo got to last stage was against Furia, so if Fluxo can do that again, even if Furia wins, they will be dropping points left and right. That's not quite good enough. Vivo Keydstars and FaZe Clan, the second match of the day. FaZe Clan looking to continue their winning ways. Vivo Keydstars will show if the upset against Furia was just a fluke or if they really do have what it takes to contend. Then what my match of the day will be, there's two of them. W7M versus Liquid, middle of the day. That'll be fascinating. MIBR versus BD. That'll cement whether MIBR is the real deal or Black Dragons deserve their place at the bottom. And then the last match of the day is Nip versus E1. What a start for E1, by the way, as Perez has picked up two. Maya and Nesk both vaulting in the same position of that stock trading window. And they are gone. Goodbye Deimos, goodbye Capitao. A huge amount of utility is gone from Team Liquid.
Uncharacteristic misdrone from Team Liquid. Usually one of the most solid teams when it comes to these early rounds, spotting out your roaming players. They clearly had no idea that Perez was tucked inside the corner there in the hallway, and he's not gone. They lost their Deimos, so they don't have any tools to hunt him down other than good old-fashioned drones, and those drones are still seemingly missing. Nah, they'll finally take down Perez up on the roam. It's resets with the DMR on Twitch to take him out. But even still, that is so much time and utility that Perez has dealt with. He has more than done his job and put Team Liquid into a really awkward spot. They now have to attack in a man disadvantage without their Capitao, which is probably the most important operator utility-wise. They have the Osa, but planting behind an Osa shield can often be very, very dangerous. The 1C4 is utilized already. There's actually no explosives to stop this Osa, but there will be toxic babes and fire grenades that could deal some damage to any type of plant that goes down. This is not going to be easy, Parker, by any means. They are likely to go in through server here, but they could always go gold as well. Those Goyo canisters getting popped early, so a gold elevator push could actually be their best play.
Seto hits that canister. The fire struck at 43 seconds. Will do some damage, but Palu risks it either way. And he loses quite a little bit of HP. And now it's Lagonis' turn to soldier through it. A big opening, and now the numbers will equalize, but the time is what will ultimately get away from Team Liquid. That was 26 seconds that the canister popped. Those things last 20 seconds. That means 6 seconds will be left in the round when those flames stop their lingering. There goes a toxic canister to add to the mix. And unfortunately for Liquid fans, they might just be a bit too slow to get on in. The flames subside and now a drop from the remaining Liquid players, but Flastry tears through them with the TCSG, and STK gets up in their faces for the final pick. E1 really dominated that round early on with Perez's two-piece to start off Liquid's advance, and Liquid just could not recalibrate with the remaining time that was left on the clock.
So remember when I said that maybe a gold and elevator drop would be the preferred method of pushing there? I think you kind of saw why. Nothing but toxic babes, fire from the Goyo canisters, guns firing away as well. That was an impossible plant for Team Liquid, just with how much utility was still on the board. I liked their server stairs clear. That was super nice. And then they were aware of the timer. They sprinted through the Goyo fire, understanding they had no time to lose. But even still, so much utility in the pockets of E1, helped, of course, by that big man advantage. Usually, if you want to go for that type of an execute, you'll have a player lurking down the main stairs. You'll have somebody maybe pushing garage. You'll have some other angles of attack. But unfortunately, Team Liquid didn't have that luxury because they didn't have enough players alive to do that. So, good attempt, but E1, a very solid late round. No mistakes being made since that first initial miss drone of Team Liquid. Now, as E1 continue, they're going to have to go to worse and worse bomb sites, and we see that at the start here. Round 2, they go to the top floor bomb site, which is often not favored. A lot of teams would rather prefer to go to open area. But top floor can be good too, and especially with both Azami and Castle being unbanned, there's actually a lot of ways that you can be a little bit safer up here in the top floor. Whereas if Azami gets banned out, or if, God forbid, Azami and Castle get banned out, it can often be very, very difficult to survive up here.
Well, you can see that Perez, who again finds himself at the front of the action, has taken 50 HP off of his life. Well, he hasn't taken it. I suppose somebody's taken it off for him. But either way, it is not the spot that he wants to be in. Bit of a slow pull from Basetto there as one of the players over by ATMs. That's Palu, who can slingshot his way up. Takes a bit of damage. A small break in that reinforcement almost gives him a window for a kill. Basetto with the ACOG on that UMP is just going to continue to provoke Team Liquid. And Liquid right now are not in a position to punish him. All the while, the rest of the team rotating over towards the back side of the map, but lots of blue silhouettes in the lobby to assist Palu if required.
Nothing too crazy coming out just yet. The Habana from resets will likely be on this rappel till the end of the round. So important to hold these angles. Going to be trying to open up the Canto wall over by elevators. Haven't quite got it opened up just yet, but there's no util on it that I can see, so they should be able to get it open pretty quickly. Could also be helpful for some of these angles, but it's actually going to be a blitz that will run on up. Palu on this Amaru might be heading up the elevator hatch as well. This is a neat little play, and it'll be Flastry, the first one to engage with it. The drones come out, the blitz on the stairs. He's going to be in a tough spot. Watch out for Nesk as well over on the skylight.
The shield will absorb all this damage. Lagonis is far more vulnerable in this position than a Montaigne, but it's all you can really do when Monty is banned. Nice play by Flastry, but he couldn't hit water on that second next shot, even if he fell out of a boat. Maya with one kill, Nesk another. It's an equalizer as Perez gets involved in the action, and Flastry was just playing to die inside of elevator. Live and STK, the last two remaining for E1. 3 still up for Team Liquid, though. Lagonis has been softened up, Jesse.
Indeed, now this is going to be a tight spot. They've got some intel from the beepers. STK in an awkward position, but they don't seem to know where he's at. He can get this kill on the initial fragger from Nesk, not quite. He backs off, and Maya finds the triple. It's live. The last one here hits himself a little bit with that impact. He's deep inside the site. These castle barricades actually going to provide some pressure, some cover for this plant to go on down. Very difficult to find this stop now. He's got to do so much, but instead Maya, with 4 kills on that round, will lock it down.
There's a reason why Maya was so highly sought after from Team Liquid. Not just to get Volps off of the roster, as we've talked about constantly, how Liquid were very happy for Volps to move back to W7M, but the point being that Maya is a tremendous player, and he doesn't really need a lot of assistance. This reminds me a lot of Palu when he was first finding his footing in pro play, Palu was a one-man army. Maya is exactly the same. And it's funny because you've almost had 3 generations of it on Team Liquid. You had Nesk as the one-man army way back in the day, pulling off things that we didn't think any player could do, and Nesk was doing it routinely against his Brazilian friends. Then Palu steps in, and people said, well, it's like a young Nesk, watching him frag, watching him play. Give 1 drone to Palu, and he will kill half of the server. Now, it's Maya doing it a couple years after we saw Palu finally become a veteran. And honestly, that level of scouting by Team Liquid is very good. And there's a huge part, that's a huge part of why Liquid has been such a consistent team. They have struggled to win events internationally. Their last big international win was at Atlantic City, all the way back in 2018. Some people still consider that, what was it? That split event, the Allied Esports or whatever it ended up being. I can't remember what it was called. The OGA Pit, that was it?
Yes.
Sorry, OGA Pit as their last big win. I mean, that's fine. But against top tier competition, it was Atlantic City back in 2018. This Liquid squad has made it into the grand finals of so many events over the last 5 years and has come up short every time. So they're a very, very good team, but they are never the best team. With Maya, it looks like they have that potential, but they still need to realize it.
They certainly do. And up against E1, they will again lose the opening pick. That's the Sens off the board of resets. Not an operator that you often see on Bank or on any bomb site, really. He'll be the first one to die. So that's often going to be an operator that's very vital to the strategy. Likely what Liquid wanted to do with that was push in through square, block that line of sight, and then rush Lagonis deep to get a plant inside of cafeteria. That's going to have to be accomplished in some other way. Start of that is going to be the roam clear. Oh, fadeaway shot from STK. He will get down and then punished as well. Live tilled Lagonis, but was immediately traded out by Nesk. So he was able to stop that. Could have been horrendous if Live had gotten away with that after getting that cleanup kill onto Lagonis himself. But even still, I don't think Team Liquid are very happy about this trade game. All of the top floor has been cleared now. All the players from E1 have fallen off. Liquid will find that out shortly. But this has not been a successful early round. Not only did they lose their critical site player of resets, but also Lagonis. So they've really got to reset this this game plan because they've got to throw that first plan out the window.
Losing your shield, you've lost the Sens. Those are the smokes that would guide you on in. It shows that there's still 2 sets of smokes available, though, and I'm curious as to whose hands they are in for Team Liquid. Twitch likely one of them, that would be my guess. But yeah, losing those roller shields, the roller obscurements that come from resets is bad. Team Liquid want to crack open area. They've lost Maya. Perez dies to Palu. The numbers show a 3v3, but those cannot be trusted not till Maya is picked back up, which is done. And now the circle on over. The flank from STK, but he's stopped because there's a door in front of him. That reinforcement, that barricade rather, that is going to cause him some issues. Maya dies to STK though. They seem to have caught Liquid looking in different directions. And now a retreat as they can't deal with that triple panel wall. Palu with 1. Flastry, unable to hit his shots. No, tearing through Palu. He does get the job done. It's STK and Flastry to pinch Nesk, who gets that diffuser down and immediately dies as both Flastry and STK are involved in that engagement. Anyone will have plenty of time for the counter disable.
STK, one of the best defensive players in the entire league. He had a 2.7 kill death ratio on defense through the first week of play. He played a lot of Legion, more so than any other operator. He can be very good running around the map, finding little rat spots to play in, but also impacting late round, of course. Not necessarily in the site, but able to move around the site, play with good utility. I will say, when we swap to that second half, his attacking stats are much worse. Also a 0.7 KD ratio, typically playing Dokkaebi style operators. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but a good start nonetheless. 4-1 from the STK, the top fragger of E1, tied with Flashry as they take a 2-1 lead in this game. I gotta say, Team Liquid need to sharpen up on these opening picks. Back-to-back rounds now, they have been unable to win that first engagement, and that's surprising when they've got Maya on the roster. We just talked about how good Maya was in the last round. Last week, he was 7-2 when it came to opening picks. He was phenomenal in that area. I don't believe he's been involved in even a single one so far throughout this game. It's been his teammates that have been getting picked off. It was resets in that last round. It's been Palu previously as well. We've got to see them sharpen that up, because if they keep on putting themselves into man disadvantages, they're never going to be able to convert one of these rounds.
Well, I mean, it's been quite a struggle for Team Liquid so far. Bank, as a map, doesn't really have that very dedicated defender bend that a lot of other maps do. Bank has been played twice so far in Brazil, and prior to the start of this matchup, it actually had a very slight attacker bias. 12 rounds to 11. So literally as close as you can get to 50-50 without actually getting there. Doesn't really give us a great idea as to whether E1 is the advantage or Liquid. Then you look at operator bans.
Okay.
Oh my. All right. Well, that is, and do you see the little look by resets? I don't think he's. I think he's equally surprised by that result as Live dies through the wall. But the point I'm making is that I don't believe, based on the numbers that we're seeing in the operator bans that we have, that there is any real benefit to either one of these sides. I think it's just going to come down to how these teams approach the map. So you can't look at these numbers and say, yeah, E1's doing what they need to do. Yeah, well, of course, Liquid's going to have to battle behind because they're on the wrong side. No, I think that we just have to, we basically have to assess every round as a round as we go on. And right now, it's a struggle for Liquid.
So historically, Bank has gone as well, so no surprises in that one. All 5 of these players were, well, all 4 of these players now are in the basement, with the exception of Basetto, who is basically in the basement, still in an anchoring situation, of course. So we're going to be holding on to this for dear life as we approach that final minute. We're going to be in a chaotic final execute, okay? This is going to be the same situation that Team Liquid found themselves in on the final round. They at least have a man count this time, though, so it's a little bit better. I mentioned at the start of this round how important those opening picks were going to be. The Zoto canisters from SDK coming out to stall the opening of this hatch. There's no Kaid, so Kaid got banned. So, of course, these hatches will open eventually. It's just time waste. And I do wonder as well, just based on Lagonis' current positioning, this could be a gold drop. In fact, I think it will be. Players around Elevator, players around Gold, and another pick from Paul Lu. That's Flash Street to fall, and they're inside of Elevator. Perez gets the return. Does he get 2? Yes, he does. There's 3 potentially. He's inside now, retaking that spot. He's got the defuse kit inside of Elevator. He's popped the Goyo canister to keep himself safe. Team Liquid, they're all in the basement, but they can't actually retake that position. Now, Paulo's up above. He might be able to do so. But no, Perez another. He's found every single kill, guarding that defuse kit with his life. Now it's a 2-on-2, but positioning so much better for E1. No time from Liquid. Basetto finds person point blank range. It'll need to be the ace from Perez. He's inside of the Elevator, resets the last man alive, peeking with the pistol, and it's good enough. Yes, sir, takes him down. He does it everything that he possibly can except get the final kill. Tragic for Perez.
Oh, and Resets played that perfectly. Just bait out the last of the bullets so that he's caught when he cannot fight back. And they prevail. Team Liquid showing a much better round that time. But again, this is an ebb and flow style gameplay that we're looking at. This map is going to go and be a battle every single site, round through round. Doesn't matter which bomb site they're on. Doesn't matter which operators they're bringing. These two teams are evenly matched so far. So we are starting to get enough evidence to be able to then turn around and answer definitively whether E1 are the real deal. So far, it looks like, despite the fact that their 2 victories were against weaker competition, that this E1 roster is better than their previous iteration and is able to stand up to one of the best teams in not just the region, but one of the best teams lately in the world of Team Liquid. That is, of course, to say, just as I said in the previous round, it is possible that maybe this is a defender-sided map and Liquid will run away with it in the second half, or maybe it's an attacker-sided matchup and E1 will plow through Liquid once these rounds are done. I don't know. That's part of the fun of casting this esport in a new season with new teams and new rosters.
Indeed it is, and if the attacking defensive statistics aren't going to help us much in this game, the opening pick statistics might. E1, Liquid in that first round, converting their first successful opening pick. E1 last week had an 86% conversion rate on both attack and defense when they won that opening pick. That meant they had an 86% chance of winning the round if they got that opening pick. They've gotten it the vast majority of these rounds, 3 out of 4. And notably, again, the one time they didn't, they lost. So that's going to be something to continue to watch out for the rest of this game. If E1 can find these early advantages, they're very good at converting on those. They do not often throw rounds away. So we'll see if that trend does continue on as we come back to the top floor bomb site. Castle and Azami make their returns. I talked about how important those operators are to this bomb site. Last time Liquid were here, they did a very odd blitz play up the spiral stairs, and it worked out for them. It was definitely a bit of a scrappy push. This time they're changing pace. They're going to say, you know what? We'll jump on the windows. We're going to play Grim. We're going to play Zofia. A lot of operators that can give us information. We'll spam this utility through the windows, and we'll find out where you are based off of either the Zofia concussions going off or, of course, those pings from the bees. There'll be a lot of intel here. The Deimos as well could have an impact on that. So watch out. Can we find any player on E1 that can sneak around, stay hidden throughout this execute, and make a big impact? Or is it simply going to be the intel too powerful from Team Liquid?
Want to see how the Solus does. Her pick rate has dropped tremendously after those operator nerfs. Fenrir is still providing some value, but his pick rate, and more importantly, his ban rate, has all but vaporized. He was one of the most banned defenders and one of the most banned operators, but no more. Resets, takes out Baseto, and a man who was banned quite a lot at Manchester, Deimos, escapes the ban more often than not as teams love to use him. Resets, picks up a second, but is killed by Flastry on the trade, meaning that's all she wrote for the Deimos. Great spray control from Perez, now in conference room, but he's only good enough for 1 kill as Lagonis removes him from action. A follow-up from Live on to Maya as Palu and Lagonis remain. They stand against the final 2 players from E1. Live wants this engagement from long range, but it's a bit foolish. That's all up to STK, that Solus we talked about. Down below, you'll have information, but it appears to be on hard surfaces, and there's nothing that STK can do. Lagonis will get the diffuser down and scramble out of that position, while Palu, damaged but still very much alive, will help assist in the post plant. Up the main stairs, STK will go, and he doesn't even make it towards the top landing before Palu removes him from the server. Liquid, take the lead.
A textbook. If Team Liquid went for the craziest push they could think of the last time they attacked top floor on Bank, this time they went for the most basic textbook push that they could possibly conceive, and they pulled it off beautifully. Textbook and basic does not mean bad. They used their utility to get on in, they managed to clear through the top floor, and they planted in the perfect spot. Maybe a newer team would have not been aware that that Solus was downstairs. Maybe they would have been a little bit deceived and the Solus could have denied from below. But if you're ever attacking on the top floor of Bank, that is the one position that cannot be denied from below. You can toss a C4 perhaps. There is an angle that you can get if you've got a Nitro cell. You can throw it through the bars. But when it's just a Solus down there, there's nothing that that Solus can do. So expertly played by Team Liquid. Good coordination, good trades as they went through that top floor. It wasn't like super clean. They did lose some bodies, but every time they lost a player, it was traded right back. Team Liquid were always in control of that push, and they absolutely pulled it off perfectly. So nice to see from Team Liquid. They take a lead now in this game, 3-2. And E1, if they want to maintain an even score line heading into the second half, this is going to be a must-win round for them on open area and cafeteria.
Is Perez going to hide here? He is. Ooh, we don't see this all that often. Liquid has already droned this out, so if he's been able to evade the drones, he's going to be in very good shape, Jesse.
Something tells me that he is not.
He gets redroned, and they see him exactly. So they knew it was coming. STK picks up Nesk. Maya walks in very assertively. No damage is even done to Maya as he kills Perez, and Perez was just playing in that place to die.
He certainly was, and he will die. Pretty confident they caught him on a drone before the round even started. They immediately knew his spot. But with Ness going down, I mean, that doesn't put them in too bad of a position. Obviously a 4-on-4 here. The blitz is up. No sends this time from resets. That's the operator they brought last time they were on this bomb site. Again, it's an opening pick from E1. We'll see if they can maintain their magnificent conversion rate when they get that entry. But I do think it's going to be a very similar execute that Team Liquid wanted to run last time, where they're going to get control of square. They don't need to full clear all of top, but they've got to at least watch for flanks. There's 3 players up on the top floor at the moment, so they've got to be very cautious of that. Resets in the basement has a couple options. Could come up the main stairs, in which case he'd find the back of Flash Tree, although those barricades would likely alert. Or he could come up the server stairs, but it seems like main stairs will be his target. He'll be the lurking player, the pinch, as this execute starts to come on out.
And in goes Lagonis, surviving the initial burst of gunfire amidst the toxic plumes. 2 kills are to be found by Liquid. Live, taking down resets, but he's lost STK, so it's him alone. And a 1v2 with Palu and Maya still lurking about. Palu securing the kill against STK. There's still some secondary utility for Liquid to use to flush Live out of this position in open area. Playing down with the safety of the desks around him, but there is an open hatch above him he needs to be wary of. He'll back away, and now it's a drop from the Lion. The positioning of Live now given away, but it's 2 isolated gunfights. And Live will continue to back up. Palu needs to fetch that diffuser to get the plant down. A flash will go, it still affects Live. Diffuser picked up, and now Nesk has really just dealer's choice of where he wants to plant. Next to a soft wall, though, he's off, and Live wins the fight! He really had no right to win that, but Palu does not know where he's coming from, and E1 tie the game. The first half, 3-3 the scoreline.
When Lagonis was asked before this game, what's one player that you need to look out for? He said Live. He mentioned that Live was not only a great individual player, but that Live can solo win a match for his team. And that's exactly what we saw in that round. Live, ridiculous play from both inside the site and then the ability to rotate back out into the hallway. Knew exactly where he needed to be to stop that push coming out. Maya had no idea where to look when he dropped that hatch. They thought he was still going to be deep inside of open area, but no, he was not. Palu, I gotta say, probably could have hit ahead there if he had been a little bit faster on the aim, but he's not able to do so, and instead it will be Live that wins out the final 1v1 to win that round for his team and get that even man count as well. 3-3 now, even round count. Going into this second half, Live first shut down that lurk. It was Resets that was trying to sneak up those main stairs. That was his first kill, and then it was all 3 players that were trying to barrel into the bomb site. STK went down, leaving him in that difficult position. He performed excellently. Can they do it on attack, though, Parker? It's one thing to be a good team on defense, to be able to rock your opponents on the defense where you don't have to move around as much, but can E1 convert it when the sides now swap?
Well, I mean, this really does match up to the numbers, right? Oh! And Maya wants yet another, but he loses the fight. What a terrific shot. Out that printer window. It gets rid of Perez, who's been involved in most of the early interactions, both for his favor and against his favor. This time around, they lose Maya for Team Liquid. Both of these players losing a terrific player and a star fragger. Neither of these teams ahead in round count, and now neither ahead in terms of kills, too.
I feel like the kills earlier in game have just been miracle workers for Team Liquid. That's the second opening pick that's just been like, wait, what? How did he get that kill? Maybe shows the skill of this team and their ability to pull frags out of nowhere. This is a bit of a lurk from Flash Tree. Weird to have your Capitao here, but he hits the shot nonetheless. That utility might be difficult to utilize from this position, but regardless, he does an excellent job clearing out that Echo and the Yokai along with it. They're in, Parker. They've already dropped gold.
And down goes Live. They want this quick play. Lagonis is expecting another, so his eyes are turned towards that opening. No impacts to secure these kills. STK taken down. Live will continue to bleed out. Flash Tree now droning through garage as Basetto is perched over in blue. By servers. He's got diffuser, but there will only be one player who could potentially help him when he goes to plant it, and that's Flash Tree. A nice pick by Basetto. Palu dies. Live is finished off by Lagonis, and now Flash Tree will bait for a kill inside a garage. He'll hold the cross, and if Liquid aren't aware of this, it could be an easy pick for Flash Tree, which would give Basetto the go-ahead to get the diffuser down. There's still plenty of time to wrestle with, though. 1 minute to go in the round.
Problem is he already got a kill inside a garage, so they're gonna know for sure where he is. They might try to sprint past the angle, but so far Team Liquid being very cautious. A firebolt may prompt the start of this push, and a flank from Lagonis up the gold hatch. Will he be in time, though? It seems like they might be starting for a plant, but so far, no cigar. Will they expect the flank coming on in? They do have drones up on the top floor. Did they catch Lagonis? Veto seems unaware as he starts to get in sight.
That Type 89 runs out of bullets very quickly, but it tears through your opponents at the exact same speed. Sidearm is out. Flash is going. Flashtree finds Lagonis, and Veto works it perfectly. That was a spectacular bout of coordination from E1, and that round alone should silence a lot of critics who talk about E1 not being as structured and not being up to the task of battling the best of this region, because E1 just humbled Liquid in that round.
What a ridiculous round we just watched. First, the Capitao lurks it through Garage to take down the Echo. Okay, fair enough. Weird operator to do it with, but a standard play. Then they just fumble into the bomb site. It felt like one guy dropped gold. He was completely alone. Then they go into server, again, very alone. Veto hits some beautiful shots, and they even that out to a 2v2 situation. But then in the 2v2, they play it perfectly. I think Lagonis did get caught on the drone when he was rotating top floor. Veto initially didn't seem like he was reacting, but instead he funneled so deep into the bomb site. They decided to isolate Nesk, who was inside of lockers. They got a 2v1 against him. At the same time, Flashtree was waiting and watching for Lagonis to come back through server, and he caught him rotating back in towards the bomb site. They play the 2v2 perfectly. Even if I was not a huge fan of the way that they played the initial 5v5, I think some of those positioning moments from E1 were a little bit isolated, not so together. The 2v2 was anything but. They played so well in that duo. Veto and Flashtree should be feeling very, very good after a brilliant round like that.
No tactical timeout taken by Team Liquid, which is a little bit of a surprise, as you'd think they would maybe want to settle things down, but it's also just the first round of the second half, admittedly. So, yeah, because of that, maybe they want to see another round before Hugzord settles the team in and talks about next steps. And honestly, that thinking is not something I'm very upset by. If you think that there are greater issues there, if you're hearing worrying signs over comms, then yeah, call it early. But as we say every single time, the coaches actually hear them. We don't. So they know when it's time for a timeout.
Lagonis is in the basement this round. He's not going to engage with anybody anytime soon that I can see, but just keep that in mind. If there's a C4 late, it'll be Lagonis likely being the one to deliver it. I don't think E1 have droned him, but as they start to look around, they may see bandit batteries and lack the bandit itself, so they might get suspicious at some point during this round. But for now, he will just exist down there. Flashtree taking a bit of damage. Most of this pressure is going to come from the windows, similar to the second time that Team Liquid wanted to attack onto this bomb site. The mirror window shouldn't be a problem, as the Ashe charges can come out and deal with that at some point, although Ashe is actually inside a stock, so maybe not positioned very well for it. They've got good control. They're on the windows, they're in stock. And if STK makes a move, he could find a huge man advantage to start this round.
No silhouettes to be had, no drones, I guess, to guide an STK, but hold on! He doesn't need one! He can't secure the Mira, but instead will head towards the window, sidearm out, STK taking no prisoners. E1 dominating Team Liquid right now. Lagonis will need to be retrieved, as Nesk is the only player from Liquid still standing. Because this was so quick, though, E1 has not been able to get into the building. Lagonis dies to Flashtree. Nesk will need to clutch out. He's got 2 kills. An ace clutch are the conditions under which he could win this. And by taking down Veto, it's definitely doable. He's all the way over on square stairs. Perez is on 11 HP. The 9mm that is used by Frost is not a particularly hard-hitting gun. Timer continuing to work against Nesk. Down goes Perez. It's all up to Flashtree. 40 HP versus Nesk's 65. And he will hop on that diffuser. He actually might have some safety here. Is it possible to get to him? They see the side of him, but you can't actually hit that. Oh my, Liquid gets it. A blunder from E1. They looked like they'd won the round, but they don't get it done.
The father of Team Liquid and of Brazil as a whole, Nesk, a ridiculous clutch. It's not his first, and it won't be his last. My God, the 4K, we'll call it an ace. Would have gotten that kill in the post plant had he needed to, but just sticks the disable instead. That plant position, you can't deny that from the windows. They fumbled where they decided to plant that diffuser, and it's not like they were particularly starved for choice. They could have planted nearly anywhere because the last two players alive were both bottom square. Absolutely, you could have gotten that plant down in most places in that secondary room, but they just couldn't find a place that would be protected from the windows, I suppose. A blunder on that plant spot, and Nesk will eat that up. Just ridiculous. He didn't have the best week one. He only put up 13 kills, fewer than all of his teammates in the first week. But you know, as the most experienced player on Team Liquid, the only person on this roster to have actually won a title with the org. Of course, that Mexico Major was still a thing, but still, it is ridiculous play from Nest to come up and be able to have that performance. I thought it was going to be SDK that had to hype up after that round, but no, Nesk steals the thunder.
I am stunned at that one. Nesk plays that perfectly, knowing that he's safe from the repels. But more than anything, why do you not swing in and take the engagement? I understand that the moment you start to swing in, Nesk gets off the diffuser, probably kills you anyway, but then hops on. But with where the time was, you're basically pushing it into a 1v1. Liquid taking their time out. They know that it's not all smooth sailing. They know that there are issues at play. And despite the victory, Hugzord and the coaching staff of Liquid are not happy with where the team is at. And I think that's a good time to call it.
Well, we'll see what the adaptations can be. Over to the next bomb site, which will be open area from Team Liquid. And I get it, right? They called attack timeout because they shouldn't have won that round. I mean, Nesk stole it back, but ultimately you can't be relying on Nesk to drop 4Ks every single round on defense. You need to have cleaner early rounds, and that's going to be what this is all about after that tactical timeout. Can they get this opening pick? Can they start the round off right? They've got, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4 players up on the top floor. And it will be the job of E1 to clear these guys out. Perez up on the Nook as well. We've been seeing this operating game played more and more since her buff. She'll enter in through the bottom floor, though. It looks like she could be just trying to isolate the site player before things get going. It's going to be resets down there. If she finds anybody, it will be the smoke.
Maya's going to go for a fly out the window. What are you thinking, Maya? What are you looking at here? Perez is going to get in real close, but that reinforcement will stop him, that barricade. No way in from the walls. Maya's still waiting for Live to swing in, and I mean, I doubt they've droned this. Uh-oh. Whoa! Live gets a jump scare on the window. Maya starts things off, and halfway through the round, Team Liquid has the advantage.
Brilliant opening pick. I talked about how he was 9-2 on entries coming into today. He's been excellent there. Opening death last round, but equalizing that statistic now. Slow from E1. We're almost at the 1 minute mark left on the round, and they have yet to enter the top floor. And now, as I say that, STK jumps on in, but he's full blind, and he's shooting at absolute nobody. Flash falls to Nesk, and Maya another one across the map onto Veto. STK frustrated with this situation. He'll bait one kill for Perez. They do take down the MVP of round number 8, but is it going to be enough? They've still got a 2v4 to find these last couple of players, and I don't think it's going to be becoming easy.
Not at all. Not with Maya doing this. Lagonis gets the final kill. Liquid fired up, ready to win. The lead is now theirs. And E1's brilliance has not really shown through on those previous rounds. I wonder if they'll call their timeout, because if they don't, it'll be on match point if Liquid prevails here. That will be the razor's edge that we've talked about before. E1 will hold off. They obviously think these are really, really close rounds. Maybe I don't blame them, but either way, we are looking at a very competitive and genuinely very enjoyable matchup between these two teams.
100%. This has been a really fun game. We hyped it up as match of the day, and I think it has delivered thus far. E1 sit atop the standings coming into today. They're looking to maintain their spot there, but they can't afford to lose even a single round more if they want to get the 3 points for a regulation win over Team Liquid. It's going to be a tall task, especially on attack, just because Team Liquid, if they want to, they can play the basement all 3 sites, or all 3 rounds. If they want to, they can also rotate after this round, go top floor, go open area, Archives Tellers if they're really bold, but this is going to be a tall task, and I think for Team Liquid, they understand that. They don't want to play anything too risky. They've got Nesk up on the top floor, but I imagine this is going to be primarily an anchored focused defense. Nesk up here now was likely just hunting for drones. Okay, he's going to be playing open area, so it's a light roam. He'll play open area for a while, shoot some drones if he can, and then fall off. It's only one drone shot in the prep phase, so he's got a few more to find, but he's not looking to actually get into a gunfight. More likely than not, Nesk's job is going to be to delay a little bit of time, put a little bit of fear into E1, but then fall off. If he dies up here, that's a bit of a misplay because he really wants those Kiba barriers to block off the hatches and help his teammate inside the site.
Was wondering if we were going to see a repeat of that printer window play, but unfortunately not. There've been what? There's been 2-3 rounds where there's been a very funny bullet pen kill through the wall. We usually see maybe one a day. The fact that we've seen 2 to potentially 3 right now, well, that's really something else, isn't it? Pauly will guard blue stairs with his life. Waiting for the drones to come by. E1's only lost 3 drones so far. They've got plenty of intel to be had. And don't forget that they still have those 2 clutch drones as well, Jesse.
They do. Expect a chaotic final round. As I mentioned, these roamers on Team Liquid, they didn't want to get into fights. They've all fallen back in the 5v5. They're finding yokais, which were actually up inside of lobby. Lagonis likely wants to keep this yokai for some plant denial. Can be very effective. Not that they're short on plant denial. Goyo canisters, toxic babes. Lots of utility from Team Liquid. Lots of utility from E1 as well, though. These Capital bolts are going to be massive. That's a gunfight that maybe SDK could have. Nesk lucky to be alive via escapes here. A 4v5 advantage would have been huge if E1 could have capitalized off that, but unfortunately it's not to be. Paulo is still in server stairs. This is looking to be a server execute, so if they can't deal with him soon, that could be a huge problem.
Live is unloading every bit of munition he has in Nesk's direction. None of it working whatsoever. Basetto watches the door frame as now the toxic gas will stop any advance in that position. Full swing from Nesk behind servers. Perez will die. Live will find a teammate in the afterlife. Hold on a second. Nesk dies first. Perez is still retrievable. The orange side of E1 dominating the kill feed at the moment. It goes from bad to worse for E1, though, as now they've got 2 down players. Perez picked back up, so suddenly it's winnable. It's a genuine 3v3 mile-long range, though. Doing his best to stop E1 from getting into the bomb site. Basetto finds an opportunity to get that diffuser down through the smoke and the flames. Flastry will drop. Lagonis seals the deal. Liquid on match point.
The 22-year-old IGL of Team Liquid will come up big in the late round there, but I really got to give credit to Paulu. Not only did he deny incredible time on the server stairs by wasting so much with those toxic babes and Goyo canisters, but he also was able to really slow things down and call in the late round. The bulletproof camera that was inside of the bomb site was never destroyed, and Pauly watched it the entire time that he was dead, giving free pings to his teammates, giving that free information to them. And when E1 have a Brava, when they're bringing frag grenades, when they have all the utility that they could possibly want for that execute, to not be able to deal with that bulletproof camera is a huge mistake by them. I do look at that operator lineup and I see a Buck, which I'm not sure the value it gets. The Habana makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't really bring you much for the execute itself. They had the Capitao, but imagine if they'd also been able to bring a Twitch drone to deal with some of those Goyo canisters. Imagine if they had been able to bring out maybe a Ying is banned, maybe a Grim to help out with that execute as well, and give them a little bit of their own information when they went for that final execute. I don't know. I just felt like the operator lineup could have been a bit better on the side of E1. They brought some operators that maybe would have been good for a roam clear, but there was really no roam that needed to be cleared. So excellent play by Lagonis, excellent play by Paulu. They really do lock down that basement bomb site well. I also got to mention Nesk, some bold play on that Azami. Sometimes it's tough to play 5 bodies inside the site, so I think he was just trying to make some stuff happen. To get that opening pick onto live was absolutely ridiculous, and that's another thing that E1 probably shouldn't have let them get away with.
So, I mean, I guess you could look at the numbers now and say this is a defender-sided bank. That seems to be pretty spot on the money, but yeah, this will be a tough loss for E1 if they do end up losing here, Jesse, because they've had some real moments of brilliance. Look at the scores, by the way, on the bottom. They've now disappeared, so you had like a nanosecond to do it. I hope you enjoyed it. Basically, everybody on Liquid has 7 kills, except for, I believe it was Maya. And then on E1, you've got some kind of lackluster performances, and Perez like carrying the way along with Flastry doing quite well. But for Liquid, everything is spread out. For E1, it's top heavy. When we talk about depth on teams, what you see for Team Liquid is exactly what we mean. It's that Team Liquid have a very even roster where everybody can pop off. Lagonis is usually the least performing player on the team, at least in terms of numbers. It used to be resets, but the addition of Maya has enabled resets to get back to old ways. If you're a team like E1 and you have players with 2 or 3 kills, that's not really going to withstand the best teams in Brazil. That will hurt you. It will cost you.
To survive in this game, E1 will need to make a top floor execute work in a way that they couldn't quite do last time. They came extremely close, but Nesk stole it away with his 4K clutch. I would be expecting them to go for a similar take, just based on where they currently are at. They are playing largely around the windows as well, could enter in through stock when they need to. The utility here, once again, I mean, they don't have a Grim, they don't have a Zofia. The window entry might be kind of tough, so they're going to rely on getting some kills by walking in stock or walking in top square. If they can't find a kill that way, I fear that they may not have a great answer to these players that are inside of Janitor, that are inside of Long Desk. These are positions that are just very, very dominant. And look at this magnet play by Paulu, perfectly keeping alive this mirror window. Can he save it the last time? No, I think that last Ash charge was able to clear out the mirror window.
Was he trying to knife the window there? I was actually very confused as to what we were looking at, but maybe I just missed it. Intel work in a very critical round for E1. Same as we saw just a couple games ago. You don't really have a lot of opportunities to turn this around. You lose this round, it is over. But good news, Perez, who had a very hot first half, doing the same thing now through the second. Damage is being done. Maya dead. Nesk on the ground, bleeding out. Liquid holding on for dear hope, as there's not a lot of time left for E1 to pull off this execute. But if they can keep winnowing these numbers down, just narrowing the numbers down for Liquid, they're going to be in great shape. Lagonis and Palu on the board. It's all up to Lagonis now, though, and he's dead live with the 3 final kills to seal the round. And we're going to go all the way in regulation.
Live was the worst player on E1 when they went 2-0 through the first week. He only got 10 kills, 10 and 14, was the most negative player on that roster, but he has come up so big today. That's his second round where he has been the MVP, getting the majority of the kills for E1 to win the round. I mentioned how they didn't have the right utility to get kills from the windows. They didn't have the ability to find those picks. What they did have was utility to destroy the mirror window. And once that was gone, they were able to come in and hit the back. Had some players going in through stock, going in through top square, cleared out that janitor room and long desk expertly, correctly guessing on the punch hole as well. Not sure if they had intel on that or if they just got a little lucky, but regardless, they made that punch hole position that I believe it was Nesk playing very, very tough, and they forced him off of that, eventually resulting in a kill as well. So a beautiful little execute, and now E1 will need to do something that neither team has even been able to attempt so far. Parker, all day we've been playing the weird bomb sites. What was it? We had Bar Stage on Clubhouse, and then we had one other weird bomb site. I'm forgetting what it was.
It was Customs on Border.
It was Custom Supply on Border, and now we get Archives Teller on Bank. We're getting all the fun sites. I like this.
I don't mind it one bit. I mean, this used to be old reliable on this map. People need to remember that Bank underwent quite a change. That's a nice jump out from Nesk, by the way, to get rid of Perez. That's the biggest threat on E1 that is now removed from action. And they'll gain information with this Yokai drone on where the next set of combatants from E1 will head. I am fascinated to see the way that E1 salvage this round without Perez.
Well, they do have Fuse Shield.
That's it.
We'll see what the plan is. Blitz is on the board and available, so I'm not sure. They must want this Fuse utility for some reason. Could be used on these windows to tear up some of the floorboards down below and give yourself some good vertical angles. Maybe even displace some of these players on Team Liquid. But yeah, it's going to have to be a top floor take. They've got all their players up here, and as they start to enter on in, they're likely to find some competition.
I will say these have not been really chaotic rounds. They've been very well structured for a big map like Bank. There's really only two ways to go about it. Execute with the dying seconds in front of you, or go all out. Go gangbusters and get into the site as quickly as possible. We've seen a couple attempted rushes today on the broadcast, but by and large, Brazil has actually been quite slow in the way that they've approached all 5 of these matchups. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it is not what we're used to seeing with the region. But there's changes. Oh my, no. Is he gonna secure it? There it is! Flastry still above. He will seal the deal on to resets. And the advantage now, Jesse, goes to E1.
All right, we've seen it. We've seen the cluster charge kill. Will that be enough to force overtime, though? That's the question. Still a 4-on-3. The defense of Team Liquid in a numbers disadvantage, but their positioning is pretty good. No more Kibas in the pocket of Lagonis. They might have some of these yokai drones. In fact, they do. Resets is watching one now. They're going to have to drop on in. The positioning really isn't so comfortable from E1. They're likely to lose a couple of bodies, and they really don't have the time either. They're going to come in through square when they have the chance. This is not going to be an easy execute by any means, even though they have numbers.
Yeah, they don't have the site working in their favor. That's the big thing. But Bassetto's getting the diffuser down. Successfully? Yes, that is the answer. Lagonis will sprint on through, but he's too little too late. Maya dies. E1 in a 4v2, a pre-fire around the corner. Lagonis does win that. Does he have time to hop on the diffuser, or is there more work to be done? Flastry, situated at the top of the stairs, shield out, pointing in the direction of Palu. Palu circling around, and Flastry is just waiting for the call. The moment that the counter disable happens, you hear that. The floor waiting for Lagonis to get ever closer to the case. Palu didn't see somebody by the bookshelf. SDK and Live will seal the deal. Overtime in the final matchup of the day.
And Parker, that was the greatest cluster charge kill on Archives Tellers I have ever casted.
How many of those have casted? Just out of curiosity.
Sample size is really a myth in the statistics community that statisticians like to push for no reason other than to be rude to my fun facts. We're headed to overtime, and that means that E1 gets to move back over onto the defense. They're actually, at least in the first week, they were a very good attacking team and a very good defensive team as well, but I don't think that the side swap is going to matter too much for them. We saw both teams win 3 attacks and 3 defenses. Last week, E1 had a equal 67% win rate on both sides. Liquid were a little bit better on defense, but the stats were very, very close anyways. So should be an extremely even game coming into this. No team has ever felt like they were completely dominant. Maybe Team Liquid when they went up 6-4 and they had a bit of a streak on their own defenses. But after the tag timeout, E1 have bounced back beautifully. And the strategies that they've brought out for some of these pushes, while unorthodox, have been executed very, very well. So we'll go down to the basement for our first round of OT. We'll have a couple of roamers top floor. SDK could rotate down below and try to play open area, not dissimilar to how Liquid ran it. But regardless of how they play it, it's going to be a bit of an early round pressure. And then once that execute comes out, it'll be all about the utility. Toxic Babes, Goyo canisters, a Warden, Tuberau, everything you could imagine. A Team Liquid will have to work through. This is not a fun bomb site, as we found out many times so far throughout this match.
I would love to be able to speak Portuguese and hear what exactly is going on in this matchup, but I want to hear Liquid's comms. Are they composed? Are they still the same team that can keep their head in it? Both tech pauses burned, and now in overtime, E1 will rock the defender side. Has Live been droned out of this position? He has a drop back down to the bottom floor if he wants. This is a very tight angle being played by Palu, but I don't know if he'll be able to get anything from it. Oh my, look at how close that silhouette was, Jesse.
This is not a real angle, right?
There's no.
He's not gonna get a kill from this. There's no way.
I mean, he's trying. You can actually see it, but I mean, it's tough. Recruit, striker of resets, pinged by the proximity alarm. There goes a grenade. Smart glasses will allow you to see through smoke and all that jazz, but that's about it. Nothing more. Shotgun is out. Live's just toying with this angle.
They naded him. I think they think he dropped, or at least they think it's a possibility.
Oh my. Live wins this engagement. There's the flash, perfectly timed, and he drops anyway. Excellent timing by E1, and look at that. 1 minute to go, Jesse, in the round.
Yeah, brilliantly played by Live. Couldn't get a kill off of it, but you're still happy just to stall it out. Again, time, the most important factor. They have not really been doing any work on these Goyo canisters. Not that we've noticed at the very least. There's still going to be Goyo canisters. There's still going to be Toxic Babes. There is so much util in the site. Server stairs, I don't believe it's being played right now. I don't see an outline from E1, so this will be taken nicely. But with how much utility there is for plant denial, this is going to look so deadly. 2 C4s, Toxic Babes, Goyo canisters, and 30 seconds. They're going to have to go deep and make a miracle happen, because even though it's 5v5, this plants just can't happen from server.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say the Goyo canisters are now, we just hit 20 seconds. That means the fire will last for the remainder of the round if the canisters have not been popped out. And it's not like you have a Twitch drone or anything. Look at that, the flames right in front of the opening to the site. Liquid just wasting too much time. Mayan resets though in, it's a 2v2. Resets will need to clutch with 2 seconds left. He finds 1 pick, but not enough time to do the next. E1 hangs on for dear life. 1 more round for E1 to upset Team Liquid, and I only say upset based on pedigree because E1 is undefeated, sitting near the top of the standings. They started the day in first. They relinquished it, but they could easily gain it back with a victory here.
Our clock management, Team Liquid, that can't be happening. That execute had 0 chance of succeeding just based on when they started it. You saw the pain that Lagonis was in at the bottom of server stairs, facing down a player swinging him, Toxic Babes, a field full of fire. I mean, unwinnable situation. I think they had to go drop gold or find some other way into that bomb site, or maybe just go faster for the first 2 minutes, because they did not have what they needed utility-wise, time-wise, to make that work. The bright side is they'll get to do it themselves. They'll get to force E1 into the exact same situation that they were just in, with this time being so difficult and all of this utility, Toxic Babes, Echo canisters. I will actually say, no Goyos, no Tuberao, no Azami. This will be a roam strategy, and in fact, it might even be an extension up towards open area. This is a strategy that teams used to run a bit about a year, 2 years ago. This used to be a bit like decently popular, but since like Tuberao came into the meta, we stopped seeing this more and more, and it became a very niche pickup. They're going to be attempting to hold on to open area with their lives. They've got castle barricades to help them out here. Sometimes I've seen teams put mirror windows up instead of open as well, but I believe this time they've both been dedicated to the basement. So a new strategy from Team Liquid. The strat book knows no depths. It seems unlimited, and will present another puzzle for E1 to try to decipher.
This has been really quite exhilarating, and what a way to end our play day as well. The most competitive matchup that we've seen so far today, and a thriller between 2 teams that both made it to the most recent major in Manchester, albeit with different results. Team Liquid being one of the last 4 teams to exit the tournament, and E1 being one of the first 4 teams to exit the tournament. But this is a different team, right? They lost Emts, they lost Arthur. This is a different look. And E1 have been succeeding because of the changes. Team Liquid are steady. Steady hand on the tiller. Stay the course. And I mean, hey, if E1 are the real deal, we expect these kind of results amongst the two of the best teams in the region. If you really truly believe that these are both top 4 teams, neither of these teams should be outpacing each other. It shouldn't be a blowout. So the fact that it's close just goes to show you that parity isn't just a thing in every other league, every other region. It hits Brazil as well.
So all of Maya's primary utility, all of Nesk's primary utility, and a lot of their reinforcements were dedicated to those top 2 floors, and they only held it for about 90 seconds or so. I mean, Nesk solo delayed about that same amount of time just playing a zombie inside of open area. That's not exactly what you wanted out of this early round from Team Liquid. Now, it's not a far-gone conclusion, but I like this situation that E1 are in way better than the situation that Liquid were in just last round. They're starting to open up the walls now. There are toxic babes and C4s to stop them, but there's no Goyo, there's no Tuber out, and the plants will start as we play this back and forth game.
He just continues to back up at this point. Seto will get that diffuser down and out go the smokes. Team Liquid are battling from behind. I cannot believe this plant went down with all 10 people still alive. This is what Liquid was attempting to do in the previous round. It looks like a retake from Liquid will be held off by their own Goyo Flames. Flastry, the very first kill. He drops a follow-up from the castle. Perez wins that duel, resets, trades it right back. A 3v3, but technically a 2v3 as Nesk is bleeding out. He'll be retrieved, but the timer is getting to be a little bit too low for comfort. It's all up to Lagonis, but E1 will get it done both rounds in OT, breaking their way. E1, but 2 points. Team Liquid, they walk away with just 1 point to their name. Still important with how close you are to the top to escape with at least 1 point on the board. E1 remains undefeated this season.
I'm sorry, but I get it's been a long day. I understand that we've gone kind of late. This is the last match, last round of the day. If you're going to take a nap, take it after the game ends. Don't take it in your bomb site when your enemy team is on match point. How on earth did that plan ever finish? They had toxic babes, they had C4s, they had all the utility in the world. They didn't use it? They didn't think maybe we should try to stop this plant. Did they not know it was going down? A sorry final round from Team Liquid. E1, they saw the opportunity, they saw the gap, and they got it. A 5v5 plant is never good for the basement defense. That's not a site that you ever really see retakes working out for the defenders. Really disappointing final round from Team Liquid. They're better than that. That game was better than that final round. Team Liquid never should have let that go down. But man, just a disappointing and super impressive from E1. They will upset another team. They will go 3-0 to start their stage. I'm sure they're going to be feeling elated after that one. Team Liquid certainly gave them the closest contest. It was the tightest run for their money that they have seen, but despite all of that, E1 continue to be undefeated through stage 2 of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League.
And the exhilaration that you might have felt from that matchup does not end here, Jesse, because tomorrow's play day will conclude with E1 in action yet again, but this time up against the red-hot Ninjas in Pajamas, who just surpassed E1 Sports for the lead in the region, but now loses it as E1's 2 points will push them to the top. And the end of the day, it will be E1 sitting with 8 points, then NiP with 7, FaZe with 6, and Team Liquid with 6 for your top 4. Tomorrow, Liquid will do battle against W7M. And to me, the 2 must-watch matches are Liquid W7M and NiP E1. I'm not casting them, but I will be watching them intently to see which of these teams will come out ahead. Brazil is kind of upside down at the moment. Some things are the same, other things have changed. But what we can guarantee will happen in Brazil is that these teams will thrill you. That's really what it comes down to. I obviously sound like a shill, but I've talked positively, spoken positively about Brazil since the league first took off, because these teams play almost a different level of Siege than we have seen before. Other regions have started to emulate them. In a lot of ways, Brazil has modernized. But this matchup in particular had terrific moments. It had unconventional bomb sites. It had unorthodox executes. It had great clutches. It had that excellent play by E1 on that basement, if you recall, and heroics from certain players. This Nest clutch, for example, right here, being able to get under the skin of Flastry, preventing E1 from swinging in. And honestly, that round felt like a turning point for Liquid. They just couldn't keep momentum on their side. E1 ultimately comes out ahead 8-6. And as you pointed out, they remain undefeated.
A fun day for sure, Parker. Maybe my favorite day of Brazil that we've had so far. We're only 3 days in, but I'm sure the action will continue to be packed throughout the next couple of play days. We saw 9 teams showing up and giving their absolute best, and Black Dragons were there as well. Congratulations to E1 and all the other teams that were successful today. A beautiful play day and a disappointing end for some, but I mean, that's just what Rainbow Six offers. Some brilliant upsets will end out the day. And my, oh my, I hope we can get even more of this as the stage does continue.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy these types of matches. Today was actually pretty quick. It honestly felt like it flew by, but we had a lot of matches go the full distance, right? Our first match of the day went 11 rounds, then 10 rounds. It wasn't particularly close between FaZe and BD. Furia obviously went the distance, and Liquid and E1 also going over the distance. And when you want parity in these leagues, ideally you have every team coming into a matchup and it is not a predetermined result as to who is going to win and who is going to lose. By the way, just a testament to this matchup, we have been talking for like 3 minutes and the replays are still going because there were that many highlights in the actual matchup. Sometimes we talk for 20 seconds and that's it. Not this time. But yeah, I think it is great for the region that we can see these close matches, and the fact that E1 has stepped up the way that they have is very, very good. Vivo Keystars, by the way, is also tied with FaZe Clan and Team Liquid. That was a small oversight on my part. Furia is actually in the basement. They are one of the bottom 4 teams at the moment with just 3 points. Even if they win tomorrow's matchup, it depends obviously as to what the rest of the teams do. That might only be good enough to vault them up to 5th. But that's it for you and I, Jesse. Our casting tenure today is over, but you want to hear from the winners, right? Let's not hold you from that then.
Thank you so much, guys. Great job today once again on the casting, but indeed we're ready for an interview with the winners. We have Neil from the side of E1 to give us a little bit of a rundown as to what exactly
I believe you're muted, Jenny,
and how everything has been going. So, Neil, thank you so much for joining us for the interview. Congratulations on the win. I hope you guys are so proud of yourselves because so far it's been a 3-0 stage for you guys. Talk us through what has the preparation looked like from your perspective, not just for this match, but for the stage as a whole.
For this stage, the new guys and this new team for me, it's the experience for everyone. And take the one thing on this guy or this other guy, and together the preparation is about the experience of when this guy have for the Rainbow Six.
Neil, I want to talk to you. Obviously, this roster has found success in making a major, but even in this matchup here and being such a new and thriving roster, to show the resilience that all these players have, that when these games are going neck and neck, they're so close that your team can find the success when it goes OT and still pull it out in a very convincing fashion. I mean, how does that feel for you as a coach to see your players be able to withstand that?
For this match, the rounds of they're very, very close for us, but the round of the plant, I forget the word.
Nah, no worries.
For this match, the preparation in the week, it's for the Liquid. It's a team of set of the strongest Zach, but just confident, and in this match, I feeling the guys is better for the Team Liquid, and
for sure,
and the win.
Hey, you guys got 3 wins. You're currently the top of the leaderboard, so congratulations once again. Thank you so much for taking the time for doing the interview. And who knows, we might see you again tomorrow after your game against NIP.
Thank
Bye.
you. See you. Bye.
See ya. Okay, listen, one thing that we can't take away from E1 is that with the changes that they have implemented, it has definitely paid off.
Well, at least this map delivered. We said this was going to be the match that was going to be the match of the day, the highly anticipated match, and it sure was. It wasn't a complete blowout. Liquid came so close of closing it out. And I really just have to question, as a player, as an analyst, the round 12. Why? Why would you go Teller's Archives and not fight for top control? You just absolutely let E1 take control, especially after your open looked flawless. It was flawless. And you go to a site that heavily you need to be fighting that top control, and you give it up and lose it exactly the way that it should be played out. The team takes top control, they force you out of map, they force you out of the bomb site, and now you have to fight your way back in and you lose it. And it just, there were so many little errors that had Liquid not made these, they would have closed out this map.
Yeah, I think that's hindsight 2020 kind of situation here for Liquid particularly. It is a map that went all the way to OT, so at the end of the day for Liquid, they still get a chance to get 1 point at least away from this matchup. It's not necessarily completely, you know, all the points going to E1, so they should, to an extent, be happy with that. And again, I also think really for Liquid, taking into consideration the fact that it's a best of one, you don't have a chance to like go back to the drawing board and adapt as you go out throughout the series. But E1, they have been really formidable for the last couple of playdays that we've seen, and really here to highlight the players. Every single one of them had stepped up to the plate, and that's something that we wanted to see from a roster like E1 going up against Liquid, because necessarily the teams that they've played before this weren't as quote-unquote high of a caliber.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, what I touched up on in the interview was their resilience. They were not giving up. They were giving every single thing they got, every single round, even when it dragged into OT. I think Jesse made the reference of, if you're going to take a nap, take it after the game towards Liquid, where E1 didn't. They did not let their foot off the gas. They kept pushing it into that OT and then made each and every single round in OT look flawless, and took from where they were doing things wrong in the original rounds before OT to close it out in that OT.
And Foster will be the one to get the MVP for this game around, and really impressive considering we've also highlighted him ahead of this matchup and how important he is to the backbone for E1 Esports and how they'll be able to close games out. But either way, that's us for today. And I think it's also really important here to highlight the standings, because as you know, we've already heard Intero touch upon, the standings have massively shaken up by the end of today, and it's really Furia that is sitting towards the bottom of that leaderboard, which is not a position that you want to be in, with the likes of MIBR, Fluxo, and Black Dragons. Now, Black Dragons lacks 0 points. What's going on?
Yeah, you know, sometimes, I mean, the beauty of this, obviously it doesn't look beautiful, but the thing is, sometimes you have to have your back against the wall here and to realize, all right, this is it. Either we give it our all, or we just don't show up anymore. And like I said, some teams thrive in that chaos. Some teams thrive when they absolutely can't lose and they almost have to play perfect siege at that point. So I am hopeful for Black Dragons, because there still is a lot of games to be played and a lot of points to gain that can at least put them in the top 6 and possibly top 1. Not realistically, but at least to make top 6, that is the priority. And when you look at that threshold of even placing top 6 right now, it is very obtainable. It's just a matter of they need to start finding success in these matches, because what we're seeing just is not a result of success.
Yep, absolutely not. And E1, though, they're the ones who are sitting currently at the top at 8 points. Again, only 1 point ahead of NIP. So, well, it's anyone's game at this point. It's only playday number 3, and we have playday 4 tomorrow. It's going to be another day of 5 best of ones coming your ways. I don't have the schedule in front of me right now, and also my memory isn't that good, because I know that Parker went through it earlier. Oh, there we go. Thank you, guys. Furia against Fluxo. I mean, this, for me, is Furia's chance to get some points in the bag. And in terms of games that I'm really looking forward to, it is going to be NIP E1, because that is that fight for the current top spot and who can stay in number 1.
Yeah, I think the 2 biggest games I'm looking forward to the most is the W7M versus Team Liquid, and then the E1 NIP again to fight for that top spot. But again, the top spot is all relatively close. There isn't one person that is leading by a huge margin, whereas you look over in the NAL, some teams are leading pretty significantly at such early on. But again, they've had 4 playdays. We are getting into that 4th playday tomorrow. So again, that lineup, that entire sheet can be shaken up tomorrow just by 1 point alone. So I am curious to see how that looks tomorrow. And I think we definitely got some very exciting games.
For sure. And at the end of the day, you know what? NIP E1, they have a 1 point difference right now. It could go to OT, it couldn't. But at the end of the day, you want to be in those top 6. You want to make it to playoffs. You want to be in those best of series. But that is us done and dusted for today. 5 games are done, and we'll be back again tomorrow, as you saw. Same time, same place. So take care of yourselves, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.